Lineup of racing today that is equal to none, frankly. It is going to be an outstanding day, and we have some folks that have been very gracious to bring this event to you, not only in San Diego, but on the internet. And if you get an opportunity to, we'd sure appreciate it if you would make some comment to these fine sponsors. Whether you do business with them or not is your decision, obviously, but an opportunity to acknowledge them and thank them for the opportunity to have this crew classic that we've had for many, many years here in San Diego. Acknowledging first our gold sponsors, American Specialty Health, Sharp Memorial Hospital, and Campland on the Bay. Then we have several of these sponsors on campus today. They have display booths, and you have an opportunity to stop by and see their wares and see the things that they can offer for you and your sporting life. So Sporty, Boathouse, U.S. Rowing, Mission Bay Yacht Club, SRD, Concept 2, Union Bank, and Stone Brewing Company. And last but certainly not least, sponsors that are working so very hard to provide this crew classic for you this year: Goldfield Stage, Prudential Dunn Realtors, AMR, Row 2K, and the Union Tribune. Our first race will be up here shortly in a list of 117 races today and an equal number tomorrow. Our first event will be the men's Varsity 8 with, sponsored by American Specialty Health. This is the first heat of the Cal Cup, first of 4 heats as a matter of fact. And we will have Grand Valley, University of California, San Diego, Gonzaga, California Maritime Academy, and Long Beach State in the first of 4. In the following heat, starting at approximately 7:28, will be Orange Coast College, Purdue, UC Davis, UCLA, and Alabama. In the third of 4 will be British Columbia, MIT, Notre Dame, San Diego State University, Humboldt State, and Chapman College. And finally, the fourth heat of the Cal Cup will be Santa Clara, San Diego, Boston College, UC Irvine, Colorado, and Vanderbilt. So we are awaiting the start of our 7:20 race. This will be the first of 4 in the men's Varsity 8 with, sponsored by the American Specialty Health. This is the first heat of the Cal Cup, featuring Grand Valley, UC San Diego, Gonzaga Maritime Academy from California, and Long Beach State.
Yes. I just had to go look. We have 3 cameras right now. And the finish,
Okay.
Kate will be in touch with you. Okay. Kate will be in touch with you about how far to follow up.
Well, our first race is underway, and this is the first heat of 4 that is involved with the Cal Cup, sponsored by American Specialty Health. And we are experiencing some technical problems with the audio all the way down at the other end of the race course. So we will need to kind of pick this up slowly as we come along, as our position is here. Crews are outside the 100-meter breakage area. And it appears that we have a very tight race at the beginning of this race here, with the University of California, San Diego edging out in front and eclipsing Grand Valley. It appears that Gonzaga is in the 3rd position at this time, but they are moving up. Once again, the intention is to have crews covered from the water at the far end down there, the first 500 meters. And right now we are in a situation where it appears that lane 4, CMA, has moved up. Then along the shoreline is the University of California. They have led throughout. There is still no open water back to Gonzaga, CMA. Check that, Long Beach State on. Long Beach State on the outside. I cannot see the bow markers. I have no idea who's where. Is that 2? CMA, the California Maritime Academy, appointing themselves rather well in this race to this point. You know, if I'm up there, I can at least fake it. Is there any way to get a mic up there? Once again, race number 1 in the Cal Cup Heat A is on the water at this time.
So Brian's down.
And having some technical difficulties with our on-the-water race announcer.
Wait, is he even going out?
Can you see the
Like 2, 1, and then
University of California, San Diego has recaptured the lead. Grand Valley is challenging them. California Maritime Academy, threatening in the early stages to be on the lead, has fallen back. Gonzaga is beginning to challenge, and on the far outside is Long Beach.
Paul, you are live. Give us a picture. We finally got it when he turned around and started moving. I'm heading back towards the start. Damn, now the picture's perfect.
Yep.
Back towards the start.
Okay.
Yeah.
This guy go down.
That's what I'm saying.
Let's get the finish camera.
I don't know.
Our apologies to folks on the World Wide Web and also to the beach here. We're still trying to rectify some technical problems as we pick up the first race coming down here for the Cal Cup, sponsored by American Specialty Health. In lane number 2, this is University of California, San Diego on the lead. They're being challenged on the shoreline by Grand Valley. Back in the third position is Gonzaga, California Maritime Academy on the outside, and Long Beach State. So the unofficial yet apparent winner is the University of California, San Diego, followed by Grand Valley, and then some open water back to Gonzaga, the California Maritime Academy, about stern to bow marker back, and then Long Beach State is trailing. Next up will be the second of the 4 heats here for the American Specialty Health Cal Cup. And in this particular lineup, in lane 1 will be Orange Coast College. Purdue will be pulling out of lane number 2. In lane number 3, the University of San Diego, UCLA is in lane number 4. And Alabama, all the way from the southeast, will be visiting us here, and they will be rolling out of lane number 5. Well, apparently we have a drone working in the area, which is certainly get some great shots, but because of the airport transponder that is out in the middle of Mission Bay, this is considered airspace for the airport and for transportation safely in and out of San Diego's Lindbergh Field. So this is a space where we need to have the drones down and out of the way. Unfortunately, if the problem persists, we're going to need to pursue it a little bit more strongly. So if you are the drone pilot, apologize for losing out on a beautiful shot, which admittedly you do get from the air. But the situation is that this is restricted space for drone flight of any altitude. So if you would kindly get your drone out of the way, why everybody would, for want of a better word, live happily ever after.
Now, it finally seems like we're off Orange right now we're okay. We're up and running, but too far down we don't get it.
This
And
is
then
great
maybe
call.
now
We
we're
got
just
you.
solid.
Second race is underway. This is the men's varsity 8 American Specialty Health Cal Cup second heat. And in the lineup, it's Orange Coast College in lane number 1, Purdue in lane 2, University of California Davis in lane 3, UCLA is in lane number 4, and visitors from the Southeast, Alabama, having their presence here at the San Diego Crew Classic, and they are out there in lane number 5. So 5 crews in this one. 2 will move forward, and we will try to pick up the race progress as soon as we have an opportunity to.
All right, Willie.
On the overview, it looks like the University of San Diego is on the lead in this one. Along the shoreline is Orange Coast College. They are always a very strong contender here at the Crew Classic. On the outside shoulder of University of San Diego would be UCLA, and outside of them is Alabama. So on the lead now, it appears that Orange Coast College has eclipsed University of San Diego, followed by UCLA, Alabama, and Purdue in lane number 2 on the trail. Tight race now between Orange Coast College, University of San Diego, and UCLA. Alabama on the far outside is not going away. The only crew that has dropped back somewhat would be Purdue by open water. On the shoreline, this is Orange Coast College. Outside, trying to fight it off for that second position that will move forward to the grand final, is University of San Diego. They are on the near side. On the far side is UCLA. But Orange Coast College appears to have this one in hand, as they have a stern to bow marker lead now over the University of San Diego. Unofficially, Orange Coast College followed by the University of San Diego. And then outside to UCLA, trailing then Alabama, and finally coming up, check that Purdue would come up and overtake Alabama as we get towards the end of this field. So the unofficial, yet apparent winner of the second heat here is Orange Coast College, and that is followed by apparently the crew in there was the University of California Davis, my error. Anyway, those are the 2 that move forward, set to go now at the stake boats with the next race. This is race number 4, and this is the men's varsity Cal Cup Heat C. In lane number 1, British Columbia, MIT is in lane 2, Notre Dame in lane number 3. San Diego State University outside in lane 4. Visitors from Northwest California, Humboldt State in lane 5, and Chapman College in lane number 6, and they're off.
right, the crew's now passing the 500-meter mark. This is event number 4, Calcott Heat C. Race leader is 1, British Columbia.
To indicate that the race right now is between British Columbia and MIT. There's a little bit of open water back to what appears to be Notre Dame and San Diego State University. And still waiting for a shot on Humboldt State and Chapman. Humboldt State coming out of lane number 5, Chapman in lane number 6.
Okay, that's Notre Dame in the green boat, so that's it goes British Columbia, Notre Dame, MIT.
British Columbia and Notre Dame now fighting it out. MIT dropping back just a little bit.
Yeah, so got it. See if it pops the light. So can't quite get that far with this. Willie? No. Oh, the video working? Well, the reason because the timing, the electronic timing is not working. I just wanted to double check. I mean, we're not having a problem getting the order of finish. No, I'm there. I can't get any order of finish. I just wanted the video.
Over Notre Dame. MIT dropping back to 3rd position. Top 2 will move forward. Still looking for San Diego State, Humboldt, and Chapman.
Paul's working much better.
Now he's like.
The same true for
British Columbia continues to lengthen out their lead. Now it is a stern to bow marker lead over Notre Dame. In the overview, Orange Coast checked that British Columbia along the shoreline, but out in lane number 3, that is Notre Dame. So it is British Columbia and Notre Dame nose to nose. MIT a short amount of open water back, and then the University, San Diego State University. Farther outside, that's Humboldt State, and Chapman is trailing. Entering the last 250 meters, still on the shoreline, British Columbia has apparently led it throughout. Stanford, check that Notre Dame has challenged them and continues to challenge as both crews ratchet up the stroke rate. MIT is a slight amount of open water back, and then San Diego State, Humboldt State, and Chapman College. British Columbia on the lead. Stroking now smoothly. They fought off a little bit of a challenge with 250 meters to go, but they apparently have this well in hand. MIT trying to get back up into the hunt, but they have some open water back behind Notre Dame. So coming across the finish line as the apparent yet unofficial winner is University of British Columbia. That is Notre Dame in second spot, open water back. Slight amount of open water back to MIT. And then looking to San Diego State University with a game row and quite a bit of open water back to Humboldt State, and even more so back to Chapman College. Once again, the unofficial winners of this, the third heat of 4, would be British Columbia, followed by Notre Dame, MIT, San Diego State, Humboldt, and Chapman still on the course. Next up is the 4th heat in this event. It is the Cal Cup, sponsored by American Specialty Health, and giving lane assignments: Santa Clara, University of San Diego, Boston College is in lane 3, UCI, the Anteaters, out in lane number 4, Colorado in lane 5, and Vanderbilt visiting the San Diego Crew Classic this year in lane number 6. Steady at the stake boats. May sound a bit redundant for those of you who are racing veterans. However, the crews have the first 100 meters that they can go, and hopefully during that time there will be no breakage. If there is breakage, the judges and the referee will make some decisions about how to handle the situation and whether the crews will be brought back and started again. So at the stake boats, ready to go, is the 4th of the 4 heats here for the Cal Cup. 2 of the leading 2 crews will be moving on.
Yes.
And we're off the next race.
Crews are underway.
Hold to start forever. Pick your battle. We're switching out all the hardware, all the transmission equipment to get us a signal. Brent. Hello?
Okay, we're getting nothing from down there, is that correct?
At the moment, that is correct. We're working on that. By the way, the start.
Crews have gotten through the first 100 meters with no breakage, so our race is on the water and on the way.
So.
Santa Clara appears to be off to a good start. They are followed by the University of San Diego. And then panning back through the field, it appears to be Boston College, Irvine, Colorado, and Vanderbilt.
Yep, keep on holding them for as long as possible. Yeah, so, no, that's good, let's hold on here. But we're having interference problems on
The lead crew, which we identify as Santa Clara, now has a stern to bow marker lead over the University of San Diego, but San Diego only has about a 3-seat lead over Boston College. Then out of the picture, UCI, Colorado, and Vanderbilt. Santa Clara has opened up a much larger lead now over the University of San Diego, but USD is still battling Boston College on the outside, followed by Irvine, Colorado, and Vanderbilt.
Do you mind if I take these?
Coming to you, Nico.
But that's where those, I followed those cables already. Yeah,
This is plugged into that.
so this guy is plugged into one of these lights.
Can we get an overview? There we go.
Light in the other.
So they are
So they're
strapped
focused.
in. 1, 2, 4, 3, 6, 5.
Santa Clara continues to be on the lead. They are on the shoreline. Let's look at the lane assignments once again in this one. Santa Clara in lane 1, current leader. In lane number 2, it's University of San Diego. Boston College in lane 3. Irvine is in lane 4. Colorado in lane 5 and Vanderbilt in lane 6. And the way it's appearing to shake out right now, Santa Clara is on the lead. University of San Diego is fighting off UC Irvine as Boston College has dropped back. Vanderbilt has moved up on the outside, and Colorado continues to trail. This is Santa Clara along the shoreline with what appears to be a comfortable lead. University of San Diego now being challenged on the far outside in lane number 4 by UC Irvine. Then we have open water back to Vanderbilt in Colorado. Santa Clara moving smoothly with about a half boat length of open water back to University of San Diego in lane 2. UC Irvine put on a furious drive right about 500 meters to go, but the University of San Diego held them off. The unofficial winner, Santa Clara, followed by the University of San Diego, about a 5-seat lead over UC Irvine on the outside. And then an interesting battle here for the next spot. Shoreline side, Boston College. Outside, Vanderbilt. Very close outside. Looks like Vandy may have gotten in there unofficially. Boston College and then Colorado still on the race course.
You got the finish line is here. And we can't move them.
No, I didn't. I just. Yep, everything is down.
Next up is going to be the Cal Cup for the women. This is the Women's Collegiate Varsity 8 width Cal Cup Heat A, and there will be only 2 heats in this one, so the top 3 will move forward. Quick lane assignments for race number 6. Stanford in lane number 1, Sacramento State in lane 2, San Diego State is in lane 3, Villanova is out there in lane 4, and from Texas, Southern Methodist University is in lane number 5. That's coming up next. The Women's Collegiate Varsity Cal Cup, first of 2 heats. Our crews are underway. We'll keep an eye out on that first 100 meters to make sure that they're all off and running well without breakage. Appears to be Stanford on the shoreline off to a nice early lead. Check that. This is Stanford on an early lead. Appears that Sac State would be in second spot. We have any commercials we need to sneak in here? I'm sorry, when? Okay. Approaching 1,000 meters left to go in this race. Stanford, as I mentioned, got off to an excellent start and has the lead. They're being shadowed by Sacramento State, San Diego State, and Villanova, all in a tight bunch for the second spot. Top three will move forward. Southern Methodist on the far outside trailing. Stanford continues on the lead, but it's a very tight race between Sacramento State, San Diego State, Villanova, and SMU. There is no clear water between the second echelon of this race. However, Stanford is continuing to have their way. San Diego State is the leader of the second group. Sac State, Villanova, and SMU in a very tight bunch in the second part of this race. There is some open water between Stanford and San Diego State and Sacramento State, Villanova, and SMU. This is San Diego State now beginning to exert their situation in second spot, but still it's almost a dead heat between Sacramento and Villanova, with SMU trailing Stanford on the lead as they have been throughout. This is the first of two heats in the Cal Cup for women's collegiate rowing. Lane assignments once again, Stanford in lane one on the lead as they have been throughout. Sacramento State in the second lane, San Diego State in second place in the third lane, then Villanova and SMU in lanes 4 and 5. Stanford continuing with the lead. San Diego State, albeit open water back, has not lost any ground. Top three will move forward, so we are looking at Sacramento State in lane number 2, Villanova in 4, for the third position to move forward. Top positions move forward to the grand final. The trailing positions to the petite final. This is Stanford along the shoreline. They are being challenged on the far outside now as SMU has moved up. But Stanford has been in control throughout. I suspect that their coach will be very pleased with the way they got out of the blocks because they have led this one wire to wire. It is Stanford along the shoreline. Then outside to San Diego State, the Aztecs have not been able to overcome a little bit of open water, but as the second position boat, they will be moving forward. The third position boat right now also moving forward appears to be Sacramento State. On the far outside, SMU has come back into the picture somewhat, but they have they're trailing by open water, and then there are a couple of boat lengths of open water back to Villanova. Stanford University apparently will be the winner in a wire-to-wire run. Cardinal come across the line. San Diego State will be in that second position unofficially, and then about 4 seats back is Sacramento State. Outside, Villanova just finishing up a bit of open water. Check that, SMU with a bit of open water, and Villanova is trailing. So the unofficial crews to move forward in this particular first heat of the Women's Cal Cup will be Stanford number 1, San Diego State University 2, Sacramento State 3, and SMU and Villanova will go to a petite final. Next up on beautiful San Diego's Mission Bay will be the second heat in the Women's Collegiate Varsity 8 Cal Cup. Looking at the lane assignments, it's Tennessee in lane number 1. Loyola Marymount is in lane number 2. Cruising out of lane number 3 will be George Washington University. St. Joseph's is in lane 4. St. Mary's in lane 5. And Santa Clara will be out in lane 6 in this crew, and this race is underway. Damn sunspots. Is that 1-2? The early call from 500 meters into the race. Tennessee on the lead, Loyola Marymount and George Washington coming up on them. St. Joseph, St. Mary, and Santa Clara trailing, with Santa Clara beginning to move up on the outside. Leadership has not changed. Tennessee continues to be on the lead with Loyola Marymount and George Washington in 2-3. St. Mary's has moved up on St. Joseph's, and Santa Clara is trailing. Going through 1,000 meters left to go in this race. It is Tennessee, Loyola Marymount, and George Washington. That's been pretty much the way it's been from the first 1,000 meters. Followed by St. Mary, open water back, St. Joseph's, and Santa Clara. For that second spot, Loyola's bow is almost even with Tennessee's Coxon as they come to the Ingraham Street Bridge area. An area so far, despite all the wind warnings in this area, we have not had the winds kick up particularly. George Washington has edged up to where they are only about 5 seats behind. And then St. Mary's and St. Joseph, followed by Santa Clara on the outside. Our race beginning to tighten up just a bit as now Loyola Marymount is moved to only about 6 seats behind the leader, Tennessee, with George Washington somewhat in a similar position. Understand that these 3 crews that I just mentioned as the leaders 1, 2, 3 will be moving on. Outside, St. Mary's has made a move on George Washington. St. Joseph's back a little bit, and on the far outside, it is Santa Clara. Things have tightened up considerably in the last 500 meters as the crews get into the last 500 meters of this, the Women's Collegiate Cal Cup. Second heat of 2, so 3 will move on and 3 will go to the petite final. On the shoreline, this is Tennessee. They have led throughout. They are now being challenged mightily on their outside shoulder by Loyola Marymount and George Washington. Then we have some open water back to St. Joe's eclipsing St. Mary's, and Santa Clara with a lot of open water back is trailing. Tennessee on the shoreline. Although these first 3 will move forward, an interesting battle is shaping up between Loyola Marymount and George Washington. Tennessee on the lead, Loyola Marymount in lane number 2, trying to fight off George Washington for that second spot. Then outside, a little bit of a bug tussle between St. Joseph's in lane 4 and St. Mary's in lane 5. Santa Clara is trailing. This is Tennessee, and they have gone almost wire to wire. Unofficial winner, Tennessee, followed by bow marker to stern to St. Loyola Marymount, and about the same split to George Washington. Some open water back now to St. Joseph's that made a game row from about 1,000 meters on in to be able to overtake St. Mary's, and then open water back to Santa Clara. Folks, we have a lot of fine sponsors that are involved with us here at the San Diego Crew Classic, and without regard to whether you do business specifically with them or not, we'd certainly appreciate it if you would acknowledge to these folks that you enjoy their participation in the San Diego Crew Classic. One of the sponsors for us would be Sharp Memorial Hospital. They are a gold sponsor. Reach your health goals at the Cushman Wellness Center, and you can find out more about that by checking in with their website, sharp.com/Cushman.
They're supposed to print that out. We should check why they don't have that print.
This is the women's collegiate
underway on the water. Where else? This is the Women's Collegiate Varsity Division 2-3 club race. There are 2 heats in this one. Western Washington is in lane number 1, Humboldt State in lane 2. Purdue is in lane 3. Seattle Pacific working out of lane number 4. Our visitors from Northwest California, Humboldt State University in lane number 5. Colorado is in 6. And Arizona State from Tempe Lake is in lane number 7.
I think I found a solution.
Lane 2, then lane 1 out front, and then I don't see who's in third. Humboldt State, Western Washington, and then it looks like back to.
There are 2 Humboldt States in this thing.
3, so it goes lane 2, 1, 3, 5. At the moment. Battle for first though between Western Washington and Humboldt State 1.
Race is off and going, and right now we have a strong competition between the Humboldt State A boat in lane number 2 and Western Washington in lane number 1. Lane assignments once again. Purdue is in lane number 3. Seattle Pacific is in lane 4. The Humboldt State B boat is in lane number 5. Really great. I had them in the last race.
Hey, so if you could, after they go past you and you zoom into the faces, it looks awesome. When you kind of pan from all the way left, from all the way to all the way right, it looks kind of weird. So like, just hold your shot
Who's
as
this?
soon as you
2?
can see faces. So if it's like 2,
3 is on the lead?
the other ones gather into your frame, you can do like a slow.
Okay.
But like the faster pans, it just looks a little.
6.
So.
Okay, thank you.
1, 3, 5, 4, 6.
Yeah, when
Nearing the 1,000-meter mark,
pretty far away from
continues to be a bow marker to bow marker battle between the Humboldt State A boat and Western Washington, with Humboldt A just slightly out in front. In fact, they have moved out in front a little bit more substantially now to about 6 seats over Western Washington. Purdue in lane number 3 follows, and then the Humboldt State B boat, followed by Seattle Pacific, Colorado, and Arizona State University.
yes, you're free to go. Thank you, Nico.
This is the second of 2 heats for the Division II, Division III Women's Varsity Collegiate Club event. Western Washington and Humboldt State, their A boat battling it out at the beginning. Purdue, followed by Humboldt State B, Seattle Pacific, Colorado, and San Diego State. Check that, Arizona State. Checking the lane assignments once again. Western Washington trailing ever so slightly in lane number 1. Our leader is the Humboldt State A boat in lane 2. Purdue in lane 3. Seattle Pacific is in lane 4, trying to catch up to the Humboldt State B boat in lane 5, followed by Colorado and Arizona State. It was a bow marker to bow marker battle between Humboldt State's A boat and Western Washington through the early part of this race, but now Western Washington has gotten into the lead with Humboldt State A boat almost open water back. Then in the third lane, that is Purdue on the far outside. Appears to be the Humboldt B boat, followed by Seattle Pacific. All the way on the outside, Arizona State University. This is Western Washington along the shoreline, and after a bow marker to bow marker battle with Humboldt State and their A boat, Western Washington has gotten their nose into the lead and now has a relatively comfortable lead with some open water back to the Humboldt A boat. More open water back to Purdue. And then a very interesting battle for the 4th position. This is Seattle Pacific coming up on the Humboldt State B boat, and that would be the race to watch. At the beginning, Western Washington, Humboldt A, and Purdue, but let's look in lanes 4 and 5. Coming down to the wire on stroke, and whoever has the last stroke will get their nose up there, and it appears to be Seattle Pacific just by a hair over the Humboldt State B boat, and then some open water back to Colorado and Arizona State University.
So Paul, just continue doing the same thing for now. We'll let you know when we have that solution.
Next up will be race number 9. This is the second of 2 heats in the Women's Collegiate Division 2-3 club event. Looking at lane assignments, the University of California, San Diego. Grand Valley will be in lane number 2. Orange Coast College in lane 3. University of California, Davis is in lane 4. Long Beach State out of lane 5. University of California, San Diego B boat will be in lane number 6. And Chapman College will be out there in lane number 7 as the crews await what's going on here.
And they're off.
The race is underway.
Paul, we haven't gotten a solid more than 3 seconds of broadcast recording since we started this thing. So it's just cuts in, cuts out, cuts in, cuts out. So there's no way I'm possibly going to go to audio with that scenario.
The crews apparently through the first 100 meters, so no problem with breakage.
They come perpendicular to you. And we'll get anytime I get anything, I go to it. Right? But we are working on a backup, transmit receive system, and the other launch. Yeah, we'll not use that terminology. We'll call it the backup, send receive unit, and then we'll go from there. Right? So we're working on that as a parallel, but yes, we're up. You're getting close. We're getting close. I'll tell you when we will go live to you. Now, here's the thing. Keep filming, because if it ever does go live, and the other one is it's critical, even with a set, just any picture, for me to get the order to feed to the people who are calling. Yeah, no, I know. It's San Diego. Yes, I will. All right, yeah, so right now is when I would go live to you. Right? Sure.
Okay.
One's Collegiate Varsity, which is
Alright, we're getting this.
In the early going, University of California San Diego A boat has a lead over Grand Valley, followed by UC Davis and then Orange Coast College. Long Beach State, the University of California San Diego B boat, and then comes Chapman. Nearing 1,000 meters, the A boat from the University of California San Diego continues on the lead, followed by Grand Valley, then moving out to lane number 4. That is UC Davis in the third position. Orange Coast College, a continuing strong competitor here at the San Diego Crew Classic over the years, is in lane number 4. Check that, lane number 3 in fourth position. Long Beach State followed by the University of California B boat, and then Chapman College. This is University of California San Diego, currently holding off Grand Valley. Hopefully you'll have an opportunity to stop by and purchase one of the Crew Classic programs, and you can follow along with that and or the scoreboard that is beneath. Check that to the north side of the big white tent that's on the knoll here, and finding race number 9, the Women's Collegiate Varsity. This is Division 2-3 Club, and it is the second heat. University of California San Diego's A boat continuing to move out in front. There was a rather tight battle between themselves and Grand Valley through the first part of this race, but the Tritons have moved forward and are cruising along the shoreline here. Out in lane number 5, Long Beach State has pushed themselves into contention. Along the shore, University of California, San Diego. Grand Valley threatening them, but all the way on the outside is Long Beach State. I think, help me out here. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. University of California, San Diego B boat is working on showing up the A boat, but they have a lot of ground to gain. University of California San Diego A boat along the shoreline. Grand Valley has been their threat throughout, but now we have some open water back to the B boat for the Tritons. Long Beach State and UC Davis, and on the far outside is Chapman. This is University of California San Diego A-Boat on the lead. They have about a 6-seat lead over Grand Valley. Then some open water back to something that's looking very interesting between Orange Coast College and the University of California San Diego B-Boat on the outside. Whoever has the last rowing in their the blade in the water looks like they might win it. And along the shoreline, Orange Coast College held on. University of California San Diego B-Boat on the outside, followed by Davis, and Chapman College is trailing. Next up is race number 10. This is the first of two heats in the men's Collegiate Copley Cup Invitational. California will be in lane 1, Michigan Rowing Association in lane number 2, and the University of California Santa Barbara in lane number 3. This is the premier men's event here at the San Diego Crew Classic, and the second heat will feature Yale, Stanford, and the University of Victoria. But we're waiting on race number 10, Cal, Michigan Rowing Association, and UC Santa Barbara. And the race is underway. University of California has really kicked it in the early going and has taken a relatively substantial lead over Michigan. And University of California Santa Barbara on the far outside. This is the first of two heats in our men's division. The primary invitational race here for the Copley Cup at the San Diego Crew Classic. California on the lead, and they have opened a rather substantial lead in the early going. Once again, coming out of the starting stake boats as if they were lit on fire. They have open water back to Michigan Rowing Association and then the University of California Santa Barbara. First to the Cal Cup. Yale is in the next setup, race 11, and they are here defending their 2016 championship run for the Cal Cup, or check that, for the Copley Cup. They came down in a pinch under 6 minutes last year to win it, but right now we're looking at California. The California crew had their 3-race streak broken by Yale last year. So the Golden Bears were the winners of the Copley Cup in 2013, 14, and 15, and then Yale snuck in there last year. It is Cal on the lead, open water. They are closest to the shoreline here. University of California Santa Barbara has stepped up and moved into that second position on the outside, with Michigan trailing now. A very, very smart row by Cal, as they have gotten off to the early lead and continued to expand on that as we come down our 2,000-meter course here on San Diego's Mission Bay.
We're gonna go to we're gonna do another commercial after this one.
Cal with like a 3 open water boat length lead in this one. And certainly in the early going here of the crew racing season, they showed that their work in the boathouse and on their practice water has certainly paid off. This is University of California. Michigan has scooted back up into the second position, and University of California Santa Barbara has slid back. Unofficially, at the finish line, University of California, and unless University of California Santa Barbara throws something down here, it will be Michigan, then Santa Barbara. So once again, the unofficial lineup here, Cal, Michigan Rowing Association, and the University of California Santa Barbara. Next up will be the defending champion of the Cal Cup for the Crew Classic, Yale, Stanford, and the University of Victoria. San Diego Crew Classic is thankful for all the many volunteers that work here at the Crew Classic. They would also specifically like to point out the Newport Aquatic Center. Big thanks to the NAC for providing stillwater vessels for the regatta. It takes a ton of people to put this on for you every year, and if you see a volunteer around, please say thank you, and also note the Newport Aquatic Center for their fine assistance in the 2017 San Diego Crew Classic.
We're gonna go to the next one.
Another primary sponsor for the 2017 Crew Classic is the David C. Copley Foundation. And, of course, the Classic owes a great debt of gratitude to the David C. Copley Foundation for their continued support of rowing and this event in particular. The David C. Copley Corporation. Sometimes pronounced in your language, foundation. The second part of the Copley Cup Invitational is on the water with Yale in lane number 1, Stanford in lane 2, and the University of Victoria in lane 3. Yale, of course, defending their championship. They won it last year, breaking a 3-year string turned in by California. The early call through the first 500 meters, Yale, Stanford, and the University of British Columbia in that order. Approaching 1,000 meters, Yale, the early leader, now has open water over Stanford in lane number 2 on the outside. University of Victoria is trying to hang in there and keep up.
I'm a big SC fan. It's back everywhere. Like, I would put them all back up for she's all the time.
Yale continues to be on the lead. They are closest to the shoreline in lane number 1. Moving along smoothly. White shell, black and white jerseys. Coming back to Stanford in lane number 2, open water back. And then the University of Victoria, about a boat length of open water. They're out there in lane number 3. Yale and California separated in their heats here because the two were nose-to-nose combatants last year, in which Yale broke the string of 3 years of California dominance here in the Copley Cup at the San Diego Crew Classic.
So when we're announcing that event, I think he just got it. Okay, well hang on to that. It's a hard copy you guys can have. Here now has the information, so you guys hang on to that one.
Approaching the 1,500 meter mark, it is still Yale, Stanford, and Victoria. Stanford making a bit of a move right at the 500 meter mark, left to go in the race. Open water back to Victoria. Along the shoreline, defending champion Yale. Stanford making a move to close down some deficit to Yale, but they will probably come across the finish line in second spot. Then there's open water back to the University of Victoria. This is the second of 2 heats in the Copley Cup. Yale, the defending champion, will have a stern to bow marker lead over Stanford as they cross the finish line, the unofficial result, and then some open water back about a boat length to the University of Victoria.
It's on a 10-foot pole. That's what I mean. It's down there on the We totally could. But we need another run of this cable. We've got. It's true.
12, looking at the lineup, Texas, Austin, University of Texas, University of Wisconsin, UCLA, University of Victoria, and UC Santa Barbara. This is the first of 2 heats in the premier event for women here at the 2017 San Diego Crew Classic. In the second echelon will be USC, Washington State, San Diego, and British Columbia. But next up, Texas, Wisconsin, UCLA, Victoria, and Santa Barbara. The crews are underway, and this is the first of two heats for the premier women's event here at the Crew Classic. This is the Jessup Whittier Cup, the Women's Collegiate Varsity. And in lane number 1, Texas, Wisconsin in lane 2, UCLA in lane 3, it's Victoria in lane 4, and the University of California, Santa Barbara is in lane 5. They are outside the 100-meter mark with no breakage. They're on the way. Battle shaping up in the early going between Texas in lane number 1 and Wisconsin in lane number 2. Neither crew giving way here in the early going of the race. We might give about a 2-seat or maybe a 1-seat lead to Texas over Wisconsin at this point. Wow, if this one continues down our 2,000 meters, we're going to have two exhausted crews. Texas in lane number 1 and Wisconsin in lane 2. It appears that the leader is the last one that put blades into the water. Then there's some open water back, and we'll try to pick up the combatants in those lanes of UCLA, University of Victoria, and the University of California, Santa Barbara. But we have what you would term a barn burner at the beginning. They are literally bow marker to bow marker. In lane number 1, it is Texas. In lane number 2, it is Wisconsin. And as I just mentioned, the last crew that put the blades into the water is the one that has the lead. And you know, if you've been around racing for any length of time, that is an extremely tenuous lead. Albeit both of them have settled into about a 34 to a 36. Sliding back to UCLA, slight amount of open water back, but we really have a battle going between Texas and Wisconsin.
Victoria, then UCLA there. So it goes the first two, and then it's Victoria, and then UCLA. Victoria's the yellow boat.
Victoria in the gold shell or yellow shell has slid into third position, eclipsing UCLA. So it goes Texas and Wisconsin, and now Texas has edged ever so slightly out in front of Wisconsin. UCLA has fallen back. Victoria is driving in there, and the University of California, Santa Barbara is trailing. Victoria, very consistent, has stayed with the leaders, although Texas and Wisconsin went out in blazing manner. UCLA is in that fourth position. 3 will move forward to the grand final unless they stretch it out to 8 lanes. That is Texas and Wisconsin on the lead. Victoria continuing to hold off UCLA, and then UC Santa Barbara on the far outside. In the early going, a blistering pace put together by Texas and Wisconsin. Texas on the near side, Wisconsin just outside shoulder, then Victoria beginning to make a move on the far outside, then UC Santa Barbara and UCLA. What lane? 2, Victoria continues to shadow the leaders on the shoreline. That's Texas, then Wisconsin, but Victoria has nosed in there. On the outside, the University of California, Santa Barbara. On the shoreline, this is Texas, and it looks like they have won the battle. Entering into the last 250 meters, my gracious, during the first part of this race, they were literally bow marker to bow marker all the way down. It might be that Wisconsin, having a strong lead over Victoria and UCLA, may have decided to get off the gas a little bit and save something for the championship races. This is Texas along the shoreline. Stern to bow marker lead over Wisconsin as they approach the end of this 2,000 meters. UCLA has gotten back in against Victoria, and then the University of California, Santa Barbara. The unofficial winner, Texas, followed by a slight amount of open water back to Wisconsin, about a boat length and a half back to UCLA, as UCLA fought off a challenge by Victoria over the latter part of this race. The University of Victoria in fourth spot, and on the far outside, that is the University of California, Santa Barbara.
Let's run the Suja ad.
Hang on, we still have somebody out there.
Alright. Let's run the ad.
Let's go finish. Let's get this. Let's go.
Next up will be the second heat of the Jessup Whittier Cup, and it will feature USC, Washington State, San Diego, and the University of British Columbia. The Crew Classic thanks
Suja.
The Crew Classic thanks Suja for keeping the volunteers hydrated. Suja was founded by San Diegans and is now the fastest growing organic, cold pressured, and non-GMO beverage company in the United States. A big hats off to Suja from the San Diego Crew Classic.
Don't know. Paul's coordinating with Willie, and I think what we're trying to do is get the announcer onto the launch at the back. So the backup system's working. So we're going to use the backup system, and that will do sound too.
And Heat B of the premier San Diego women's races here for the Jessup Whittier Cup is underway. USC in lane number 1, Washington State in lane 2, University of San Diego in lane 3, and British Columbia is in lane 4.
Where's the
University of Southern California on the early lead here. They are in lane number 1. USC with a good start is on the lead. Washington State is trailing, then the University of San Diego, and then the University of British Columbia. USC continues on the lead, and they have open water back to a very tight contest between Washington State and the University of San Diego, with University of British Columbia trailing. USC continues on the lead. Along the shoreline, Washington State and USD in the second and third position, and then University of British Columbia on the far outside as they have come up to challenge University of San Diego. The Toreros had the best of them earlier, but UBC has battled back. Still on the lead, USC, almost a wire-to-wire run here, but it looks like second place is going to shape up to something. This is the second in the premier women's race here for the second heat for the Jessup Whittier Cup. USC has it in hand. Washington State now being challenged on the outside by the University of British Columbia and then the University of San Diego. Unofficially, USC the winner by about a half boat length of open water. Washington State in second spot will hold off UBC, and coming on strong at the end, the University of San Diego, but they cannot eclipse the University of British Columbia. So the unofficial winner in this race turns out to be the University of Southern California, followed by Washington, UBC, and University of San Diego. Collegiate Varsity 4 with the Karen Plumlee Courtney Cup. This is the first of 3 heats in this particular category. And in the race will be Texas, San Diego, Tennessee, University of California, Santa Barbara, and Santa Clara. What do we have here? Wait a minute. Hold on. I didn't mark a race off. Okay, Texas. Texas is on the lead in this, the 14th race, the Karen Plumlee Courtney Cup. It is the first of 3 heats. It is a women's varsity 4 with Texas on the lead, followed by Tennessee and then San Diego. To the outside, it is Santa Barbara and then Santa Clara. And 6 or 4 and 5. Coming through 1,000 meters, Texas continues on the lead. And then we have Tennessee on their outside shoulder, and between the two, the University of San Diego trying to hang in there. Santa Barbara on the outside and Santa Clara. Battle right now between San Diego and Tennessee, and it looks like the San Diego crew has edged ever so slightly in front. So we're continuing to look at Texas as the leader, followed by San Diego and Tennessee. Then to the outside, Santa Barbara and Santa Clara. Very tightly contested here for second and third, with the leader being Texas, and they have about a boat length of open water over San Diego and Tennessee. This is four with race number 14, the Women's Collegiate Karen Plumley Courtney Cup Heat A. This is the first of three. And Texas, the Burnt Orange, is pointing themselves very well in this particular race. They have open water over a battle for second between San Diego and Tennessee, and then open water back to Santa Barbara and Santa Clara. Through the Ingraham Street Bridge area, which historically has been very windy, but today we've been blessed despite the wind warnings that the county has had over the last 2 days. San Diego lengthening out their lead for second spot over Tennessee. Texas continues to be on the lead, and then San Diego, Tennessee, the Gauchos from the University of California, Santa Barbara, and Santa Clara on the trail.
Brian, you can turn around.
Getting close to 500 meters left to go in this 2,000-meter race. 2K on Mission Bay. Texas is in the lead as they have been throughout. Tennessee and San Diego have traded back and forth for that second spot, but currently San Diego has the edge with Tennessee in third. Then outside to Santa Barbara and Santa Clara. Guys got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Texas continues on the lead. Tennessee looks like they've gotten back into the battle here against San Diego as the Volunteers traded places with the University of San Diego back and forth. Santa Barbara on the far outside and Santa Clara is trailing. A comfortable lead for Texas. San Diego and Tennessee arguing with each other. San Diego back in that second spot. Santa Barbara on the far outside trailing, and then comes Santa Clara. This is four with the first of three in the women's collegiate event with 4 rowers and a coxswain. Just barely see the head of the coxswain on the Texas boat. She is in front. And they have a substantial lead. University of San Diego, after trading places several times with Tennessee down the race course, now has a slight amount of open water over the Volunteers. And then Santa Barbara and Santa Clara trailing. So it is unofficially Texas, followed by San Diego and Tennessee. University of California, Santa Barbara, and Santa Clara still on the water. Looking forward to race number 15, the second of the 3 heats in this event. University of Southern California in lane 1, their arch rival UCLA in lane 2. Lane 3 is occupied by Sacramento State. Southern Methodist University is in lane number 4. And up from the south, Baja California is in lane number 5. The second of the three is underway as Santa Clara comes across the finish line in the previous race. Once again, looking at the lane assignments, USC in lane number 1, UCLA in lane 2, Sacramento State in lane 3, Southern Methodist in lane 4, and Baja California is in lane number 5.
That's why I was asking Willie, can you get at least audio between, he can hear us, hand it off to him, because he can pick it up visually from that scissor lift. I gotcha. And that's where Alan rocks.
Well, okay, fair enough.
Working on it, Alan. But they can't get you a monitor up there. Okay, that's okay.
The far outside with Baja California appointing themselves rather well today. Sacramento State and then SMU. This is USC on the lead. For width in this event. Top two will move on. Got some open water back to their trailing boat, which is UCLA. More open water back to Baja. Their inside shoulder is Sacramento State, and trailing is SMU. What would be a major assist is he continues to have their way in this particular race. Women's four width. They have an open water lead back to UCLA. Baja California, relatively new to the racing scene, is hanging in there in third spot, followed by Sacramento State and SMU. Okay, San Diego State is there. Let's see, Wisconsin, Washington State. Oh. Okay, U.S. and St. Mary's. Had them somewhere in here. State and SMU. Moving comfortably along the shoreline at USC, and they have led it throughout. Lots of open water back to UCLA, which must make the Trojans smile. UCLA very gamely shadowed by Baja on the outside. Then there's lots of open water back to Sacramento State, and SMU is trailing. So the air horn sounding the official finish, and yet unofficially it is USC as the leader and winner. UCLA in second spot. Baja California comes in third, and still on the water, Sacramento State and SMU. Okay. Next race is underway in the Karen Plumley Courtney Cup, the Women's Collegiate 4 width. Lane assignments: Wisconsin in lane number 1, Washington State in lane 2. It's the Aztecs from San Diego State University in lane 3, and St. Mary's is in lane 4. The race is underway and outside the 100 meters, so we don't have any breakage or restart, and the crews are on their way down. San Diego State University is in lane number 3, and St. Mary's is in lane 4. Wisconsin continues on the lead, and they have about a 2-boat length of open water over Washington State. San Diego State and St. Mary's, pretty much in that order, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is the third and final heat. In this particular category, which is the Women's Collegiate Varsity 4 width.
That's my stress. Another issue, right? As an announcer, don't piss a coupon's mom off. Especially juniors. I've got all those. I've got the high school parents. All right, cool. Thanks for showing that.
So we lost the ball again. But this is still. We get a different line to cover.
I know how he uses it.
Wisconsin continues to lead as they have throughout. Got a good jump at the start and left Washington State in their wake. San Diego State is in third, and St. Mary's is working out of lane 4 and currently in that 4th position. The 8's coming down at 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes in that area, and obviously with half the crew, these are 4s, a little bit longer to maneuver down our 2,000-meter court. It starts, if you're on the internet and not aware of the course here at Mission Bay, SeaWorld is down at the start line, and they very graciously cooperate and allow us to use the stanchions of their tram ride or ski lift ride, if you will. Volunteers work that area and hang on to the crews as they back themselves into the stake boats and then get ready to run their 2,000 meters. And again, if you are new to the sport, if you can imagine even moving your arms without any kind of weight against them and moving those arms at 42 to 44 times in a minute during the early part of the race, and then doing that at about 34, 32, somewhere in there in the mid part of the race, and then kicking it back up again. You can imagine what outstanding shape these young people are in that come here and race every year at the San Diego Crew Classic. This is Wisconsin, and they have led throughout. They have a substantial amount of open water back to Washington State, likewise back to San Diego State, and likewise again back to St. Mary's. And the thing that is amazing about these rowers is they may get some collegiate help, but not that much. There is no NFL to speak of rowing, so they do this for the absolute pure love of it. As Wisconsin crosses the finish line, unofficially our winner in this heat. You're seeing an amazing amount of dedication and athletic prowess, even though they are not catching a football or hitting a softball or baseball or anything else like that. Washington State is across as the apparent second place. San Diego State University is in third spot, and St. Mary's still on the race course. On the water and underway is the first of 3 heats in the men's collegiate second varsity 8s. The Sharp Memorial Cup Heat A, California in lane 1, British Columbia 2, UC Santa Barbara in lane 3, San Diego State University in lane number 4, and Notre Dame in lane 5. In the other 2 heats, we have Yale, Santa Clara, Orange Coast College, UCLA, and UC Davis. And in the third of these 3, Stanford, Michigan Rowing Association, University of California, San Diego, the University of San Diego and Colorado. On the water and underway is the first of three: California in lane 1, British Columbia in lane 2, University of California, Santa Barbara in lane 3, San Diego State, the Aztecs in lane number 4, and the Irish in lane number 5.
So we have, can you point the camera at something interesting?
Oh,
We have, okay.
it's on Paul.
I'll call Paul. Okay, bye.
Is Paul our camera person now?
Okay, preview the same shot. Let's turn off this mic. Preview the same shot.
Which one? This
Any idea of the lineup? And University of California, Santa Barbara, with the Aztecs and Notre Dame hanging in there but trailing.
What, call me when you get a chance, okay? So Paul,
The lane assignments continue to be the order of progress right now. Cal in lane number 1, first. University of British Columbia in lane 2, second. University of California, Santa Barbara in lane 3 and third. And the Aztecs of San Diego State and Notre Dame are trailing.
on his shot.
Cal continues to be on the lead. On the far outside, Notre Dame is trying to make their presence felt. Then UC Santa Barbara with the University of British Columbia falling back just a bit, as is San Diego State. Comfortable lead, this is Cal. In a three-heat race, the top two will move forward. So it appears that California pretty well has that in hand. However, the University of British Columbia in lane number 2 and Santa Barbara in lane number 3 are in a bit of an argument right now as to who will be the second crew, with British Columbia beginning to insert themselves into that position. University of California, the apparent yet unofficial winner, as they come across about 3 or 4 boat lengths of open water. UBC has fought off the University of California Santa Barbara for that second spot. The Gauchos cruising into position number 3. Then outside, Notre Dame, who made a bit of a run at about 1,000 meters into this, have trailed back to the 4th position. And the Aztecs from San Diego State, open water back yet on the race course in the last spot.
The American Health Specialty Health, American Specialty Health. Hold your shot, Nico. Let's take it.
Next up will be the second part of this Sharp Memorial Cup Heat B for the men's collegiate second varsity. It will feature Yale, Santa Clara, Orange Coast College, UCLA, and UC Davis. National Health Specialty Services Company, American Specialty Health, is a longtime sponsor of the Men's Cal Cup. Thank you very much for your participation and sponsorship. And anytime you get an opportunity, please acknowledge these fine sponsors without regard to whether you do business with them specifically or not. Just the mention that you heard about them at the San Diego Crew Classic will aid our situation considerably.
So sporting. All right, we're going to So Sporting. Oh, wait, no. Yep.
You know, one of the fine sponsors here for a long period of time has been the So Sporty Group. They have a very outstanding display here on campus of the San Diego Crew Classic, and you're invited to stop by and to see their booth. The So Sporty is a proud sponsor of the San Diego Crew Classic Brunch on the Bay and wishes to thank all the volunteers who make this event possible. So Sporty has been making rowing apparel since 1987, and they are committed to quality products at affordable prices. Race number 18, the men's collegiate second varsity Sharp Memorial Cup, the second of 3 heats here, featuring Yale in the first position. Santa Clara is in lane 2. Orange Coast College, UCLA, and UC Davis complete the field. Is that the leader? Yale is currently on the lead, and they are in lane number 1 and in the number 1 position, and they've gotten off to an early lead. They have some open water back to Santa Clara, Orange Coast College, UCLA, and Davis. Yale continues on the lead. And they have open water back to Santa Clara.
So far, so good.
The Yaleys continue on the lead as they come through the Engraham Street Bridge area. Blessed today with very little wind. It has been very windy in Southern California over the last couple of days, and certainly the officials here at the San Diego Crew Classic had a concern about that. But nature has cooperated with this outstanding event and has cut down on the wind today at least, as we have relatively glassy conditions compared to sometimes when the wind coming through that Ingram Street Bridge area that you can see in the background of that crew can really blast the crews off course. And it's a particular challenge, especially to the novice rowers, as they contend with that wind tunnel, if you will, coming through that particular area. Yale on the lead, Santa Clara, Orange Coast College, UCLA, and Davis in that order currently.
So Paul's live. Paul, you are live. You are live. So I know that I can report that. Thank you very much. Okay, so well, he's still here.
Here along the shoreline is Yale. And they have really asserted themselves. Four or five boat lengths of open water back to the second place crew, Santa Clara. Their outside shoulder is Orange Coast College. UCLA, more open water back, and on the far outside, that's Davis. This is the second or third boat from Yale that we've seen so far, and in each case, they have certainly shown that their off-season training and early training here has paid off, because Yale really put the pedal to the metal here and has a substantial lead over Santa Clara. Santa Clara with open water back to Orange Coast College. Again, open water back to UCLA, and the same situation back to the University of California, Davis. So that was the first of, the second of three heats that we had here. The top two crews will be moving on to the final, and the third heat is getting ready to go. Stanford in lane number 1, Michigan Rowing Association in lane number 2. It is the Tritons in lane number 3 out of the University of California, San Diego. The Toreros from USD, and Colorado will be rowing out of lane number 5. And our race is underway, apparently through the first 100 meters, so we don't have any breakage, and we will give you a position estimate here shortly. Stanford is on the early lead in this, the second, check that, the third of the Sharp Memorial Cup Men's Collegiate second varsity. And on the lead, as I mentioned, is Stanford in lane number 1 and lane 4, University of San Diego, and lane 2, Michigan Rowing Association in a bow marker to bow marker battle with the University of California, San Diego, and Colorado trailing.
So now it's 1, 2, 4, 3. 2's moved through 4.
1, 2.
4, 3. 2 is moved.
Stanford continues to hang on to the lead, but the Michigan Rowing Association has placed themselves in front of USD, followed by the University of California, San Diego, and then Colorado. Especially if you are in a cold weather area, we would certainly ask you to mark on your calendar the first part of April of next year and come on out and join us. 60 degrees currently reported on Mission Bay or in Mission Bay Park under sunny skies with a high temperature going up to 69. The San Diego Convention and Visitors Bureau would love to have you come to San Diego, and we would too. Through 1,000 meters, Stanford Michigan Rowing Club, Rowing Association. The Toreros from the University of San Diego. The Tritons from the University of California, San Diego. And then Colorado. Outstanding early season rowing regatta here in San Diego. fight at the top. Stanford on the lead. However, Michigan and the University of San Diego after each other. In between is the University of California, San Diego. And trailing with quite a bit of open water is Colorado. The Cardinal on the shoreline, on the lead. Looks like Michigan Rowing Association will hold off an outside charge by University of San Diego. However, the Toreros are really pushing hard. UC San Diego has picked up the pace, but they are behind stern to bow marker. And then Colorado. At the unofficial finish, it is Stanford. A stern to bow marker lead over Michigan Rowing Association. A slight amount of open water back to the University of San Diego. And then a stern to bow marker margin between University of San Diego in fourth place, University of California, San Diego. And trailing still on the water is Colorado. That finishes up the heats here in the men's collegiate second varsity, sponsored by Sharp Memorial Hospital. Next up will be the women's collegiate second varsity, Jackie Ann Stitt Hungness, and there are 3 heats in that one. And we'll see Texas, San Diego, Tennessee, St. Mary's, and Southern Methodists. Row 2K, thank you for joining the San Diego Crew Classic team. That is Row 2K, and they have a nice display booth here on the campus. When you get an opportunity, please stop by our vendor display area and make sure you let them know that you have found out about them, obviously, here at the San Diego Crew Classic. If you're on the internet and have an opportunity to respond to any of the sponsors that we have, we'd certainly appreciate that. Obviously, we'd love to have you do business with them, but if you don't particularly have business with a sponsor that we have, at least let them know that you appreciate their participation in this outstanding spring event here in San Diego. On the way and underway is the first heat of the Jackie Ann Stitt Hungness competition for second level varsity eights. And in lane number 1, Texas, University of San Diego in lane number 2. In lane number 3 is Tennessee. St. Mary's is in 4, and SMU is in 5. In the early going, it is Texas, followed by Tennessee as they are going bow marker to bow marker, at least in the early going. University of San Diego is staying close, followed by St. Mary's and Southern Methodist University. As the crews are coming through the Ingraham Street Bridge area, it continues to be Texas, Tennessee on their outside shoulder, followed by University of San Diego, then some open water back to St. Mary's and SMU. Mentioned before that we've been blessed today by not having a hurricane that admittedly in Southern California we don't have them. However, wind warnings have been all over the place throughout the Southern California area and San Diego County in particular. And generally there is a hurricane force wind, euphemistically, coming from underneath the Ingraham Street Bridge, and the crews really battle it out coming through that area. But today the winds are very calm. The surface here is San Diego's Mission Bay is very flat. And that has certainly been a blessing to the crews as they work their way down our 2,000-meter course. We mentioned once before that the course begins at SeaWorld San Diego, and the crews come 2,000 meters to the north as they pass to the east of the peninsula here that is called Crown Point. And they finish up at the far northern end of Mission Bay, which extends all the way to the northeast, and that would be Campland by the Bay, one of our sponsors that helps out so magnificently here with the San Diego Crew Classic. Crews coming into the finish line, and it continues to be Texas, but Tennessee outside just refuses to go away. University of San Diego is open water back. Texas so far has the better part of Tennessee, but they have certainly been arguing back and forth throughout the first 1,500 meters of this 2,000-meter race. This is Tennessee along the shoreline. Check that, Texas is along the shoreline. Tennessee is outboard. Then there's a lot of open water back to the University of San Diego. Then more open water to St. Mary's and to SMU. The burnt orange fans are down at the finish line egging their crew on as Texas is about ready to approach and get the horn at the finish line. Unofficial winners, about a half boat length of open water back to Tennessee, and then 2 boat lengths of open water back to the University of San Diego, and about a similar amount of distance back to St. Mary's, with SMU trailing.
As they go, and you can still cut to the shot in their spurs.
Next up will be the second heat here for the Women's Collegiate Second Varsity 8s, Jackie Ann Stitt Hungnes Heat B. USC, UCLA, Sacramento State, Loyola Marymount, and the University of California, Santa Barbara. Race number 21 is on the water and on the way. This is the second heat of 3 in the Women's Collegiate Second Varsity 8+. In lane number 1, USC, UCLA. In lane number 2, Sacramento State. In 3, Loyola Marymount. In 4, University of California, San Diego. Check that, Santa Barbara in lane number 5. And the last time USC and UCLA went out on the water, it wasn't pretty, as USC won it by a considerable margin. However, UCLA came in second, so they'll have another opportunity in later races to see if they can amend the outcome.
Lane order is order of race right now.
USC is on the lead, and once again, they have gotten the better of UCLA, at least in the early going. Sac State is in third spot, Loyola Marymount in number 4, and the Gauchos out there in lane number 5. The crew from University of California, Santa Barbara. Well, the Trojans are getting the better of the Bruins once again, as earlier USC really thumped UCLA in an earlier race with 4s with. But SC and UCLA, good and close friends, as you well know. Sacramento State in third, Loyola Marymount in 4, and the Gauchos from Santa Barbara in lane number 5. So the Trojans have the better of it once again. UCLA has picked up the pace here right around the 1,000-meter mark as they close in on 1,750 meters into it. So the Bruins are deciding that they're not going to let USC run away with it this time. Sacramento State is in third, Loyola Marymount in fourth, and the University of California, Santa Barbara trailing on the far outside. Lots of crews like to make a move at that 1,000-meter mark, hoping to catch the leader napping. And that apparently was the strategy for UCLA. Let's see if it works out for them as the Trojans continue to be on the lead. UCLA in second, Sac State, Loyola Marymount, and Santa Barbara in that order. Is that two?
So let's keep running a little bit of overlap with both boats until we get comfortable that that protocol is going to work on all slots. And then we'll do first 1,000 and then all from that kind of 1,100 to 1,600.
Looks like the Bruins have accomplished what they want to accomplish as they have slipped into the lead here over USC. As they come down to the last 100 meters, UCLA in the lead took it over at about 1,750 meters. And the powdered blue Bruins are in the lead with USC in second spot. Open water back to Sacramento State. Stern to Baumarker lead for Sacramento State over Loyola Marymount and the University of California, Santa Barbara. This is UCLA. Looks like they decided to turn things around from the fours, and they have about a 6 or 7 seat lead over USC as they unofficially cross the finish line. Then there's open water back to Sacramento State, and open water again back to Loyola Marymount, and a similar distance back to the University of California, Santa Barbara. So it did not go true to form from a previous race, as UCLA decided at about 1,000 meters that they wanted it, and they came and took it. So with the second heat of the women's second varsity, it is UCLA 1, USC 2, Sacramento State in that third spot. These are all unofficial, of course. We now move on to the third and final heat here. And quite frankly, UCLA did not need to win anything except a position in the finals as the top two teams moved on to the finals. But I think the Bruins decided they wanted to show something and get a little bit better post position for the finals. In the third heat here, we're going to have the University of Wisconsin. It'll be Washington State. The Aztecs from San Diego State University in lane number 3. University of British Columbia in lane 4, and Santa Clara is in lane 5, and they are all standing ready. Well, now they're underway. First 100 meters, a crew will have an opportunity to stop the race if they have some sort of breakage, and it appears that they are cleanly away from the 1,000, check that, the 100-meter mark, and they are on the way.
out a ways off our screen. So, oh. All right, it's just
Wisconsin off to an early lead. Washington State follows. San Diego State University and UBC, however, none of those four are out of touch. Santa Clara is trailing.
so I'm on Wisconsin. It's way out. Meaning when he spins, he turns off everything, turns it back on, and acquires a signal.
This is the third of three in the women's second varsity eights. Top two will move forward, and right now it looks like Wisconsin and Washington State. San Diego State University in third spot, UBC in fourth, and those four are relatively in touch. So nobody is running away and hiding, at least at this point. Santa Clara on the far outside struggling just a bit.
Who's on this camera?
Brian, you can, right now,
Hey Brian, you can turn around. Okay.
If you are viewing us in some cold weather area, I'm going to make you sick by telling you it's 61 degrees and sunny here at San Diego's Mission Bay. So you might think about 2018. We'd love to have you come visit us. On the race course, Wisconsin, Washington State at the lead. San Diego State hanging in there. University of British Columbia has fallen back just a bit. And Santa Clara. About 1,000 meters left to go in this 2,000 meter row. Wisconsin continues to hang on along the shoreline.
no, this is the HD, yeah, and I think it's because of the antenna.
Washington State trying not to let them get out of sight. San Diego State, University of British Columbia, and Santa Clara in that order. The only crew out of touch to a certain extent is Santa Clara.
Let's have you turn around, Paul.
We're a little far in.
Approaching the last 500 meters. Wisconsin continues to have their way in this one. Washington State, although unable to eclipse the Badgers, stays pretty much in the same relative location in second spot. Then San Diego State University is being challenged on the outside by the University of British Columbia, and Santa Clara is trailing. So the interesting race right now is for third spot, as Wisconsin and Washington State are pretty well locked in at 1 and 2. But turn your attention to San Diego State on the near side and University of British Columbia on the far side. Bragging rights here. Wisconsin, Washington State on the lead, but here is a battle. San Diego State and University of British Columbia. The Aztecs on the near side. British Columbia on the outside. Santa Clara is trailing. It looks like whoever gets the blades in last is going to win this one. UBC nosing ahead just on the outside as San Diego State comes up and the ball marker moved past, and we will unofficially give it to San Diego State. Just like I said, the last person of the last crew to have the blades in the water came up with the winner, and an outstanding row between San Diego State and the University of British Columbia. However, our apparent, although unofficial winner, check that, Wisconsin, followed by Washington State, and an exciting row right to the end between San Diego State, apparently just barely getting a bow marker in front of the University of British Columbia, and Santa Clara still on the course. Here Now provides real-time location-based services for industries and people who work and live in real time. Thank you for joining the San Diego Crew Classic Team 2017. You know, one of our many proud sponsors is Union Bank, and they are celebrating the 44th anniversary of the San Diego Crew Classic. Union Bank offers personal banking services that are exclusively designed to meet your financial needs, because Union Bank knows you deserve more. Union Bank. You know, another one of the outstanding sponsors of the 2017 San Diego Crew Classic, and for many years prior to this, has been the American Specialty Health. Now, they are a national health services company, and they began sponsoring the San Diego Crew Classic more than 16 years ago. So we appreciate San Diego Specialty Health. Folks, we have a little break in the action, and now would be a perfect time to stop by some of our food vendors. There are numerous choices for you to have, and they are standing by ready to serve you. Next race will be in about 15 minutes, so that'll give you ample time to go over and to sample some of the fine foodware that we have here at the San Diego Crew Classic. Also think about stopping by the merchandise tent. There are some beautiful items that have San Diego Crew Classic logos on them, and they certainly would appreciate your patronage of those particular places as well. So a little break in the action here, and an opportunity for you to get over and grab a snack or 2 or 5, and also stop by the merchandise booth at the 2017 San Diego Crew Classic. Say, folks, have you seen the new San Diego Crew Classic logo yet? Well, it's a new one every year, so even if you have one from previous years, you might consider getting something with the Crew Classic logo on it. It is indeed classic. Stop by the merchandise tent and see why this is a year of must-have, and get a new T-shirt with the San Diego Crew Classic 2017 logo. Hey, you rowing fans, have you read about The Boys in the Boat by Daniel James Brown? Well, if you haven't, you can meet the author this morning in the merchandise tent starting at 10 o'clock this morning. Mr. Brown will be autographing copies of his book, which are available for purchase. Meet the man who, through his writing, has taught the world to love the sport of rowing. Back to racing action as we have the men's alumni 8. This is the first of two heats. Brown University is in lane number 1. University of California Santa Barbara men's alumni in 2. Linwood in 3. A crew called Fat Cat is in lane 4. And the University of Washington alumni is in lane 5. The preliminary assessment from about the 500-meter mark is that the leaders are the University of Washington alumni. They, to their inside shore side, are battling off Fat Cat. And then along the shoreline, Brown University. And then outside to Linwood with the University of California Santa Barbara alumni trailing. Coming into the last 500 meters, on the far outside, that is the University of Washington alumni crew. Then their shoreline side is a crew called Fat Cat. Then Brown University along the shoreline with the University of California, Santa Barbara and Linwood battling it out at the backside with Santa Barbara a little bit up on that one. These are alumni races. Collegiate rowers trying to keep their hand in and keep their svelte bodies here with the University of Washington alumni open water lead over Fat Cats. Along the shoreline it is Brown. But turn your attention to a contested race at the back of the pack here. It is University of California, Santa Barbara trying to hold off Linwood as we have University of Washington, Fat Cat Brown, and UC Santa Barbara coming across as they have held off a late charge by Linwood. And so the unofficial finish is the University of Washington alumni, a group calling themselves Fat Cat. Then Brown along the shoreline, and then a hotly contested race at the back of the pack with University of California, Santa Barbara alumni coming up the victor over Linwood, albeit in the 4th and 5th positions.
Hold those boats in your shot, Miko. Alright, let's throw the...
Okay, men's alumni 8 getting ready to go in lane number 1, and unaffiliated crew went down to the local bar and said, hey, you want to row? Sacramento, check that. We'll get it straight in a second. Syracuse alumni, UCLA, University of California, San Diego, and a second crew calling themselves Fat Cat. The crews are on the water and underway for the men's alumni 8, the second of 2 heats.
And then the boat that's leading, they should have the tight to be able to do the bow ball. Yeah.
Tight shot, bow ball,
And then
wide shot,
wide.
SD wide, tight, wide, tight, wide. Tight, and wide doesn't mean like
Whoever's on
wide. You just want like
It's a great shot. That's awesome.
I will call Liz after the shot. They are working very hard to get those bathrooms open. If she there's a place that she and the referees go pee before she retires.
She'll love it.
Hey, that's how this shit rolls.
Oh, now these guys are up. Okay, so we're already doing this.
Let's get up and
No pun
hold
intended.
that there for a second.
So Willie, the next question is,
Let's get the announcer.
On the lead is the crew called Fat Cats. This is their second crew, and they are from Princeton University alumni.
Looks like you go all the way out.
Fat Cat being challenged along the shoreline by an unnamed crew. Syracuse alumni cruising along out of lane number 2 in third position at the moment. Crews coming through the Ingram Street Bridge area. Wind is picking up a little bit there. We have been amazingly quiet through most of the races today. Back to our leader, Fat Cats.
Paul, can you pan left to give us more boats to see kind of...
Fat Cats have quite a bit of open water back to their closest challenger, which right now appears to be the unattached crew along the shoreline in lane number 1. And again, a lot of open water back to what we've identified as the Syracuse alumni boat. And currently, somewhat out of the picture, University of California, San Diego, and UCLA. The Fat Cat crew way on the outside, continuing to have their way with this one. A lot of these alumni crew have a little bit of a problem getting together and practicing with some consistency. And apparently the Princeton gang, Fat Cat B boat, is certainly on the more practiced side, as they have a substantial lead over the unattached crew in all dark jerseys and dark shell coming along the shoreline. So both Fat Cat crews will be in the final for this event, and it'll be interesting to see how it comes out and who gets bragging rights. Across the finish line, the apparent yet unofficial winner is the Fat Cat crew. A considerable amount of open water back to the unattached crew. Then Syracuse, about a boat length of open water back, and a similar distance back to what we believe to be UCLA. Well, that would be the University of California, San Diego. Did we have lane 3 uncontested? Well, howsoever with these alumni situations, sometimes depending on whether their crew gets to town or not, is whether they can participate or not. But all of that aside, we have the Fat Cat B crew coming up on the lead in this particular one, and will face their counterparts in the upcoming finals. Procopio Swift Forward, San Diego's largest law firm, proudly supports the San Diego Crew Classic. Cheers to commitment, discipline, perseverance, and teamwork. Procopio Swift Forward.
check, 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 check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Roar at San Diego State. And the race is on the water and on the way. This is a men's collegiate novice crew. California is in lane number 1, British Columbia in 2, University of California, Santa Barbara in 3, Long Beach State in 4, and USC in lane number 5. This is the first of 3 heats in this particular race.
At the 500-meter mark, this is event number 25, men's novice 8, heat A. Race leader by open water in lane 1, California. Second position is University of British Columbia in lane 2. Then it's UC Santa Barbara in the 3rd spot, followed by USC, and Long Beach is in that 5th position. Golden Bears rowing comfortably at 32 strokes per minute with a 2 boat length of open water advantage over University of British Columbia. That second place crew has a 1 boat length advantage over UC Santa Barbara, who was 1 boat length up on USC, and Long Beach State is trailing. I can hear the California coxswain calling for a power 10 as they approach the halfway point. 1,000.
In the early going, the report is that we have the University of California Novice 8 on the lead. They are being challenged on the far outside by USC, then Long Beach State, University of British Columbia, and the University of California, Santa Barbara. This is the first of 3 in the Derek Goker Memorial Cup, first heat of 3. The other heat will involve Michigan, Santa Clara, UCLA, San Diego State, and Arizona State, as well as Orange Coast College, Stanford, UC Davis, UC San Diego, and Colorado. But right now, we're in race number 25, and it is California on the lead, and they are being challenged on the far outside by USC.
So that's what I mean. It's too wide because they're so spread out. So what I would say is maybe the lead goes first, second, third, and the other one does fourth, fifth, sixth,
Yeah,
and then
the
we
lead-
can switch from.
The lead should absolutely take care of the front. Absolutely all the time. If they have like a nice spread, it should be like very close. Like
Continuing on the lead along the shoreline is the University of California, Berkeley.
that distance. And then the second
Southern California University on the far outside is reported to be in second spot. Long Beach State University, University of British Columbia, and the University of California, Santa Barbara. With a substantial lead, this is Cal.
Do you have a 100-footer? Okay.
Cal moving along smoothly, almost in practice mode here. This is their novice crew, and that would be first-year rowers at the collegiate level. Long way back is University of British Columbia. Outside them would be Santa Barbara. On the far outside, USC and Long Beach State. We've already had a crossing of the finish line, the unofficial winner being the University of Cal Berkeley. And now moving along is British Columbia. Their outside shoulder is Santa Barbara. And then to the far outside, USC. And Long Beach State continues to be on the water. As we finish up on the water, let's look at the second of the three heats for the Derek Goker Memorial Cup. And we'll have Michigan in lane number 1, Santa Clara in lane 2, UCLA in lane 3. Out in lane 4 will be the Aztecs from San Diego State, and then the Sun Devils from Arizona State on the far outside. Concept 2 rowing. Stop by the Concept 2 tent here on the campus of the San Diego Crew Classic for any of your oar maintenance needs. Concept 2 standing by ready to serve you here at the San Diego Crew Classic. On the water and on the way is the second heat of 3 for the Derek Goke Memorial Cup. Once again, the lane assignments: Michigan, Santa Clara, UCLA, San Diego State, and Arizona State.
Oh, they did? Nope.
Hey, stop rowing!
Idiots. Yep. Michigan, waste your energy. let's see if I can get that other.
Hey, can we get the other headset from him? We're sending the back up, and we're gonna get the headset from me from Brian's launching.
Breakage in the first 100 meters that would have stopped it, but it went a long way before the attention of the crews could be obtained and stop everything down. Now, it's a little hard from our vantage point here to figure out who is struggling, who had a problem. It almost looks like lane 2 is unoccupied, so unconfirmed. I'm going to say that maybe Santa Clara had a little bit of problem, and it looks like the crews will be looping back around. This is a novice crew here, all of them in this race, and so with the adrenaline flowing and possibly not hearing or not understanding what was going on with the stoppage, the crews kept going along. The only thing that we can guess from this vantage point is that Santa Clara had a problem because that was the one lane in our picture that we were unable to see, and now the crews are circling back around, and so there'll be a bit of a delay here before this race can get underway. The next race is scheduled to start at 11 o'clock, and with 117 races scheduled for today, obviously there is a need to stay on schedule. But, of course, whenever you have something like this, it is not something that can stay on schedule. So while we're taking a little bit of a break here, we'd like to mention once again one of the outstanding sponsors that we have here at the San Diego Crew Classic, the Sharp Wellness Center, the Cushman Wellness Center, and preventing disease and staying healthy. Get a complete health exam in one day. To find out more, check in with sharp.com, and then you put a / and Cushman, and that'll get you right to the place. Prevent disease and stay healthy. Get a complete health exam. Find out more at sharp.com / Cushman. Are we having fun yet?
We're almost there.
Cool. I assume I'm going to be able to.
Okay, so they think that. Is he there right now?
Well, still working on a little bit of a problem that we had in the last race. Apparently, within the first 100 meters, somebody broke down. We still do not have a call specifically on who that was. However, I will mention in our wide shot that lane 2, Santa Clara, didn't seem to be there, so possibly they're the ones that had a little bit of a problem. N&D Sports has been a merchandise provider for the Super Bowl for over 20 years. Now they're here at the Crew Classic. Check out all of their great products at the merchandise tent.
We run it after race 28. This race that they stopped.
And then if you
You know, folks, in this race, we're going to rerun the one that we just tried here, and it's going to be rerun after race 28. 28 is scheduled to be at 11:08, so we'll keep you posted as to where we are with the best possible information.
Orange Coast, yeah, definitely that's an Orange Coast in lane 1. So this is going to be heat C.
So right now we're looking at the third and final heat. We lost out on the second heat, which will be run in a couple of races. So right now in lane 1 we have Orange Coast College. Stanford is in lane 2. University of California, Davis in lane 3. UC San Diego in lane 4. And Colorado is in lane number 5. Little break in the action here. You might stop by the numerous food vendor booths that we have. Also notice that there was a really nice coffee bar, if you will, at the northern end of the vendors' tents. So that would be something to check out. And then to the north of the Jumbotron in the grassy area there are several food vendors that are lined up along there ready to serve you. So an opportunity to scoot on over and get a little bit of a snack. Also, we'd like to invite you to stop by our merchandise tents and collect this edition of the San Diego Crew Classic, 44 years worth, and each year there's a different logo. I have a relatively decent collection, but I'm sure that there are others that are doing much mo better. So stop by the merchandise tent and pick up a San Diego Crew Classic souvenir with the logo that is depicting 2017. The catchphrase for the Crew Classic this year being 2K on Mission Bay. And if you are especially watching us in a cold weather area, buy your tickets now to come out next year. Beautiful San Diego Bay. Temperature probably has nosed itself up to about 64, 65 degrees, and a very gentle wind blowing. We've been very blessed today after having wind advisories throughout Southern California to have a modicum of wind as we are off and running here for race number 27, Orange Coast College, Stanford men's. Well, of course, it's a men's race, and UC Davis, University of California, San Diego, and Colorado.
In lane 1, Orange Coast College is your race leader by 1 length over Stanford, who has 1 length advantage over UC Davis in lane 3. Then UC San Diego is in lane 4, and Colorado is in that 5th spot. The crews now approach the 500-meter mark, and it's Orange Coast College by 6 seats over Stanford University. Stanford, your second place crew, has a half a boat of open water over UC Davis. UC Davis sits 8 seats
Number
behind.
1, and they are in first place right now. Stanford coming in second at the moment. University of California, Davis, followed by UC San Diego, and then Colorado.
Meter mark. Orange Coast still with a 4-seat advantage. Quite a good race here between the two crews in lane 1 and 2. That'd be Orange Coast College in lane 1 with a 3-seat advantage over Stanford in lane 2. The next two crews are multiple open water boat lengths astern. A pretty good slugfest between the two, standing toe to toe.
Now we're ahead of them.
as we approach the halfway point, Stanford now has come back and is almost level, almost even with Orange Coast College. Both crews calling for a power move here. Orange Coast still with a slight advantage over Stanford. A very good race for that third position between UC Davis and
Checking our lane assignments quickly, Orange Coast College is in lane number 1, and they are almost bow marker to bow marker with Stanford University. Then Davis and the University of California, San Diego in a similar tussle. Davis in lane 3 and UC San Diego in lane 4 with Colorado trailing. So Davis and UC San Diego are almost nose to nose in the battle for third spot, as Stanford and Orange Coast College are doing pretty much the same thing in the leadership position, with Orange Coast College ever so slightly ahead. Stanford on the move and have eclipsed Orange Coast College, but still it's a bow marker to bow marker battle between Davis and UC San Diego. UC San Diego moving along, and they've now edged in front of Davis with Colorado on the trail. Outside, it's the University of California, San Diego, Colorado, and now Davis has dropped back somewhat. But at the leadership position, we still have Stanford and Orange Coast College. This is the Men's Collegiate Novice 8 Derek Goker Memorial Cup, the third of 3. We missed out on the second race, and it will be restarted in a race and one after this one. But anyway, we have Orange Coast College and Stanford battling it out on the lead, but now Stanford, at about the 1,000-meter mark, decided that they wanted it, and they have moved substantially ahead. At one time, leading up to the 1,000-meter mark, it was bow marker to bow marker between Orange Coast College and Stanford, and now the Cardinal have moved into an open water lead. Open water back to University of California, San Diego. Then we have Davis and Colorado trailing. So what was turning in to be a basic barn burner between Stanford and Orange Coast College, at about the 1,000-meter mark, Stanford decided enough of this junk, and they have now crossed the finish line as the unofficial winner of the race. Orange Coast College about a boat length of open water back, and then a considerable amount of open water back to the University of California, San Diego, followed by Davis on their shoreline side and Colorado on the outboard side.
Thank you very much.
Gotcha.
Next up will be race number 28. It is the Women's Collegiate Novice grouping, the Laurel Kohlholz Trophy. It is a preliminary race with Texas, UCLA, San Diego State University, Sacramento State, British Columbia, Loyola Marymount, and all the way out in lane number 7, the University of California, Santa Barbara. Now, after this one is finished, we'll go back to the second heat of the Derek Goke Memorial Cup, in which there was breakage, and we will see Michigan, Santa Clara, UCLA, San Diego State, and Arizona State. But right now, it is the first actually the preliminary race for the Women's Collegiate Novice 8. While our crews are at the stake boats getting ready for this race, once again, we'd like to indicate the American Specialty Health founder, George DeVries. He rode at Culver Military Academy and at University of California, San Diego. So a tip of the hat to a gentleman who was involved in racing and then has proceeded to take his company into a sponsorship of this fine classic in San Diego. So a tip of the hat to American Specialty Health founder George DeVries. Trophy. And we have in lane number 1, Texas. UCLA is in lane 2. San Diego State University in lane 3. It's Sacramento State rowing in lane number 4. Coming out of lane 5 is the University of British Columbia. Loyola Marymount is in lane number 6, and everyone came to the party in this race. We have a lane 7. This is race number 28, and immediately following this race, we'll have a rerun of the race that was scheduled at 10:52, the Men's Collegiate Novice Heat B.
Texas, your race leader. Second spot, goes to UCLA, who sits a half a boat length up on San Diego State. Then a bow ball to bow ball battle between Sacramento State and University of British Columbia. Loyola's fallen off the pace a bit now, and Santa Barbara holds the 6th spot.
With the exception of Loyola Marymount, it appears that everybody is overlapping. Texas is quite a ways out front as we are looking at the 2nd and 3rd location, and that would be UCLA and San Diego State. Currently, the Aztecs have about a 4-seat lead. Coming back up to our leader with a substantial amount of open water is Texas. They got off to a blazing start and left UCLA and San Diego State in the lurch. Sacramento State hanging in there. University of British Columbia, UC Santa Barbara, and Loyola Marymount trailing. Three crews vying for that second position, actually 4. Santa Barbara on the far outside, Sacramento State, San Diego State, and UCLA, with the University of British Columbia falling back along with Loyola Marymount. In the middle of the pack, nobody really losing touch here. And without regard to whether you're moving forward with Texas, the key issue would be in the middle of the pack where these crews are really going after one another. It is UCLA, University of British Columbia, and the University of California, Santa Barbara, with San Diego State falling back and Cal State also falling back. Check that, Sacramento State falling back. Loyola Marymount is trailing. This is our leader, University of Texas, and a rather substantial lead they have. But the interesting part of this race will be who will finish in that second spot. As right now, UCLA seems to be edging into it. And then UBC, San Diego State, University of California, Santa Barbara, Sac State, and Loyola Marymount. Our substantial leader is Texas. And quite a bit of open water. Back to the next crew. Approaching 500 meters to go. Right now, no question about who is in the lead. That is Texas. But UCLA, University of British Columbia, University of California, Santa Barbara, and San Diego State all working hard to decide who's going to slip into that second spot. Sacramento State and Loyola Marymount trailing. Choppiness of the water has picked up a little bit as the wind has picked up as the afternoon has gone along. These boats, however, once they get to this 1,000-meter mark, are being aided somewhat by the incoming tide. Along the shoreline, this is Texas. And the way they blasted out of there, might check and see if Tim the tool man didn't install some sort of turbo device in the back of that boat, because they really shot out of the starting marks. UCLA, then outside to the University of British Columbia, and just as I was beginning to say University of California, Santa Barbara was closing, they splashed up quite a bit of water and lost a stroke or two there. Not completely, but they didn't get it done cleanly, as this is Texas. University of British Columbia stroking gamely against UCLA. UCLA along the shoreline, but UBC has overtaken them on the outside. Very tight to the finish line. It might be one of those where the last blade in is going to be the winner. Outside, University of British Columbia. UCLA on the inside. It's UBC on the outside, unofficially by about a half a bow length. Then UCLA, San Diego State. Then going outside to UC Santa Barbara, Sacramento State, and Loyola Marymount.
Next race is underway. This is the rerow.
Well, we have started again here with the Men's Collegiate Novice 8, the Derek Goker Memorial Cup Heat B. This is the one that had breakage earlier, and so it is race 26 on the lineup as we are retreating a bit. And the lane assignments are Michigan, Santa Clara, UCLA, San Diego State, and Arizona State. On the early lead as prior, Michigan Rowing Club, Santa Clara, the crew that we believe had the breakage that stopped the race before, is hanging in there in second spot. Although now Michigan Rowing Association has almost a stern to bow marker lead over Santa Clara. Santa Clara in second spot. Checking back to UCLA, some open water back to them. And then Arizona State University. And dropping a little farther back to San Diego State. So the unofficial progress at this moment, Michigan Rowing Association, Santa Clara, UCLA, Arizona State University, and San Diego State University trailing. Michigan Rowing Association holding about the same lead over Santa Clara as they have over the last 500 meters. It's about a stern to bow marker lead for Michigan Rowing Association. Then we drop back to UCLA and Arizona State, and trailing is San Diego State. Crews coming through the Ingram Street Bridge, and unfortunately for them, the wind has picked up a little bit, but without regard to that, the novice crew here seems to be handling themselves relatively well. Michigan Rowing Association on the lead. Santa Clara is in second spot. UCLA, then Arizona State, and the Aztecs from San Diego State. Boats spread out across our beautiful San Diego Mission Bay Racecourse, 2,000 meters stretching from SeaWorld in the south down across Crown Point Shores to the finish line 2,000 meters away at the northern end of this extension of San Diego Bay. It's kind of the, check that, of Mission Bay. It's kind of the middle part of the bay. There's a west area on the other side of Crown Point. Then this would be considered kind of the middle part, and then there is an eastern part of this beautiful area that was in fact a swamp area until the 1950s when the city put in place a wonderful recreational area for San Diegans. Michigan Rowing Association, Santa Clara, UCLA, Arizona State University, and the San Diego State University. On the far outside, Arizona, in 3 consecutive strokes, has kicked up quite a bit of white. So the blade's not going in cleanly as the novice crew is struggling just a little bit, but they are maintaining their position now of having moved up past the Bruins into third place. This is the Michigan Rowing Association, followed by Santa Clara, then all the way outside to Arizona State. UCLA has faded back a bit, and San Diego State is trailing as the Aztecs novice crew kicks up a little white water as well. Michigan Rowing Association, a stern to bow marker lead, which they have had almost since the beginning. Now they're lengthening it out just a little bit as they cross the finish line, the unofficial winner over Santa Clara. And then we have open water back to Arizona State University, making a fairly decent comeback from a trailing position earlier. They have overtaken UCLA, and San Diego State is still on the race course.
So we have told our announcer who's to go to the SD and set up and try to set that up. Oh, we know that we have interference. Oh, sorry. You want NAC and you want NAC. We're not still
Okay, now we should be somewhat back on schedule, as the next race will be 29. This is the Women's Club Division 2-3 Club, and these are novices. There are 2 heats in this one, so the first 3 finishers will move on to the final. One of the outstanding Southern California rowing associations is the Newport Aquatic Center, and certainly the San Diego Crew Classic has been indebted to Newport Aquatic Center for providing stillwater vessels for this regatta here. And Newport Aquatic Center has been an integral part of the San Diego Crew Classic for a number of years. So salute to the the Newport Aquatic Center. Okay, we're on. Underway now is race number 29, the Women's Club Division 2-3 Club Novice event. Orange Coast College is in lane number 1. University of California, San Diego in lane 2. The Cal campus at Santa Barbara is in lane 3. UC Irvine is in lane 4. And Southern Oregon University is in lane number 5.
Must be a color thing. They must honestly, we should have a white balance system. If we really want to get serious, we should white balance position. It's like it's an orange with a camera. Same shot. Sweep that one. Yeah. What's down the leader? 1. So there's 1, and it goes 2, 3. In order.
Diego checking positions in the early going. Orange Coast College is in lane number 1 and the current leader. They are followed by, in lane number 2, University of California, San Diego. The Santa Barbara crew is in lane 3. Irvine is in lane 4, and Southern Oregon is in lane number 5. Approaching the middle spot of our race, it continues to be Orange Coast College and the University of California, San Diego, Santa Barbara in 3rd, Irvine in 4th, and Southern Oregon in 5th position. Checking the progress, Orange Coast College continues to lead University of California, San Diego. Then UC Santa Barbara, Southern Oregon, and Irvine. On the shoreline, this is Orange Coast College. They have led throughout. Southern Oregon continues to creep up on the outside, but quite a battle going on right now between the University of California's in San Diego and Santa Barbara. San Diego is on the near side, Santa Barbara on the outside, and trailing in this contest is UC Irvine.
They drifted out to lane 7. They're just way out there.
This is Orange Coast College with a commanding run. Multiple boat lengths of open water, so their coaches should be very pleased with the outcome here. Orange Coast College. University of California, San Diego, after being challenged by Santa Barbara at about the 1,000-meter mark, has held off the Gaucho crew. And the Tritons are moving along smartly and apparently will finish in second. Then the University of California, Santa Barbara, apparently, some misinformation, UC Irvine dropped out or Southern Oregon dropped out. Either way, whatever crew wound up being way outside. But the unofficial winner is Orange Coast College, followed by the University of California, San Diego, and then Santa Barbara. No sleeping for the officiating crew as they have gotten race number 30 underway. This is the second part of the Women's Club Division II, Division III novice group. Humboldt State University is in lane number 1, UC Davis in lane 2. Southern Oregon University is scheduled to be in lane number 3, and Colorado in lane number 4. Nice little contest at the front of the pack here with UC Davis slightly edging ahead of Humboldt State. Southern Oregon University about a 2 or 3 seat lead over Colorado at the back of the pack. So the second heat here of 2. So 3 crews will move forward. So the main issue is to make sure you finish in that top 3 out of the 4 that are on the water right now. And at the moment, Humboldt State has the measure. Check that, UC Davis has the measure of Humboldt State. And then we go outside with Southern Oregon about a half a bow length in front of Colorado. So that could be an interesting contest if they hold that positioning throughout the 2,000 meters. A slight amount of open water from Humboldt State back to Southern Oregon, with UC Davis on the lead, Humboldt State in second, Southern Oregon in third, and Colorado. UC Davis continues on the lead, shadowed by Humboldt State in lane number 1. Southern Oregon and Colorado also trying to stay in the mix, but some open water has opened between the top two and the trailing two at this time. Crews coming through the Ingram Street Bridge area, and a lot of times with your novice crews, they struggle with that a little bit. But in this case, the crews are smartly rowing through the challenging part of our race course and moving on. That's Humboldt State. They are chasing UC Davis, and as you note, some open water has occurred here. UC Davis is on the lead, my error. Davis is in lane number 2. Very close contest between Humboldt State and Davis at the beginning. But now UC Davis has begun to exert themselves, or assert, either way. Then all the way to the outside, looks like Colorado has begun to take the measure of Southern Oregon. So with 500 meters to go, it's Davis, Humboldt State, Colorado, and Southern Oregon.
We're gonna check in with the lightweights. They just started. Go ahead.
Trying to catch up for lost time from the boat breakage in one of the races before. The men's lightweight preliminary with University of Victoria, MIT, California Maritime Academy, and Purdue is on the water as we finish up on the women's D2, D3 club novice race. And UC Davis continues to have their way here. Humboldt State fought them stroke for stroke in the early going, but now the Lumberjacks have fallen back and are beginning to be challenged on the outside by Southern Oregon and Colorado. UC Davis with open water. Dark shells, dark jerseys, the Davis crew moving along. Along the shoreline, this is Humboldt State University, Arcata, California, a little bit north of Eureka in the northwestern part of the state. Only Crescent City and then the border is farther north in California. Across the finish line, unofficially, UC Davis is the winner. Looks like Humboldt State will hang on, although they were challenged on the outside by Southern Oregon. Check that, on the outside by Colorado. That's Colorado in the yellow. And then Southern Oregon finishes in that 4th spot. And on the water already, the men's collegiate lightweight preliminary, Victoria, MIT, Cal Maritime, and Purdue.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, let them go. We'll just take this one. Understood that you're out on this one. Sounds good.
31.
They just got turned around and had to stop for all the boats. They waited. They can't get back. So it's just this, which is fine. It's just that. As long as he knows he's the only one, he should know.
Early call on this one, just starting off through the first 500 meters. The leader is University of Victoria in lane number 1, followed by MIT in lane 2. Then outside to Purdue in lane number 4. And the California Maritime Academy is trailing out of lane number 3. The first 3 boats have not fallen out of contact with each other. As edging into first place is MIT as they got past the University of Victoria. Then Purdue is in third, and California Maritime Academy out of Vallejo, California, is in lane number 3 and trailing. Have quite a battle here between lanes 1 and 2 now, as they have switched places, and neither one of them can get Purdue to go away. Purdue trailing by about 3 seats, but it is a bow marker to bow marker battle with the University of Victoria in lane 1 and MIT in lane number 2. Whoever has their blades in last seems to be the one that noses ahead, as the lead has changed frequently, but now University of Victoria begins to head out just a little bit, maybe a quarter bow length that they have maintained each time the stroke has gone down. UVC closest to the shoreline, number 1 MIT, is in lane number 2 and they are in second spot, but they are coming back. Outside is Purdue, and then the California Maritime Academy is trailing. Into the last 250 meters. And so far it has been a titanic struggle between the University of Victoria in lane 1 and MIT in lane 2. And they have exchanged positions frequently. And just as I say that, Victoria splashes up a lot of water and got a bad pull. And MIT noses just slightly ahead. Outside, Purdue has really picked up the pace and trying to make a run, but it looks like it might be a little too late. And trailing is the California Maritime Academy. Keeping an eye on lane number 1, Victoria, and lane 2, MIT. Outside, keep an eye on Purdue. As they come down, it's MIT with a slight lead. Victoria along the shoreline, and then outside, Purdue fading just a bit. A 2-seat lead, now a half bow length lead. Right at the finish, Victoria, MIT, very close. Purdue on the outside and California Maritime Academy. It looked like Victoria may have gotten their blades into the water at the last second and nudged a bow marker in front. We'll check it officially. Checking with the officials on that last spectacular finish, they are calling it unofficially that MIT just got a whisker in front of Victoria to pick up the victory in the men's collegiate lightweight preliminary. So once again, unofficial, but the the finish line crew indicated that MIT just barely got a bow marker in front of University of Victoria. Purdue made a mad rush at the end, but couldn't quite overtake them. And then the Cal Maritime Academy finished in that 4th position. On the water now with the Men's Master Club Championship 8. This is the first of 2 heats. Sammamish is in lane number 1, Long Beach, Potomac. Brew Cheese is the name of a group. Riverside, and Rio Salado.
3, 2, 1, 6, 5.
3, 2. The preliminary call from 500 meters into this race is the leader is Potomac out of lane number 3. They're being challenged by Long Beach in lane 2 and in lane 1 Sammamish. Then we move out to a group called Blue Cheese is in lane number 4 and in the 4th position. Then the 5 is Rio Salado and trailing is Riverside. Potomac continuing to be on the lead, and they have a substantial amount of open water over Long Beach State, likewise over Sammamish,
Okay, we gotta do an ad over.
and then going to the outside, look to Blue Cheese, Rio Salado, and Riverside. Potomac Boat Club has led this one from wire to wire. Then the crew in the yellow shell, which we were always informed it needed to be referred to as gold. Long Beach State is in second spot. In lane number 1, that is Sammamish as we go to the finish line, and Potomac is the unofficial winner, followed by Long Beach State. This is Sammamish moving along here. And then we appear to be missing somebody in lane number 4. Rio Salado all the way on the outside, and Riverside.
Next race is underway.
We are underway for the second heat in the Men's Master Club Championship. 3 will move on. Marin is in lane number 1. Their companion boat, the B boat, is in lane 2. East Bay in lane number 3. SAC is in lane 4. San Diego in lane 5. And hello, North Dakota. Any reason to get out of that weather, at least at this time of the year. And they are out there in lane number 6.
The cycle is off. They're trying to catch back up for that.
On the water and underway is the second part of the Men's Masters Club Championship, and we'll get to a race progress call in a moment. But we'd like to have you visit the beer garden and taste one of the best local craft brews in the United States. That would be Stone Brewing. You know, they opened in San Diego here in 1996 and have been called the all-time top brewery on planet Earth by Beer Advocate magazine, and that has happened twice. Stone is the 9th largest craft brewer in the United States, with breweries in Richmond, Virginia, Berlin, Germany, and most importantly, San Diego, California. That is Beer Garden, put together by the Stone Brewing Company. At 500 meters, the two Marin crews are in a major argument at the front of the crew, or run at the front of the pack, rather. Marin in lane number 1 is on the lead, and their B boat in lane number 2 is in second spot. Then move all the way to the outside, North Dakota hanging in there, followed by East Bay, SAC, and San Diego. A little argument within the household here with Marin A and B going bow marker to bow marker, but not going away on the far outside is North Dakota. East Bay, SAC, and San Diego trail. Well, the front three are certainly going after each other here, and in particular, Marin A and Marin B, with North Dakota on the far outside absolutely refusing to go away. Then East Bay, SAC, and San Diego. Driving towards the finish line, it'll be the B boat from Marin, and oh my goodness, there's going to be some arguments in the clubhouse after this one. Marin B is on the water and in the lead, followed by Marin A, and then way on the outside, that is North Dakota. So it's going to be tight as they come down to the wire. Marin B and North Dakota on the outside. It is Marin B, North Dakota outside, Marin A, and then in the middle, it is East Bay jumping in there, with the trailers being SAC and San Diego. Well, you want to talk about your photo finish. They are going to have to take a long, hard look at the last race that we had. Right at the wire, North Dakota, Marin B and Marin A, and they are going to have to look at the film of that one to come up with the winner. But it was an outstanding race, and only the crew in lane number 3, that would be East Bay, got edged out clearly. But they are looking at a photo finish between the crew North Dakota, Marin B, and Marin A. On the water and underway, we have the Women's Masters Club champ, Tallulah Kelly Considine Cup. The first heat here with Long Beach in lane number 1, Alexandria in lane 2, Los Angeles in lane 3. Sammamish is working out of lane 4. Lake Union occupies lane 5, and River City in lane number 6. And while we get together the early going here, we'd like to talk about stillwater launches are designed to perform in low wake and no wake environments. Efficient operation allows the boats to reach comfortably high speeds with very little horsepower and very low fuel consumption, making them well suited for coaching various water sports and cruising or patrolling protected waterways. Keep in mind, stillwater launches. Nearing the 1,000 meter mark for the Masters Club champ in lane number 1, Long Beach is on the lead. They are being challenged outside by Lake Union. Alexandra trying to fit in there. And then Sammamish, and to the inside Los Angeles. Long Beach on the lead. The bug tussle is going on between Lake Union in lane 5 and Alexandria in lane number 2. And then comes Sammamish and Los Angeles.
Hey, Paul, we're losing you.
Tell him he can spin because it's out.
All the way on the outside, it looks like Lake Union may be putting the pedal to the metal. Along the shoreline, they have overtaken Long Beach. That occurred at about the 1,000-meter mark, actually leading up to it. Looks like Lake Union decided that they were going to up the ante a little bit, and Long Beach has yet to respond. However, don't ever count out a Long Beach crew. Along the shoreline, as we have a start to the Women's Master Club Championship, the second heat there, so we'll be following that. Having very close centers here as the crews are trying to make up for the breakage in an earlier race. This is Long Beach along the shoreline. They've held off the challenge by Lake Union on the outside. So it goes Long Beach, Lake Union, and then Alexandria, who was in it at the beginning, but now things have stretched out. This is Lake Union, the unofficial winner. On the outside, check that, Long Beach, the unofficial winner. On the outside, Lake Union, and then Alexandria only about 4 seats behind. there's some open water back to Sammamish, and then trailing would be River City, Los Angeles, we have an official finish now for race number 33, and brother, was it close. Marin B in lane number 2 picked up the win, and on the outside North Dakota was deemed as the second crew, followed by Marin A boat. So the official now finish of race number 33, which was the Men's Master Club Championship, the winner was declared to be Marin B, and just a whisker behind them was North Dakota. An integral part of the San Diego Crew Classic for many years has been the Union Tribune Newspaper Corporation, and the key member in that area for many, many years was David C. Copley. He now has a foundation, and the San Diego Crew Classic would like to thank the David C. Copley Foundation for their continued support of rowing and this event, the San Diego Crew Classic 2017. In the early going of this, the Women's Master Club champs, the lead is held by Marin. Then looking to the far outside, in lane number 6 is Loveland. Chinook is in the third spot, and Newport occupies the fourth position.
So there's a mic right that supersedes. That goes, yeah, we're just directly into the P, not into you. That's that silver mic, just switch it on. That's what you talk about. Oh, please talk. Yeah, what do you want to talk about? All right, extend. Oh. Yep. So, I have, I don't know how you know, where are you pushing signal out? Okay.
So really good. Hey, what's up, Kevin?
What is this, 1 and 2?
And then like 5, 6. 1, 2, 6, 4, 3, 7. Is there 7? Yeah, 7, and then somebody's. That's why they can't see. They can't remember there. So
Marin continues to be on the lead, closely shadowed by College Club Seattle. Then to the outside, Loveland and Chinook. Then Newport. And then College Club Seattle B and Lake Las Vegas. Along the shoreline, this is Marin. To their immediate outside, they're being shadowed by College Club Seattle. And then way outside to Loveland. A drive to the finish here. Marin trying to hold off College Club Seattle. Right now, Marin appears to have about a 4-seat lead as they come up to the finish line. Marin, the unofficial winner, College Club Seattle, would be in second spot. Then all the way to the outside to Loveland. Then inside to Chinook. Newport crossing the finish line. Then the far outside College Club Seattle B and Lake Las Vegas trailing. On the water is the Men's Open A prelim. 3 crews identifying themselves as California occupy 1, 2, and 3. Then there's an unaffiliated crew in lane number 4. Boston College in lane 5. UC Santa Barbara in lane 6. UC Davis in lane number 7. And we have a full house all the way out in lane number 8. A crew from San Diego. Well, the world of California is certainly in attendance here with this particular race. It is the Men's Open 8, and the first three crews identify themselves as California in lane 1, 2, and 3. Then we go with an unaffiliated crew in lane number 4, Boston College in lane 5, UC Santa Barbara in 6, UC Davis in 7, and San Diego out in 8. This is a men's open event. Anybody can show up and say, hey, we want to row. We've borrowed a boat. Stand back, here we go. So in lane number 2 and 3, California, I'm going to call it A, and California B going after one another, with California C in lane number 1. And then the rest of the crowd is spread out considerably. Nice challenging row here between California A and B. They are in lanes 2 and 3. And then along the shoreline, another California, will designate them the C crew, is hanging in there. It is California A in lane number 2, and it looks like they will hold on, although California C and B on either side of them stroking hard, but it will be unofficially California A, and very, very tight between California B and C. Then we're going to try to pick up lane assignments here and give you some idea of who we have. That looks like the unaffiliated team is in lane number 4, and they have open water back to something that is being fairly well contested. Inside of them, okay, that's the unaffiliated crew. And apparently we're missing somebody somewhere along the line, communications being a little sketchy right now. Anyway, Boston College and University of California, Santa Barbara crew. Next up will be the Women's Open. This will be the Carly Copley Cup preliminary. Stanford in lane number 1, USC in lane 2, Washington State in lane 3, San Diego in lane 4, Long Beach State in lane 5. Lane 6 is UC Santa Barbara, and Colorado is in lane number 7.
So they're headed your way.
Underway is the Copley Cup preliminary. In lane number 1, Stanford, USC is in lane 2. Washington State in lane 3. San Diego in lane 4. Long Beach State in lane 5. University of California, Santa Barbara in lane 6. And Colorado is pulling along in lane number 7. From 500 meters, the preliminary call is Stanford in the lead, followed by USC. Then comes San Diego, Washington State, Long Beach State, Santa Barbara, and Colorado. Stanford continues on the lead. Slight bit of open water back to USC. And then San Diego and Washington State not allowing USC to get out of sight. Then we'll drop back to Long Beach State, University of California, Santa Barbara, and Colorado. Stanford beginning to open it up just a little bit over USC. But San Diego and Washington State staying right with the Trojans. Long Beach State, Santa Barbara, and Colorado. San Diego beginning to fade back just a little bit. Washington State put on a little bit of a push just before the 1,000-meter mark and got past San Diego. But on the lead, it is Stanford and USC, followed by Washington State, San Diego, then Long Beach State, Santa Barbara, and Colorado. On the water right now is the Copley Cup prelim. This is a women's Open 8 competition. Once again, our lane assignment, Stanford, USC in lane 2. Washington State is in lane 3. San Diego is working through lane 4. Long Beach State competing out of lane 5. Lane 6 is going to be UC Santa Barbara and Colorado all the way out there in lane number 7. On the lead, this is Stanford. Stanford beginning to open it up over USC. Then on the outside, San Diego trying to get back at Washington State. San Diego and Washington State have traded positions a couple of times down our race course. And then there is a lot of open water back to Long Beach. But Santa Barbara is putting on a push against them for bragging rights. And then Colorado. This is Stanford. Stanford on the lead, followed by USC, but look for third place. Near side, Washington State. Far side, San Diego. Washington State beginning to open up a slight lead as they have about a 4-seat lead and do get past San Diego heading into the finish line. Then some open water back to Long Beach State. They were being challenged mightily by Santa Barbara with about 100 meters to go, but it looks like the group from Long Beach is turning the trick and hanging in there, as right now they have about a 4-seat lead as they drive to the finish line. It is Long Beach with a 2-seat lead over Santa Barbara, and then Colorado in a very competitive race. The first crew across was Stanford, and followed by USC. Very close battle for Washington State and San Diego, with Washington State coming out on top, Long Beach holding off Santa Barbara at the end, and Colorado trailing.
The other way towards the boats. Check.
Walkie-talkies are dead. Finishes and grabbing us.
Alright, let's do that.
Yeah, it's fine. This is fine. It's fine.
Alright. Okay, so we're gonna read through
You can
some
lower
copy.
it too if you want to lower it
Oh,
down. That's fine.
you were halfway between channels.
Halfway between channels.
Yeah, it was sitting right here like this.
Okay.
Miko, do you read me?
Am I reading this now?
Wow.
All right, we are
That's an
going to.
amendment.
We have a break here, so come
Alright,
on
go
down.
ahead. Oh wait.
So then Luis Miko's-
Let's have him stay for a second.
Stay for just a second. Hold, and then
Okay.
I'll let you know, and we'll come on.
We are delighted to have you here at the San Diego Crew Classic 2017 edition, and they have a sparkling new San Diego Crew Classic logo that is on many merchandise items. You can stop by the merchandise tent and get this year's classic t-shirt. The San Diego Crew Classic, delighted to have you here, and you'll be delighted to have a brand new 2017 logo on something that you might enjoy wearing. It's available at the merchandise tent here on the campus of San Diego Crew Classic. A group that has been a fervent sponsor of the San Diego Crew Classic over the years is the American Specialty Health, and that company is a longtime sponsor of the Men's Cal Cup and a longtime sponsor of San Diego rowing in general and in specific the San Diego Crew Classic. That is American Specialty Health.
Let's do that.
San Diego Tourism Marketing District. The San Diego Crew Classic thanks the San Diego Tourism and Marketing District for their support of this weekend's event. And if you're with us somewhere out in the cold country, think about it. Next year, 2018, San Diego, a beautiful place to visit. Right now, our temperature right around 64 degrees on San Diego's Mission Bay, and a very light wind. You would love to come to San Diego. Think about it for 2018. The San Diego Crew Classic would like to extend a special thank you to the Boy Scouts of America Troop 295. They have been at your service here at the 2017 San Diego Crew Classic, Boy Scouts Troop 295. Many people get involved with rowing throughout the world, and one of the key people would be the Windermere Real Estate Company. They believe that by focusing first on community, they can better understand and meet the needs of those who live within their areas. One way that Windermere Real Estate is doing this is by supporting events that enrich neighborhoods where they live and work, from crew races and concerts to golf tournaments and fun runs. Windermere Associates understand that it's traditions that bring us together and make our community stronger. Little break in the racing action here, and this would be an outstanding time to stop by our vendor booths. Not only food booths, but the outstanding vendors that support the rowing community with apparel and equipment. So think about it and enjoy some of the food vendors that are in the area, as well as our merchandise vendors. And don't forget that having a collection of San Diego Crew Classic logos that date back 44 years, would be getting the new logo that is available for 2017. It is emblazoned on several merchandise items that are available at the merchandise tent. So think about stopping by and checking out your possession of a San Diego Crew Classic 2017 logo.
We've got 10 minutes. Awesome.
Hey, folks, we're going to have an opportunity to see the 2017 Freedom Rose team. They're supported through U.S. Rowing and a grant from the U.S. Veterans Administration, and they will be having a race here shortly from several clubs: the Oklahoma Warriors, the Bear Island Aquatic Center, Los Gatos Rowing Club, and the Southern Orlando Rowing Club. And we'll give you a little bit more information about these team members and the outstanding program that's being sponsored by U.S. Rowing and the Veterans Administration. The San Diego Crew Classic, along with USA Rowing and the Veterans Administration, proudly present the Freedom Rose team. And we have the red team that's on the screen right now. This is Russell Granat. He is an E4 in the Navy from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Tia Smith, Army Major, San Diego. James Woolley, an Army Specialist. He is from Lafayette, California. Jason Brill, Lieutenant Commander, United States Navy, also from San Diego. Nicole East, she is a first-class petty officer in the Navy from San Diego. Joe Qualls, an Army Sergeant from San Diego. And the coxswain is Katie Bunch, Air Force Captain from San Francisco. Like to acknowledge the blue team. They will come on the screen occasionally here. Obviously, the red team is in the picture now, and we swing over to the blue team. And they are coached by Jennifer Florin, a Marine Corps Sergeant, hailing from Oklahoma City. Jessica Rose Hammock, a Marine Corps Corporal from McLeod, Oklahoma. An Army Sergeant, also from Oklahoma City, Tammy Barthamy. Andrew Johnson, a Navy Petty Officer First Class, also hailing from Oklahoma and the city. Dusty Woodbury, Air Force Staff Sergeant from Green Pastures, Oklahoma. And James Walden, who is an Army Sergeant from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. And to give you a little bit of a background on the 2017 Freedom Rose team, as I mentioned, they are supported by U.S. Rowing and a grant from the U.S. Veterans Administration. They are going through a friendly, you would say in the soccer world, right now a race against one another. And they are from the Oklahoma Warriors, the Bear Island Aquatic Center, Los Gatos Rowing Club, and Southern Orlando Rowing Club. Now, team members will be competing in 2 inclusions. That means a mixture of disabled and non-injured rowers, mixed 8. All athletes are either active or retired military men and women. U.S. Rowing currently has over 25 active Freedom Rose military adaptive rowing programs throughout the United States. Each program is unique, with some programs specializing in sweep rowing for veterans with TBI and PTSD, while others work with athletes with high-level physical disabilities who use fixed seat systems with chest straps and pontoons for extra support. Rowing is a unique sport for disabled veterans and disabled athletes, as the equipment can be adapted to work with so many injuries and disabilities. Freedom Rows participants report the benefits of rowing to include weight reduction, improved mood, lower use of antidepressants, increased social interaction, and the joy and freedom of getting on the water. Please stop by after this row to the rowing competitors booth at the Freedom Row tent to meet these fabulous men and women who have served our country in so many capacities. For more information specifically about Freedom Rows, you can use the website, or rather the email, deb@usrowing.org. That is deb@usrowing.org. So on the water right now, the Freedom Rows group, red boat and blue boat, the majority of the blue boat from Oklahoma, and the majority of the red boat from in and around California, with one exception from Michigan.
As you guys are approaching the start, if anyone could pan over.
Affirmative team, they have you live. Leaving camp land now, looking to head towards the catamaran. We'll need an escort.
That should be.
Okay, back up, advise on the ladder.
They'll pick it up.
Hey, you guys got a hot mic.
Folks, I know that a lot of you might be busy with your break here in one form or another, but we appreciate it. If you could advance down to the shoreline, we have something very special going on right now. It is the Freedom Row, and these are active and retired military personnel that have served the United States. This is the blue crew coming through here. 2017 Freedom Rows team on the water. And for the blue team, thank you for all that you do and have done for our country. As the red crew comes up here, we'll give you a little more information about this display race. This is sponsored by the U.S. Rowing and by the U.S. Veterans Administration. And these rowers are from Oklahoma Warriors, the Bear Island Aquatic Center, Los Gatos Rowing Club, and Southern Orlando Rowing Club. U.S. Rowing currently has over 25 active Freedom Rows military adaptive rowing programs throughout the country. Each program is unique, with some programs specializing in sweep rowing for vets with TBI and PTSD, while others work with athletes with high-level physical disabilities who use fixed-seat systems with chest straps and pontoons for extra support. Rowing is a unique sport for disabled veterans, as the equipment can be adapted to work with so many injuries and disabilities. Once again, for the red team, thank you for all you do and have done for this country. Well, there was no microphone, and she had to put her crew on the water right now. Well, I didn't know. Well, and then she said, "Oh my God, I can't do that. I don't want to do that." So I'm not going to die. It would just be convenient to just. Do you want me to leave my board with you or what? Okay. So then I'll be back doing the.
Good afternoon, everybody. Looks like we've kicked the heat up here this afternoon with the men's high school varsity 8 heat A. Looks like our early leader out there on the far side is Oakland Strokes, followed closely by San Diego and Rowe in lane number 2. We do have a boat out here in one of these outside lanes making a strong push, but as they come through the last 500 meters here, so you can just see them off to the left of your screen there and onto the Jumbotron out in that far lane, really challenging Oakland Strokes. That far lane would be Baja California State, so it looks like made the trip up from south of the border. But again, in this race, you've got Oakland Strokes lane 1, San Diego lane 2, Pocock lane 3, Sammamish lane 4, Los Gatos lane 5, Colorado Juniors in lane 6, and Baja California State in lane number 7. So again, here we go. You've got in the inside lane. Now keep, for our viewers that look at this, and if you're looking at it from the beach, there seems to be the line is not perpendicular to the shore here. So that inside lane looks like it's going to take a big move, but even so, it appears to be Oakland Strokes out in by about 3/4 of a length lead over San Diego Rowing Club. And then it's going to go out to lane number 4, which is going to be Sammamish coming down from Seattle, Washington. And then you go all the way out to that far lane in Baja California State. So where's that Colorado Junior? Sorry, I need to get some kind of a read on whether that, but it looks like it's Baja. But here we go through the line. Oakland in the white boat here. Lane number 1. San Diego. Oh, very close race here. That's Pocock Sammamish. Too close to call. Going to have to go to herenow.com. Followed out there Baja State. Los Gatos. It looks like we're already off into Heat B. Second race of the day up. Already on the race course. So we're underway in the Varsity 8 Heat B. This would be a high school event. Now this is going to be a mix of both high school and club rowers. Lane number 1 in this is going to be Newport. Lane number 2, Capital, out of kind of the Sacramento area. Lane number 3, Saugatuck. Lane number 4, Junipero Sierra. Lane number 5, Marina Aquatic Center. And lane number 6, Upper Natoma. All right, as we get into a rhythm here, we actually have some boats out on the course that have cameras on them that will be broadcasting from there. So it looks like our early leader is Newport. Lane number 1, followed here by lane number 2, Capital, out of the Sacramento area, closely by lane number 3, Saugatuck. And then we're going to go into lane number 4, Junipero Serra. But it looks like it's pretty spread out here. And that would be Newport with about 2 seats of open water. So I'm going to take each length of a seat, so roughly about 1 or 2 meters apiece. And I'm going to put that as open water between the stern of the lead boat and the bow of the second place boat. Okay, so Junipero Serra making a charge here on lane number 3, Saugatuck. Lane number 2, Capital. So really, it's that battle for second. Okay, so it looks like we're still Newport lane number 1, followed by Capital in lane 2, and Junipero Serra. So you get a good idea of like what that spread is. Looking across the course here, it's Capital by about a length in that, solidly in that second place. Newport is off to the right on our screen. They're up in the lead. Now we're going back into 4th place here. Looks like it's Saugatuck. So that gives you a good angle again on lane number 2 and lane number 4. Tight battle there for, that's your 2nd and 3rd place boats. Capital in the white boat at the top of the screen. Junipero Serra in the yellow boat. Okay, so now we can get a nice spread on everybody here. You get kind of that lane number 1 is to the right, and it goes right to left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So because we're looking at it at a bit of a different angle from the finish line, you're going to notice that clearly out in front is Newport by open water between the stern of their boat and the bows of the next boat. But really the big battle here is for second place between Junipero and Capital. I give the slight edge to Capital at the moment, even though when you take a look at the screen, it does look like Junipero is kicked the rate up by about 2 or 3 more beats. They've really decided to crank it up. Now, Newport's responding here in lane number 2. Sorry, lane number 1. Newport's out comfortably. It's Capital. It's Capital, Junipero. And that looks like a pretty tight race for the 4th, 5th, 6th positions here between Saugatuck, Marina, and Upper Natoma. But again, your comfortable leaders here in the light yellow Empacher in lane number 1. Newport. Just comfortably. Kick the rate up a beat or so. Just nice and smooth. Good rhythm. Good groove. And there we go to our second place. Looks like it's Capital, Junipero, and we do have a pretty tight battle here for. Go back to Saugatuck in lane 3. And that's pretty close to call. You're going to have to go to herenow.com for the official results. Okay, looks like we've got 8-minute centers, and these junior boats out here are going pretty quickly, so they're taking less than 8 minutes to cover the course. Probably our fastest juniors out here will be just tickling the 6-minute mark given the conditions. Might even go sub 6 minutes if everything's right. These juniors have gotten faster and faster over the years. So we're back out to the start. You can see right off the line, everybody kind of has their own idea of how they want to go, and they have their first 5 strokes, which are a different sequence of calls usually, and then they'll take what they call high strokes, which is just kind of get your rhythm, get your pace, get into your groove, and then they'll do something like a stride and stride out to their base rhythm. So we kind of see that as we reach off the line, and that's why the start is so enjoyable, is everybody's close. There's just boats moving in the 35 to 42 beats a minute kind of range. And so as we run through the lanes here, we're going from outside in with the camera, but I'll go from inside out. From lane number 1 in Marin, lane number 2 NorCal, lane number 3 PNRA Mercer out here from the East Coast. Then lane number 4 from Oklahoma City Riversport, River City lane 5 out of the Bay Area, and lane number 6 CCHS. It's a good shot of Marin here in lane number 1. Marin out of the Bay Area, always strong in the southwest region. And then you got lane number 2 coming just into the frame, NorCal. So we'll wait until our chase boats are alongside in order to get a good update. But right now I'll just give you the nice shots that we've got from the start line. Okay, we're getting our first shot here from alongside. And it looks like you've got a shot of River City Riversport. This looks like it's your 3rd and 4th place. So we're going to go back up. There's lane number 2, NorCal, and then there are your leaders, Marin. So it does look like it's Marin and in the lead here as we go through about 750 meters in, followed by NorCal. About 4 seats back to lane number 4, OK City Riversport. But the real battle is OK City Riversport and PNRA Mercer. There's about 2 seats difference at all. So really, Marin does not have this runaway right now. It's about Marin up by a half a length. But then, boom, all of a sudden for second place, we've got a really tight battle here between NorCal and OK City Riversport. There you go, first, second, and then there. Look at that battle. Third, you can just see those bows. Is that you've got the bow number 4, OKC, and then PNRA right there about 2 beats behind. But still, you've got 4 beats across. And then we're going to follow that up by lane 5, River City, and back to CCHS in lane number 6. So that kind of rounds out your field right now. Marin is 1, NorCal is 2, and then OK City River Sport 3, Mercer 4, River City 5, and CCHS 6. But again, back to the action here, and really it's anybody's game. It looks like we've got lane number 2, NorCal, trying to make a push into Marin. Marin responding, though, as we come here through the 1,000-meter mark. I guess we're just past the 1,000, coming into the Ingram Bridge opening. And it looks like now the real battle is 2 and 4. So that is Mercer and NorCal. You can see how tight that is from the camera angle, and probably for those of you on the shore, you're just starting to come into view. But it looks like NorCal is still edging out OK City Riversport by about 2 seats, and then we're about 2 seats back to PNRA Mercer. So really anybody's spot there for that second place. Marin is not out of it yet. They're still about a half length up. So if somebody digs deep or Marin falters at all, they could still could be anybody for the win. Remember, this is 1 and 2 to the grand final is all, so that is a hotly contested second place. Here we go. Looks like Marin has hit some kind of a stride. As they start to crank it up into the last 500 here, they are pulling away just a bit. Still contact between them and NorCal, but it's really just about astern. So Marin by a length, NorCal second.
Down by about 6 seats. Then in lane 3 and 4, it's almost a dead heat for that third position. Princeton and Oklahoma City, respectively. And then lane 5, River City, followed by Cathedral Catholic, and lane 6, and that's the call at 1,500 meters.
Okay, looks like we now have an audio person out on that launch as well, which is going to make for a very exciting call. So we'll toss it back out to them that time, but I'll take you here through the finish. So you can see bottom right-hand side of your screen, or the boat that's closest to us, that is Marin. Marin is still up. Now, the angle here makes it look like it's actually OK City Riversport out ahead, but in reality, we are looking at Marin comfortably up by about a length, and then it goes into a real tight battle here between NorCal in lane 2 and OK City Riversport, and that's for that really pivotal second spot, because it's only 2 through to the grand final. So really, your eyes are on lane number 2, that white boat there, and lane number 4, jump out to OK City Riversport. So NorCal, OK City Riversport. Right now it looks like NorCal's up by about 2 or 3 seats. Marin's still comfortable. NorCal's eaten into that lead of Marin just a little bit, but Marin's got about that length, it looks like, here as we come to the finish. And Mercer's also mounting that charge, so it's really going to be tight for third, almost a photo for third. The San Diego Crew Classic thanks Newport Aquatic Center for providing still water vessels for our regatta. So thank you, Newport Aquatic Center, for making this a safe event for all competitors by providing wakeless launches. Your help in allowing the regatta to borrow your launches really makes it better for all competitors and spectators alike. So it looks like we're hopping into the women's high school varsity 8 Gilman McKillen Cup Heat A. Lane number 1, we have Marin. Lane number 2, OK City Riversport. I'll call them OKC. Capital is in lane 3, River City in lane 4, and Texas Center in lane number 5. All right, so the boats are off. You can just see in that shot, actually, that's one of our camera launches getting alongside, and there is an announcer out there in that red shirt. I'm going to toss it out to them as soon as we have a good solid shot, but I'll call them off the start. Again, the start is kind of a fun time in rowing. Everybody's even, right? Nobody's behind when you start the race. They're all started evenly off of stake boats. And then from that point, they take really hard strokes off the line, get their boat up to speed, and then they get into their cadence. And this is where everybody kind of has their own strategy and race plan. And some people like to go really hard out of the gate and get a lead. You know, rowing's one of those sports where when you're up, you have a really nice advantage because you can actually see everybody behind you.
By about a little bit of open water between lane 2 and lane 3, fighting for that second position. Lane 2, lane 3, respectively, that's Oklahoma River City River Sport and Capital Crew. Those are our number 2 and 3 crews. Out in lane 5 is in 4th place is Texas Rowing Center, and in lane 4, bringing up that 5th position, is the River City Rowing Club. Passing through that 500-meter mark, it is our leader is in lane 1. That's Marin. By a little bit of open water to lane 2, Oklahoma City, and then in lane 3, down 3 seats to lane 2 would be Capital Crew, followed by open water. Actually, we've got a battle out in lanes 4 and 5. That would be between River City and Texas Rowing Center for that 4th position. Neck and neck, bow ball to bow ball. Through 750, our leader is still Moran in lane 1, followed by a little bit of open water in lane 2 by Oklahoma City. Then it's Capital in lane 3, followed almost in a dead heat by lanes 4 and 5, River City and Texas Rowing Center respectively. Crews are rowing comfortably, settled into their racing cadence. And it's Marin continuing to edge out a little bit further, approaching that 1,000 meter mark. Marin has about a 4-seat lead over the 2nd place team. That's in lane 2, Oklahoma City. They're up by about 2 seats over lane 3. That's Capital Crew. And in lane 4, it looks like River City has edged up a little bit on our crew in lane 5, Texas Rowing Center. That's River City by about 2 seats for that 4th position. Over Texas in bringing up that 5th position. Through 1,000 meters, though, it's still Marin by about 4 seats open water over lane 2, Oklahoma. Lane 3.
All right, so thanks from the launch. So it looks like we have Marin in lane number 1. You can see him there on the far right of the screen, followed by OKC River Sport in lane number 2. Really tight with Capital in lane 3. Looks like in lane number 4, a bit of a steering issue out there. You can see the coxswain trying to get her crew back in alignment there. It looks like lane number 4, River City, is back in lane number 4. And then you've got, but that gave lane number 5 out there, Texas, a bit of a move through them. So again, closest to us on the right side here, Marin in lane number 1. Followed closely, really tight battle between lane number 2 and 3. That's OKC and Capital, with a slight edge to OKC at the moment in lane number 2. So it looks like Marin by about half a length to a length. Bit of an odd angle here watching off of the finish, from the finish area. And then really here, Capital has taken a move. You can see over there the cadence, so how many strokes they take in a minute. They've actually increased how many strokes they take, and they're really starting to wind it up and start eating into OK City. The question is what happens? Who responds? Looks like OK City now also has seen that move. The coxswains looked over, looked back, and responded to her crew, and now they have taken their rate up in response. So it's kind of a call and response, but it's still very, very tight between lane number 2 and lane number 3. They should be coming into view of the beach here in just a second. But again, you've got Marin, looks like to be at least comfortably in the lead by a length or so. Still getting used to this angle here at San Diego. But it's a fierce battle. You can look at the coxswains. They're extremely determined. That coxswain in that, it's the third boat from the right of the screen. The boat in the middle that looks like they're out in the lead actually has taken a move. That's Capital, and then you can see their coxswain just looking to her left, just looking left. And she's probably making a call. You don't want the rowers to look around, so the coxswain's the one that instructs the rowers as to what's going on around her, and it is a fierce battle here for second place. So it's really Capital and OKC. Capital and OKC. Very, very tight here. It looks like Capital may have an edge on OKC. Cadence is a little higher, but that's not necessarily an indicator of boat speed. So it's still Marin up. And I would say Capital may be making a dent here on OKC, but it's very tight for second. So approaching the line, looks like we've got Marin. OKC in lane number 2. Capital in lane number 3. Start in women's high school varsity 8 heat B. This is lane number 1 Saugatuck, lane number 2 Newport, lane number 3 Long Beach, lane number 4 NorCal, lane number 5 City Island. It's a shot of that Long Beach boat. I shut it off immediately. All right, as we pan back through the different race course here, you see there we go in lane number 1. That would be Saugatuck. Out here from the East Coast. Those black blades, black unisuits. And then just coming into the frame there is Newport in lane number 2.
Our leader is out in lane 1, the near lane to the shore. That would be Saugatuck by about 8 seats over Newport Aquatic Center in lane 2. Followed in lane 4 by NorCal crew, up 2 seats to our crew in lane 3. That's the Long Beach Junior crew. Followed by lane 5, City Island Rowing. Through 500 meters, our leader continues to be Saugatuck by open water to lane 3, Long Beach Junior. Check that, lane 2 is our second place crew. That would be Newport Aquatic Center, followed in lane 4 by NorCal, then in lane 3, closely behind our crew in lane 4, Long Beach, then in lane 5, City Island Rowing. All crews settled nicely in their racing cadence through the first 750 gone, and it continues to be in lane 1 Saugatuck by about 1 seat open water to lane 2 Newport Aquatic Center. And our battle right now is in lanes 3 and 4 between the crews from Long Beach and NorCal for that third position. They are bow ball to bow ball fighting for that third position. And it looks like NorCal has made a move for that third and moving through the crew in lane 3 Long Beach. Early on in the race though, in that fifth position, it's City Island Rowing trying to make their move on those third and fourth place crews ahead of them. Approaching the 1,000-meter mark continues to be Sagatuck has opened their lead by about 3 seats to lane 2, Newport Aquatic Center, who has 1 length open water on the crews in lanes 3 and 4. Long Beach and NorCal almost at a dead heat for that third and fourth position. And then it's City Island, open water behind the third and fourth place crews. Coming up on that 1250, going through that South Island, South Ingram Bridge breezy area. Sagatuck has opened their lead a little bit more. They have about 6 seats open water over Newport, who has about a boat and a half to Long Beach and NorCal, that third and fourth lanes. They're dead even for that third position, followed closely by City Island Rowing. Coming up on 1250 gone, it's still Sagatuck, then Newport. Long Beach and NorCal, dead even. City Island Rowing, lane 5, down by 1 boat length to that third, fourth position. The real race right now is for that third position between Long Beach and NorCal. Who's going to take that third position? Right now at first place is Sagatuck in the lane 1, comfortably ahead of lane 2, which is Newport, who is 2 lengths ahead of lanes 3 and 4, NorCal and Long Beach.
All right, so as you can see, it's starting to heat up here for that second critical final grand final position. So it's Sagatuck comfortably out in the lead here in lane number 1. That's the lower right-hand part of the Jumbotron, lower right-hand screen for those of you at home or watching on your laptop or other streaming device of any kind. And then really it comes down into here to lane number 2, Newport. So it goes from right to left. So that's lane number 1, Sagatuck here. Looks like they've kind of gotten into their final stretch. You know, everybody kind of winds it up towards the end. They tend to go faster towards the end of the race. In the beginning of the race, there's a bit of a strategy of pace throughout the race, and the athletes now know that they're very close to the end. They've also probably practiced this at least on their home race course many different times to try to figure out where are they going to pick up the cadence and how are they going to sprint for the line. So we're seeing that here by Sagatuck, which is that bottom middle boat of the screen, in lane number 1, comfortably out in the lead. You can see their cadence is a couple more beats every minute than the boat next to them, Newport. Now remember, might be a little bit of gamesmanship here too. You never know, because these athletes will have to turn around and come back here tomorrow and race the final. So if you're comfortably in a qualifying spot for the grand final, sometimes you know, the crew can comfortably say, shoot, don't necessarily need to sprint this time, I'll save my energy for tomorrow. Again, what is on the line though is finish position. Finish position will let you know where you draw, and the inside lanes are preferable to the outside lanes. So we kind of seed from fastest into, you know, 1, 2, 3, fastest out to then 4, 5, 6. So here we go as we come across the line. Sagatuck comfortable, followed here by Newport in lane number 2, coming in out of the right of the screen. Looks like Long Beach. Then it looks like we've got Long Beach, who was in tight battle there with NorCal, but got the better of NorCal here towards the end. So Long Beach 3, NorCal 4, City Island here in 5. Catch heart disease early. Book your heart health screening today. Visit sharp.com/Cushman. So here we are in race 18H. I guess it's race 44, event 18H3, Women's High School Varsity 8, Gilman McKillen Cup Heat C. In lane number 1, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane number 2, PNRA Mercer. Lane number 3, San Diego. Lane number 4, Los Gatos. Lane number 5, Colorado Juniors. You can see those red stripes of the crew in the middle lane there, San Diego, coming to you from right across the bay here. Bottom of the screen you see PNRA Mercer with the M on the front of their uniforms. Then we kick it out to Los Gatos. That's that black boat with the white and blue blades there, Los Gatos. And then out in lane number 5, should be coming into our picture here in a second, will be the Colorado Junior crew. Looks like we're going to stay on Los Gatos here for the moment. And there are the Colorado Juniors. Looks like going through just a little bit of a wake. Again, you have an opening. So what happens is you start out in the beginning of this race course, and there's a bit of an opening where it's the ocean enters into the bay. So there's a bit of a wake, and every now and there are different boats out there that do tend up interfering with different crews. So again, there's a kind of a it can get difficult out there. Even though we have such beautiful conditions here at the finish, the start may be just a little bit different. So here's early leader, which is Marina Aquatic Center in lane number 1. And now we're going to go over to Matt on the launch for the call.
For Los Gatos Rowing Club in lane 5, Colorado Junior crew. Through the first 500 meters, lane 1 is our leader. That's Marine Aquatic Center Junior Rowing, followed in lane 2 by the Princeton National Rowing Association. Then lane 3, San Diego Rowing Club for that 3rd position, followed closely in lane 4 by Los Gatos Rowing Club. And that's Colorado Junior bringing up that 5th position in our Heat C at the Women's High School Varsity 8. Well through our first 500 meters, actually that's 750 gone. It's Marina Aquatic Center by open water over lane 2. That's Princeton National Rowing by about 4 seats. And over lane 3, the San Diego Rowing Club holding on to a 2-seat lead over lane 4, Los Gatos. There's a battle for that 3rd and 4th position, 3rd place position between lanes 3 and 4. That's San Diego Rowing Club and Los Gatos, who are also challenging for that 2nd position. They're all touching lanes 2, 3, and 4, fighting for that 2nd and 3rd position. Coming up on 1,000 meters, it's Marina by about 1 boat length in lane 1 ahead of lane 2, Princeton, who now has put on about a 6-seat lead over the crews in lanes 3 and 4. That's San Diego Rowing Club in lane 3 and Los Gatos in lane 4, almost dead even for that 3rd position, followed by Colorado Juniors in lane 5. Well through 1,000 meters, 1250 gone. Coming up on that 1250 mark. Marina has extended their lead. They're a boat and a half ahead of the crew in lane 2. Princeton by about 6 seats over the crew in lane 3. Now has taken that 3rd position, the San Diego Rowing Club, followed by about 4 seats, Los Gatos in lane 5. Lane 4, check that, lane 4, Los Gatos. In lane 5, Colorado Juniors in that 5th position. Through 1250, it's Marina, then Princeton, then the San Diego Rowing Club, Los Gatos, then Colorado Juniors. Women's High School, Varsity 8, Heat C.
Hey, thanks, Matt. Great call from the water out there. Again, it looks like as they come into the last 500, that's the flag that you see out there, that kind of orange flag. You'll see that the athletes now, right now, they're kind of finishing out that 3rd 500. The 3rd 500 is essentially when the athletes are really kind of, well, let's just say they're probably hurting right now, and now they know that they only have 1/4 of this race to go. So you kind of think of the race, it's 2,000 total meters broken into 4 segments. So that's why we talk a lot about different 500s. The first 500 being kind of that start 500, the middle 1,000, if you will, second 500, third 500, and now we're in that final 500. So right around here with about 300 meters to go is when the crews will start to increase their cadence. So again, it looks like lower right-hand side, we've got Marina Aquatic Center in lane number 1 as our leader, followed by, Princeton Mercer here. The club that shares a training area with our national team. Followed by San Diego, the local boat here. You can see that white boat, and you can just see them there in lane number 3. So it looks like it's in that order. Marina apparently looks to have open water over Mercer, which then is probably a good 5 or 6 seats, if not more, back to San Diego. And then we go out there to Los Gatos, which is that boat, the black boat up top, with the blue and white blades. So again, Marina Aquatic Center here, you can see how they've kind of picked up the cadence, but again, really what's the hurry for a boat that's in the lead with 2 through to the final? So they're in that coveted lead spot in the heat. They'll go through and they'll be in the draw for one of the top lanes tomorrow. So again, as they come across the line, that's Marina in lane number 1 here. You see that nice shot, good synchronization. Some good flow out of that crew. And then we'll see PNRA Mercer come into view, followed by San Diego Rowing Club. Los Gatos here in lane number 4, that blue boat, blue and white blades, out of the Bay Area. And coming over from the Mountain States, Colorado Juniors. So Sporty welcomes you to the San Diego Crew Classic. Visit So Sporty in the trade show area for some great stuff. And we're back out here to the Women's High School 8, Heat D. So 4 heats of women's varsity 8s. Lane number 1, Connecticut. Lane number 2, Oakland Strokes. Lane number 3, Sammamish. Lane number 4, Pocock. Lane number 5, CCHS. And lane number 6 is LAC. So kind of a diverse kind of geographical group here in this final heat. You've got Connecticut from back east, perennial favorite in the junior women's eights, followed by lane number 2 out of Oakland, Bay Area. Again, one of the repeat national championship or national championship finalists, year after year. Then you go up to kind of a battle from Seattle, if you will, the Sammamish and Pocock, lane 3 and lane 4, and then CCH. And then right over here across the bay, Zlack. And you see Zlack right there, the black boats with the yellow Z's. So I'm going to pass it out to Matt in the launch.
Club is our third place boat. 2, 3, 4, 5. Lane fourth place boat is lane 4. That would be Pocock. And lane 5, Cathedral Catholic. And then Zlack Rowing Club bringing up that 6th position. Through 500 meters, our leader is in lane 1, Connecticut Boat Club. Followed by lane 2, now is taking the lead. That's Oakland Strokes, up by about a bow ball to Sammamish in lane 3. To open water, lane 4, Pocock Rowing Center, who has about a seat of open water, to lane 5, Cathedral Catholic High School, who's battling in that lanes 5 and 6 between Zlack Rowing Club in lane 6 and Cathedral Catholic for that 5th position. Crew's coming through, 750 gone now, and our leader still only by 3 seats is Connecticut Boat Club over Oakland Strokes in lane 2, who has a 2-seat lead over the crew in lane 3, Sammamish. Open water to Pocock Rowing Center in lane 4. And we have a battle out in lanes 5 and 6 between Cathedral Catholic High School and Zlack for that 5th position. It looks like Cathedral's now taking that 5th position, followed by 6th by Zlack Rowing Club. But our battle is for that 1, 2, and 3 spot. Crews are very close. Coming up on 1,000 down, it's Connecticut Boat Club by 3 seats only over Oakland Strokes, who seem to make a move right now for that 1st position. But Connecticut holding them off through the 1,000 meters. And in lane 3 is Sammamish, down by 3 seats to that 2nd place boat in lane 2, Oakland Strokes. Those first 3 crews fighting it out through that first 1,000 meters. Then in lane 4, a little bit of open water separating them between 3rd and 4th position is our crew from Pocock Rowing Center. Then in that 5th position has been Cathedral Catholic High School, followed by Zlack in lane 6. Coming through the chop of the South Ingram Bridge, still those first 3 crews all within contact with each other, but our leader now is Connecticut Boat Club in lane 1, followed by Oakland Strokes in lane 2, down 6 seats, followed by Sammamish down by 7 seats to lane 2, and then Pocock Rowing Center in that 4th position in lane 4. Bringing up that 5th position, Cathedral Catholic High School and Zlack in our 6th position.
So here we go. Coming all the way across the country, leaving the cold northeast for the sun of San Diego, Connecticut out here in front. Good solid length. You can see that separation there between the stern of their boat on the right side there, Connecticut with the green stripe unis, green visors. Nice cadence here and good rhythm as we come into the final 500. But there's just next to them is Oakland Strokes out of the Bay Area. So a little bit of open water between Connecticut and Oakland Strokes. Oakland Strokes comfortably in that 2nd qualifying grand final spot. Then it looks like we're shooting over to Sammamish. Sammamish here starting to mount a charge towards Oakland Strokes. You can see they've just picked up their cadence a bit. We're about 350 meters out. Again, this is a pretty early season race. These athletes, for many of them, this will be one of the first regattas where they see really quick competition. This race they'll continue to race each other throughout the spring, try to win their qualifying spots to go to the national championships, of which each of these three crews are very highly respected in each of their regions. So you've got Connecticut here on the right-hand side of your screen, lower right, with those green stripe unis, still comfortably ahead of Oakland Strokes. Oakland Strokes looks like still ahead of Sammamish, although Sammamish may have closed the gap a little bit. You can tell the cadence is a little different there from Sammamish. Sammamish wants that second qualifying spot. Again, the angle of the camera at the finish, it does kind of make it look like Sammamish is ahead here, where in reality it's going to be a little tighter than this camera angle might show. Again, there's actually about Oakland Strokes here really does, in lane number 2, you can see that bow number 2 clearly in the screen, has about a half a length advantage over Sammamish there in that red boat. So, Connecticut, comfortable. Oakland Strokes and Sammamish. So Sammamish, good charge against Oakland Strokes here, but Oakland Strokes still qualifying for that second grand final spot. You got Pocock also coming down from the Seattle area. Cathedral Catholic here, lane number 5. And then you've got Zlak out there in lane number 6. All right, looks like in progress is the event 46. Event 19 Heat 1, which is the Women's High School JV8 Zlak Rowing Club Heat A. So we'll kind of bounce back and forth, get the finish of the race prior, as well as the start of this race, so we'll try to keep you in the action. So there we have Cathedral Catholic crossing the line. No, sorry, my apologies, that was Zlak.
250 meters, it's quite a race between lane 1 is our leader, that would be Marin, up by about 1 seat to lane 4, that is Capital Crew, up by about 2 seats to lane 3, Oakland Strokes, followed closely in lane 2 by Connecticut. Then it's lane 5, Long Beach Junior Crew, followed closely in lane 6 by Pocock Rowing Center, and NorCal Crew for that 6th and 7th place, almost a dead heat for 6th and 7th. All crews very closely tightly matched right now through that first 500 meters. Coming up on the first 500 meters down, it's still quite a tight race for 1 through 4. In lane 1, it's Marin by about 3 seats over lane 4. That would be Capital by about a bow ball over lane 3. That's Oakland Strokes, and lane up by about 2 seats to lane 2, Connecticut. Followed closely in lane 5 by the Long Beach Junior Crew, holding off a strong challenge from lane 6 and 7 in a dead heat for that 6th and 7th position. That is Pocock Rowing Center and NorCal. This is Heat A of the Women's High School JV8. Through our first 750 meters, it's the crew in lane 1 holding on to a small lead. That's Marin. Still in lane 4, Capital barely holding on that 2nd place. It's a dogfight between Capital and Oakland Strokes. Oakland Strokes in lane 3 challenging for that 2nd position. followed closely in lane 2 by Connecticut. And then in lane 5, it's Long Beach Junior Crew in that 5th position, with looks like NorCal Crew in lane 7 has taken the 6th position, up by just a seat over lane 6, Pocock Rowing Center. All 7 crews rowing comfortably, but our dogfight literally is in those first 4 places, and that would be Marin in that 1st position. They've stretched their lead out by about 4 or 5 seats to lane 3. That is Oakland Strokes has taken that 2nd position over lane 4, Capital, only by 2 seats, followed closely by lane 2, Connecticut Boat Club. Followed in lane 5 by the Long Beach Junior Crew, and then lane 6, check that, NorCal, lane 7, holding on to that 6th position. Then in lane 6, Pocock Rowing Center. Well through 1,000 meters, approaching that 1,250 meter mark. It's Marin by 7 seats over lane 3, Oakland Strokes, up by 2 seats to lane 4, Capital, by 3 seats over Connecticut in lane 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, very closely matched, going through the wind of the South Ingram Bridge. Followed in that 5th position by the Long Beach Junior Crew, and NorCal and Pocock both challenging for that 5th position in lanes 5, 6, and 7, battling it out for that 5th place position. But we still have a battle in that first 4 places. 1,500 on. It's Marin by 6 seats over lane 3.
Thanks, Matt. What an exciting race we have here in the first heat of the Women's High School JV8. These are probably athletes number 9 through 16 on each team. And, you know, to put this in perspective, some of these different squads have 10. That is 108's worth of junior women. So this is just an extremely competitive event and extremely competitive boat race here. So, again, it looks like out there you see Marin off screen to your right. You just see the stern of their boat up in the lead, followed by number 2, which is, it looks like 2nd place is Oakland Strokes at this moment. Really in a good battle there with Capital. So it's really Oakland and Capital. So, you know, Oakland out of the Bay Area, Capital out of Sacramento. We've really got like a nice battle here for the Southwest region between Marin and 1, and then back to Oakland and Capital 3 and 4. Connecticut here in lane number 4 in 4th place. Looks like Connecticut is now pushing making a charge up into Capital for that 3rd spot. But really, it's still Marin out in front, followed by Oakland Strokes and Capital. Capital and Oakland Strokes, still very tight battle there. You know, there's only 2 heats of this race, and this race course is very unique in the fact that they can accommodate 8 racing lanes. So we're going to see some of that tomorrow in the finals. Very exciting. So because they can do 8 lanes, it's actually places 1 through 4 into the grand final. That said, your place in the heat will put you into what lane draw you have, and there are certain advantages and disadvantages to each lane. So you want to try to finish as high as you can. So here we go. Speaking of that, it's the real battle between Oakland Strokes and Capital that we're looking at here. Marin is comfortably off the screen down to your lower right. But then it looks like it's Oakland Strokes in 2nd, Capital in 3rd. And you're just seeing Connecticut edge here with those green striped jerseys there in lane number 2, comfortably in that 4th place position to round out our grand finalists. So here they come into the line. So Marin, Oakland, Capital, Connecticut are our grand finalists. Now we had a pretty good battle here going on for 5, 6, and 7. Looks like Long Beach has gotten the better of that battle. followed by Pocock in lane number 7. What's off? Women's High School JV 8. I'm not going out there, am I? Am I going out here?
You hear him through your headset? So,
Heat B.
it's okay, you didn't bump.
So lane number 1, Saugatuck. Lane number 2, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane number 3, Newport. Lane number 4, OKC. Lane number 5, San Diego. Lane number 6, Sammamish. Lane number 7, Texas Center. And out in lane number 8, we've got Colorado Juniors.
When this move, this is going to him. This thing is absurdly sensitive.
All right, so as we pan back through the different lanes, it looks like you see Saugatuck there in lane number 1, the white blades. And we should have a chase boat coming online here in a moment, and we'll go out to Matt for the call from that launch.
Followed by lane 7, Texas Rowing. Then lane 6, Sammamish Rowing Association. And then lane 8, Colorado Junior Crew. Well through 500 meters down. And it's the crew in lane 2 with a 8-seat lead. Oh, that would be Marina Aquatic Center by 8 seats over lane 1, Saugatuck. Then it's lane 3, Newport. Lane 4, Oklahoma City River Sport. Then lane 6, Sammamish. Then lane 7, Texas Rowing Center. Then lane 5, San Diego Rowing Club. Followed by Colorado Junior Crew in lane 8. But the battle right now is for that second position between, right now our leader in lane 2 continues to be Marina Aquatic Center by about 6 seats over lane 1 and lane 3, battling for that second position, Saugatuck and Newport respectively for that second position, closely followed by lane 4, Oklahoma City River Sport. Those first 4 positions, quite a battle, quite a rowing race. Then in lane 6, it's Sammamish making a move for that 4th position, followed closely by lane 5, San Diego Rowing Club. And then in lane 7, it's the Texas Rowing Center, putting a challenge on the crews in lanes 5 and 6, followed by Colorado Junior Crew. As we approach 1,250 down, our leader continues to be Marina Aquatic Center, but they're being challenged down that inside lane. That's Saugatuck, not going away easily. In fact, they're putting a charge on Marina. For that 3rd position, we've got lane 3, the Newport Aquatic Center, followed by six seats down in lane 4, Oklahoma City River Sport. Then in lane 6, Sammamish. Lane 5, San Diego Rowing Club. Then lane 7, Texas Rowing Center, followed by the Colorado Junior Crew. And as we pass through that 1250 gone, it's our crew in lane 1 has taken the lead. That's Sagatuck over Marina Aquatic Center in lane 2. Then it's lane 3 down by about 8 seats. That's Newport Aquatic Center.
So as we pick up the action here in the final 500 meters, it's lane number 2, Marina, in a nice battle with Sagatuck. So it looks like Marina there in lane number 2 are the leaders at the moment, but really it's Sagatuck and Newport on either side of them, flanking them from lane 1 in Sagatuck, which is that lower right-hand corner of your monitor and of the screen, closest to us on the shore. And lane number 2, lane number 3, Newport, really battling it out for that second position. But again, looks like Marina comfortably in lane number 2 are your leaders at the moment. So we go Marina, Newport, Sagatuck, OK City, then outside to Sammamish, then back into San Diego Rowing Club, out to Texas, and then Colorado trailing. Wow, 8 boats. Don't get to see an 8-boat race all that often, so this is one of those race courses that can't accommodate that, so you just see so many boats out there. Now, mounting a charge in that outside lane is Sammamish. Out in lane number 5, you can see him out there, lower left-hand side, kind of, the angle of the picture makes it look a little tighter than it really is, but they're still battling it out there for that 4th qualifying spot in the grand final. So here we go, coming in. The big move here, though, is with Sagatuck. Well, we've been sitting back here. Sagatuck has just gone and really had a nice move and pulled out in front here. So, we lose them from the camera screen. They take a nice sprint finish and lead this race through. So lane number 1, Sagatuck, coming through 3rd place at the 1,000 to win this thing. We got Marina here in 2nd, Newport in 3rd, OK City in 4th, Sammamish in 5th, San Diego here, a local crew from across the bay. Texas. And Colorado. American Specialty Health, a national health services company, began sponsoring the San Diego Crew Classic more than 16 years ago. Here we are in progress, the men's high school JV8 Gene Jessup Hervey Cup Heat A. In lane number 1, Oakland Strokes. Lane number 2, NorCal. Lane number 3, Capital. Lane number 4, OKC Riversport. Lane number 5, Juanpera Serra. You can tell, I'm sorry, I'm not from here. So somebody from your crew, please help me out. Come by the finish line tent and help me with the pronunciation. Lane number 6, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane number 7, Central Catholic. Passing it on over to Matt.
Open water to Marina Aquatic Center, and then lane 7, Cathedral Catholic High School. All 7 crews that settled comfortably into their racing cadence, moving through that 750 gone in this race. This is race number 48, the men's high school JV8. Our leader in lane 1 continues to be Oakland Strokes by open water over lane 3, Capital Crew. Holding on to a 2-seat lead over lane 2 now. That's NorCal Crew. Up by about 6 seats to our crew in lane 4, Oklahoma City River Sports. Holding on to that 4th position over the crew challenging in lane 5. That's Rosero challenging for that 5th position in lane 5 for Rosero High School, followed by Marina Aquatic Center and then Cathedral Catholic High School. Coming up on 1,000 meters down, it's Oakland Strokes, lane 1 by open water over lane 3, that Capital Crew by 1 seat over lane 2, NorCal, for that 1st, 2nd, and 3rd position. Then it's a battle for number 4, that's in lanes 5 and 6. Check that, lanes 4 and 5, Oklahoma City River Sport and Capital Crew. Check that, Oklahoma City and Rosero for that 4th position in lanes 4 and 5. Both those crews are challenging now for that 3rd position, making a move as we come up on 1,250 down. We have a battle in the middle of the field for that 3rd position, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th position. In lane 2, in 2nd place, we got NorCal Crew, followed closely by about down by 1 seat in lane 3, Capital Crew, then Oklahoma City, almost dead even with Rosero. Our leader continues to be Oakland Strokes by open water in lane 1. And for that 6th and 7th position, we have Marine Aquatic Center and Cathedral Catholic High School. But the real battle for 2, 3, and 4, and 5. Coming up on 1,500 down, it's Oakland Strokes by open water to NorCal by 1 seat over Capital Crew. Then it's Oklahoma River Sports and Rosero in almost a dead heat for that 4th position. Followed.
All right, looks like, to continue Matt's sentence there, looks like we've got Marine Aquatic Center in 6th and Cathedral Catholic in 7th. So as we get the viewpoint here from our finish tower, that's the big scissor lift that you see down here at the finish line. That lower right-hand corner is the crew from Oakland Strokes. Looks comfortably in the lead. And then that really close battle you can see there between lane number 3, Capital, and then lane number 2, NorCal. So that's NorCal just in the lower right-hand side of your screen. And then there's the black boat there from Capital. Really tight. You can see OKC River Sports kind of orange boat out there. And you got next to them in 5th place, Rosero. And then it's back to Marina Aquatic Center and Cathedral Catholic. But then lower crew on your screen there, Oakland Strokes, really pushing strong here through the line. You can see that there's open water between their stern and the next closest boat. In fact, they're just kind of putting on a show across the line to really just open it up a bit. So they're going to be a crew to watch here in the final. They don't mind that they're not racing again. You know, JV guys going after it. So well done, Oakland Strokes. You got the lead qualifying spot in this heat. You can see just how much they opened up that lead. Now we're going to go out to Capital in lane 2. Sorry, NorCal close, then Capital, then OKC River Sport. Those are your 4 grand finalists. Rosero. And 5, Marina Aquatic Center coming in from your right-hand side in just a moment. So just want to let everybody know that this is yet another year of the San Diego Crew Classic. This year's theme is 2K on the Bay. So glad you guys could make it here. Always the first weekend in April, never to be missed. So we're 40-plus years of this event, kind of the premier opening event of the whole race course season on the West Coast. Let's riff a bit, and then those guys are also, there we go. Looks like we're getting a sight here of the start of the Heat B of the Junior Men's JV8. So you can see those sailboats. Those sailboats are actually, they're staked down. So it's known as a stake boat. The rowers actually back into that, and there's someone who holds on to the stern of each boat. Now you can see the rowers here, they're doing what's called sculling the boat around. Now there's a bit of a wind, so you can tell that wind is coming out of the east towards the bay. And what they do is they try to scull their boat to keep their bow in the dead center of the lane. So not easy. Now also what's going on here off screen to our left is you actually have somebody who's aligning all the different bow balls. You know, all these different boats out here. You see right there at the top of the screen the red boat, it says Hudson. You see that black boat says Resolute. Those are boat manufacturers. Every manufacturer thinks they have the secret sauce to make the fastest hull, and they're all a little different length. So you want to make sure that when you come out here to the bows, every one of those bows is in perfect alignment. So now that it looks like we've got great alignment, or we're getting there, see that rower with a hand in the air, signifying that they're not ready, and they're off. So here we go. Second heat. Lane number 1, Newport. Lane number 2, Marin. Lane number 3, San Diego. Lane number 4, Pocock. Lane number 5, Sammamish. Lane number 6, Los Gatos. And lane number 7, Newport. So there's a quick view of that lane number 2 boat, Marin. Kind of the red blades with the white tip, followed there by the San Diego Rowing Club. That's that red boat right there. San Diego Rowing Club just through the Ingram Bridge here over in the other part of the bay. There's Pocock Rowing Club down from Seattle, Washington. The green of their uniforms just coming into view. Uh-oh. And let's go live to our... And we'll head on out to our trailing launch. You can pick up the action from the water.
Lane 3, that would be San Diego Rowing Club, followed by lane 7, Newport Aquatic Center. Then in lane 6, Los Gatos, followed by lane 5, check that, lane 5, Sammamish Rowing Association. Through 500 meters, lane 1 continues to be our leader. That's Newport Aquatic Center by 3 seats over lane 2, Marin. Followed, then the pack is close. Lane 4 is our 3rd place boat. That's Pocock. Followed in lane 3 by San Diego Rowing Club. Then lane 7, Newport on the outside. Then lane 6, Los Gatos, followed closely by Sammamish in lane 5. Tight pack for that 3rd through 7. But our early leaders out in front of the pack is lane 1, Newport Aquatic Center by 4 seats over Marin in lane 2. By open water to lane 3. Check that, lane 4, Pocock. Up by 1 seat to lane 3, San Diego Rowing Club. Almost a dead heat with lane 5, Sammamish. Then it's lane 7, Newport Aquatic Center, and then lane 6, Los Gatos. Well, through 750 meters down, our leaders of this race, 1 and 2, are Newport Aquatic Center in lane 1, Marin in lane 2, separated by 4 seats. Then it's a dogfight through 3 through 7. It looks like lane 7, Newport has taken that 3rd position over lane 4, Pocock, with a slight lead over lane 5, Sammamish, over lane 3, San Diego Rowing Club, and then in lane 6, Los Gatos. Quite a race in the middle of the pack for that 3rd through 7 position. And it's Newport Aquatic Center on the outside that has taken that 3rd position in the rougher water out here on the outside, unprotected. Our leaders continue to be in the front of the pack. It's Newport Aquatic Center in lane 1 by about 4 seats over Marin, with open water over our crew in lane 7, Newport Aquatic Center, by about 3 seats of our crew in lane 4. That's Pocock Rowing Center, followed closely in lane 5 by Sammamish. Then in lane 3, San Diego Rowing Club. Tightly grouped, this group of 3 through 7. And in lane 6, Newport Los Gatos bringing up that 7th position. Approaching 1,500 meters, it's still Aquatic Center by 5 seats over Marin.
Sorry, just a general announcement that drones are not allowed on the race course. You're in an FCC FAA regulated space as an approach to San Diego's airport. So please, all drone pilots, please refrain from flying a drone over the racers and the race course. Droning on and on. Trust me, if we could use one, we would use one. Test 2. So as we come here into the finish line, it looks like you still have Newport and Marin really fighting it out for that first place. But really out there, too, is Newport B. So this would be actually since it's a JV event, this would probably be either the JV or 3V, third varsity, or it could be that Newport pulled the I want 2 even boats, let's go race for the to see who's the fastest. So it's really kind of interesting there between Newports, but it does look like that Newport A boat out here in lane number 1, yellow boat closest to us, is in the lead. Marin at number 2. Remember, 4 through to the grand final. So we've got Newport followed by Marin. But what's really impressive is Newport B, that B entry out there, like that is difficult to do out in lane number 7. Gets a bit more wind, gets a bit more chop, gets a little bit of current flow out there. So the fact that those guys are doing well out there really signifies they're having a great row. So here you go, Newport in the yellow Empacher. One length over Marin. Wow, tight battle here for 3rd and 4th. Looks like it's the outside Newport. Then back into Pocock, followed by Sammamish. We're going to go Los Gatos and San Diego. Do I need copy or anything like that? That's not the right font size. Designed to dominate. Shimano Rowing Dynamics combines the use of rigid sole shoe and a pivoting foot stretcher to improve power transfer for rowers. You're looking for a little bit of edge of your feet to the foot plate and that connection from your quads into the front of the handle. This could help you out. I ad-libbed that last part to get the little push of the press. What is this, Heat B? Where are we at? High school lightweight Shimano. I had JV Heat B 49. Oh, what? We've had ourselves a start in the men's high school lightweight 8 Shimano Rowing Dynamics Cup Heat A. Lane number 1, Bellin Jesuit. Lane number 2, Capital. Lane number 3, Marin. Lane number 4, Oakland Strokes. Lane number 5, Sea Base. Lane number 6, Long Beach Junior B. So this being a lightweight event, these rowers had to weigh in and meet a certain weight requirement. Typically that means nobody in this shell is over a certain weight limit. For example, 160 pounds. I'm not sure what the junior lightweight men's weight is, but if we take, for example, 160 pounds, no one in this crew is over that, or that's essentially the average of the crew. So it's one of those here. And so what that creates is a lot of really early, tight racing because everybody has about the same power to strength ratio. So I'm going to pass it over to Matt out in the launch, see if we can get a better call.
Lane 1, NorCal crew. Followed in lane 3, Long Beach Junior. Check that, Marin Rowing Association. Lane 2, Capital crew. Followed in lane 5 by Newport Sea Base. Then in lane 4, Oakland Strokes. Then lane 6, Long Beach Junior crew. 500 meters down. All crews rowing comfortably now. A little bit of protected water here in the lee of Ski Beach. And our leader continues to be out in the near lane, lane 1. That's Belen Jesuit Prep School, followed by lane 3, Marin, then lane 2, Capital crew, followed by lane 5, Sea Base, then lane 4, Oakland Strokes, and then Long Beach Junior crew in lane 6. $750 gone. It's Belen Jesuit, then Marin in lane 3, then Capital lane 2, followed by Sea Base in lane 5, Oakland Strokes in lane 4, and Long Beach Junior crew in lane 6. Check that. Approaching 1,000 meters down. Belen Jesuit has expanded their lead over the crew in lane 3 now as our second place. So it's Belen Jesuit by about 3 seats over lane 3 Marin, then Capital crew by about a seat. A battle for second and third between Capital and Marin, followed closely by lane 5 Sea Base, and lane 4 Oakland Strokes also in the hunt for that second and third position. Followed then by Long Beach Junior crew in lane 6. Coming up on 1,250 meters. It is Belen Jesuit by open water over Capital, by 2 seats over Marin, who has about a seat open water over Sea Base, and Oakland Strokes, who are literally almost in a dead heat for that 4th position. Then it's Long Beach Junior crew in lane 6 for that 6th position. Belen Jesuit, lane 1, continues to row comfortably through the rough chop of the South Ingram crossing. They extend to about a full boat.
Looks like we start to lose our audio as we get through that really windy section there in the Ingham Bridge and that's opening. But really the battle here we go, lane 4, lane 5. Oakland Strokes and Sea Base. Again, when we go out to a wider area, it's Belen Jesuit, lane number 1 in the lead. 150? Okay, 150. All right, so again, lightweight junior men's weight is 150-pound weight limit. So all these rowers out here weighed in today at being 150 or under. No boat average, just each of the rowers are under 150 pounds. So that's why you really start to see how tight this is. And it's really hats off to Bell and Jesuit to get such a lead here, because really the athletes are all roughly the same size that are out there on the water today. So in this race. So we have Belen Jesuit in your lead boat there, that white boat, lower right-hand side of the corner, or closest to shore. Really the battle here is for second place, which is lane number 2 and lane number 3, Capital and Marin. That looks like Marin really mounting a charge there in the white jerseys, black boat, middle of your screen. But again, Capital seems to have him by just a bit. Again, it was Marin second, then Capital third, but it looks now like Capital is in second and Marin is in third. Again, looks like Bell and Jesuit comfortable, length lead, and then second place looks like Capital's really kind of pushed through Marin here, is leading into the finish line. Then we go back out to Oakland Strokes for that fourth and grand final spot, followed by Seabase in 5 and Long Beach in 6. So again, Bell and Jesuit, Capital, Marin, and rounding out our grand final spot, by a nose appears to be Oakland Strokes, followed very closely by Seabase. Again, very close. The official results are up on herenow.com. Sharp, reduce stress. Try Reiki, guided imagery, and more at the Cushman Wellness Center. Visit sharp.com/Cushman. And here are the Long Beach Lightweight Juniors. The San Diego Crew Classic would like to thank the David C. Copley Foundation for their continued support of rowing and this event. All right, so we're now out here at the start of the Men's High School Lightweight 8 Shimano Rowing Dynamics Cup Heat B. So this is lightweights again, that 150-pound weight limit. You can see there the athletes are doing a little fist bump, getting ready to go, getting all fired up. You got Newport Aquatic Center in the middle, that NAC boat, lane number 3 there, Long Beach Junior Cruise, the LBJC. San Diego Rowing Club in that picture as well. So looks like Marina down low. There you go. NorCal in lane number 1. You see them right there on the screen. Lane number 2 would be Marina Aquatic Center. So there's Marina just coming into view now, the crimson and blue. Long Beach Juniors in lane 3. Newport in lane 4. San Diego in lane 5. And Saugatuck in lane 6. So there's a good shot of the Long Beach Juniors, kind of the blue blades with the white tips. Out next to them is Newport, kind of a distinctive yellow colored boat. It's a German boat called an Empacher. There's your local crew, San Diego Rowing Club, that black boat there. The white uniforms with the red slashes. And Saugatuck out in lane number 6. So I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Matt in our chase boat. He can give you a view of and kind of a call of who's in the lead.
Lanes 2 and lanes 4. That's Marina Aquatic Center in lane 2 and Newport Aquatic Center in lane 4. Followed in lane 1 by NorCal. Then lane 3, Long Beach Junior Crew. Followed by lane 6, Saugatuck Rowing Club. Then in lane 5, San Diego Rowing Club. 500 meters gone, well through 500 meters. And our leader now is in lane 2. That's Marina is our leader. Then it's lane 4, Newport in that second position. Then lane 1, NorCal. Then lane 3, the Long Beach Junior crew, followed by lane 6, Sagatuck. And lane 5, San Diego Rowing Club. We have quite a race. 1 through 4. And our leader still is in lane 2. That's Marina Aquatic Center Junior Rowing. They are holding off the crew in lane 1 and the crew in lane 4. Lane 1 is NorCal. Out in lane 4 is Newport. They're both challenging for that first position. Almost a bow ball to bow ball battle for that second position right now. That's in lane 4 and lane 1, NorCal and Newport. Challenging lane 2 of Marina for that first place position, coming up on 1,000 meters. Then it's lane 3, Long Beach Junior crew, followed by lane 6, Sagatuck, and then San Diego Rowing Club in lane 5. Through 1,000 meters, Marina still holding on to a slight lead there in lane 2, followed closely in lane 4 by the Newport Aquatic Center. Then in lane 1, NorCal for that third position, with about open water to lane 3, Long Beach Junior, followed by Sagatuck in lane 6, and then San Diego Rowing Club in lane 5. But our battle is for first, second, and third, coming through the chop of South Ingram Bridge Channel. Lane 2, Marina continues to be our leader, but not by much over lane 4, Newport Aquatic Center, who is bow ball to bow ball for that second position with lane 1, NorCal. Then in lane 3, Long Beach Junior also in the hunt for that third position. Outside in lane 6, Sagatuck hanging in there, also challenging for that third position. Followed by...
All right, looks like they're through that Ingram Bridge opening. A little bit of static coming off the water. Quite windy out there. You can actually see that crosswind there with the flags, with that 500-meter flag, that orange flag there. So as we come back in, it looks like it is that battle for for first place here between Marina in lane 1 and Newport in lane 4. Marina in lane 2. Newport in lane 4. So Marina is in first, Newport's in second. Then we come all the way to the inside, lane number 1, NorCal. And lane number 3, Long Beach in 4th place. You've got Sagatuck right out there. Far left of your screen, you can see in lane 5. And then San Diego Rowing Club kind of in the center of your screen right there. The black boat is lane in number 6. So again, it's that white boat. You know, if we go right to left, you've got NorCal in 3rd place. But it's that white boat there in lane number 2. And that yellow boat out there to our left, Newport. So it's Marina and Newport really getting into something exciting here towards the finish. Remember, it's 4 through to the grand final. However, you know, notice that crosswind, and then notice that, you know, depending on when you row, some of the lane 1, 2, 3 may have, you know, a little bit of an advantage. So you want to be in the faster seated positions in order to draw the best lane possible in the final. Again, you know, pretty fair course all the way around, but at the same time, everybody at this race course is racing for those inside lanes because that's where they put the fastest boats, and you want to be known as one of the fastest boats. So here's a good shot of the Newport crew. And it's a real battle for them out there. Lane 4 with this inside crew, lane 1. It's going to come screaming in probably in the lower right-hand side of the shot. So there we go. Now, really tight to the line. Wow, and there you go. Newport. Marina is in third, so it's actually NorCal came up through Marina. So Marina went from first back into third, still qualified for the final. And now we're rounding out with Long Beach in fourth. Saugatuck in fifth. And San Diego Rowing Club coming in here from the right side of our screen in sixth. So again, very, very cool with lightweights because, you know, everybody about the same size and everybody going with a different strategy. One boat may have hung back and decided to sprint a little faster at the end. Some people might have gone out quickly. So, you know, we have a local rowing club here, ZLAC. ZLAC, just wanted to let everybody know here, is celebrating its 125th anniversary this year. Tradition and lifelong friendships kept alive by the dynamic women drawn to ZLAC make the club a unique organization. ZLAC Rowing Club not only offers commitment and dedication to the sport of rowing, but it also opens its doors to the community. The club offers learn-to-row opportunities periodically throughout the year, both for girls and adult women. Again, ZLAC Rowing Club, 125th anniversary. Quite an achievement. So we had the men's lightweight. Now we have the women's lightweight 8. 130? Or do we not even get in there? 135? They all, like, I don't know. When my wife rode, it was sub 130, 125 average. I don't know if they do averages anymore. Okay, so these young women all had to weigh in and be under a certain weight. And that really kind of just means that we've got some very fair strength to weight ratios out here in these boats. So running through, it looks like we've got lane number 1, Seabase, lane number 2, Marin, lane number 3, Long Beach, lane number 4, Capital, lane number 5, Newport, lane number 6, Oakland Strokes, lane number 7, Los Gatos, and lane number 8, NorCal. So again, we are lanes 1 through 8 out here, full race course for you. Now, this is just one heat, so this is a preliminary race. What the athletes are racing for here is position in the final. So with the seating order determined by the order of finish. So these young women out here weigh a maximum of 130 pounds. Again, so they weighed in sometime this morning, had to make a weight under that. And so you're really looking at some really evenly strength to weight ratio young ladies out here in the races today. So I'm going to go ahead and toss it over to Matt, who's got a chase boat alongside, and should be able to give you a play-by-play of who's in the lead.
Then it's lane 2, Marin, followed by lane 4, Capital, then lane 3, Long Beach Junior, then lane 6, Oakland Strokes, lane 5, Newport Aquatic Center, lane 4, actually lane 7, Los Gatos, then NorCal crew. Coming up on 500 meters down, lane 1, Seabase. Then it's lane 2, Marin. Followed in lane 4 by Capital. Lane 3, Long Beach Junior. Then lane 6, Oakland Strokes over lane 5, Newport. Then Los Gatos in lane 7, and then NorCal in lane 8. This is the high school lightweight, women's lightweight. Eight crews in this race, all 8 lanes being used. And our leader going through 750 is the crew in lane 1. That's Seabase. Followed by lane 2, Marin. Then lane 3, Long Beach. Then lane 4, Capitol. Lane 5, Newport. Lanes 5 and 6 almost in a dead heat. That's Newport and Oakland Strokes. Followed by lane 7, Los Gatos, and then the NorCal crew in lane 8. Quite a tightly matched field of crews, all 8 boats within striking distance. Our leader right now is in lane 1 and continues to be Seabase. And then in the second place is in lane 2, Marin. And they're followed by lane 4 now. That's Capitol, then Long Beach in lane 3. Newport in lane 5. In a battle with lane 6, that's Oakland Strokes, almost bow ball to bow ball with Newport. Then it's Los Gatos down by 6 seats, and then NorCal crew in lane 8. 1,000 meters gone, and it's still in lane 1. Seabase continues to be our leader, battling with the crew in lane 2. That's Marin. Then Capitol out in lane 4, and then Long Beach crew in that 4th position. Then Newport and Oakland Strokes in lanes 5 and 6. Then Los Gatos, then NorCal crew. 12:50 gone, that's the field. Continues to be Seabase. Then Marin. Then Capitol, then Long Beach Junior, then Oakland Strokes and Newport, Los Gatos, then NorCal. That's it.
All right, so you can see just how tight this field is. You know, everybody roughly the same size out there. Really makes for some very tight racing. So it's right now still kind of in lane order. You know, Seabase in 1, Marin in 2, Long Beach in 3, Capitol in 4. Now, what you're starting to see here is these outer lanes. So kind of Newport and Oakland Strokes starting to put some pressure on Capitol there in the center of your screen. We'll see what develops out of that. You've got Los Gatos out there in the far lane, and then or lane 7, and then far out there would be NorCal in lane 8. That's a good shot there of kind of Oakland Strokes. You can see they're really trying to move up on Newport. That's Newport in the silver boat on the right side, and Oakland Strokes in the orangish boat. Sorry, I don't have the best color from here. But as you can see, there's still overlap among most of these boats here. Kind of about astern, bow astern, bow astern, bow astern, but there's still overlap throughout this whole field, which is you know, extremely rare when you get this many boats this tightly done, but something that is a little more frequent with these lightweight races. So you got a good view there of Long Beach. Long Beach sitting in 3rd place at the moment. So coming in out of the right-hand side here as we kind of open it up, you see Marin in 2nd, but our leader's Seabase. So this is really where you can tell that dark boat down there in the lower right-hand side of your screen. But again, how cool is this to see 7 boats kind of just completely filling your screen? Nice tight shot. Just amazing racing out here this afternoon. But Seabase in 1. Marin looks comfortably here in 2nd, Long Beach in 3rd, Capitol in 4th, Newport in 5th, Oakland in 6th. So roughly finishing in in lane order. But nobody quite has broken open water, just contact across the board. Looks like Oakland Stroke gets a little bit of water over Capital. And as Oakland Stroke finishes, Los Gatos. The San Diego Crew Classic would like to thank our media partners for helping make the 44th Regatta another successful event for San Diego. And here's NorCal rounding up the field in the women's high school lightweight eights. All right, next up. Next up, looks like we have a little bit of a break here, actually. Before we get started with the Masters events. So we'll give it a second here. You can start to see them back into the stake boats. So you can see the start of the race course here is right under that kind of aerial tram at SeaWorld. And this is what the athletes, this is kind of more the athletes' view, so it's nice to get a little bit of time down here at the start. So those are the sailboats. You have volunteers out there called, they're staked down, hence the name stake boat. And you can see that stake boat. You see the young woman with a cap on in that top of your picture there. She's holding onto the stern of the boat. Now, the stern of the boat is alongside the sailboat, and then she can actually, she's got either a headset or there's somebody on the shore that gives her a little bit of instruction there to say, lane 6, move it forward, backward 1 inch. That's good, hold, and she's working from one way to the other. So the hard part here, though, is that you've got that bit of crosswind. So, the afternoons in San Diego, you get some onshore winds. And those onshore winds tend to want to blow the bows out of alignment because this race course is perpendicular to that wind. So the boats are always having to sit there and kind of, scull their way around or take some short strokes. You see down here at the bottom of the screen, this rower here is just taking a few strokes trying to bring the starboard side back around into alignment.
No. Oh, we're doing it. Okay.
So again, this would be up men's masters F8 plus. So this is over 60-year-olds. So how U.S. Rowing designates masters are through different age bracket categories. Each bracket category refers to a different letter. So when you're up in the letter count, you definitely start to get into the older group. And this crowd out here, rowing is a lifelong sport, and it's going to be great to see some 60-plus-year-olds come fighting down the race course here in a moment. Let's take this moment to thank Concept 2. Concept 2 CTS offers 52 custom blade colors so you can be race ready. Available as single, solid colors. Concept 2 CTS now has a color for every crew. So riggers out there, think about that. You don't have to paint. You don't have to paint the base color. Pretty cool. Also like to thank Newport Aquatic Center. Newport Aquatic Center calms the waters on Mission Bay with the loan of their fleet of still water vessels. So that's the different boats that you see out here that have multiple pontoons. Those are called wakeless launches. And because those long pontoons have the engine set in front of the stern, you actually have a scenario whereby you have a very low wake boat. American Specialty Health founder George DeVries rode at Culver Military Academy and at UCSD. So thank you, American Specialty Health, as being a sponsor of this event. You want me to go again? Be friendly, Campland on the Bay. Enjoy the beach in your backyard at Campland on the Bay, a proud sponsor of the 44th annual anniversary of the San Diego Crew Classic. It's not 44th annual anniversary, it's the 44th anniversary. Okay, all right, fair. Oh, I can scroll through if you want. We can keep running through, just hammer them out. U.S. Rowing is the national governing body for the sport of rowing in the United States. It serves to promote the sport on all levels of competition, including the selection and training of those who represent the U.S. at an international level. The San Diego Crew Classic would like to thank the David C. Copley Foundation for their continued support of rowing and this event.
The breakage mark, all 5 crews through that part of the course cleanly, and our early leader is in lane 4, that's Cambridge, by about 3 seats, and our crew in lane 3, San Diego Rowing Club, by 2 seats over the crew in lane 1, Kent Mitchell, then Long Beach in lane 2, and Riverside Boat Club. In lane 2, and then Riverside Boat Club in lane 5. All 5 crews in contact with each other. Now Cambridge has made a little move to open up their lead out in lane 4. They're up by about open water now, lane 1. Kent Mitchell, who is 8 seats up on lane 2, Long Beach Rowing Association. And then it's lane 5, Riverside Boat Club in that 4th position. And then San Diego Rowing Club bringing up that last position in lane 3. Right now it's a battle for positions 3 through 5. But our leader is still out in lane 4. Cambridge continues to lead by a little bit of open water to the crew in lane 1, Kent Mitchell, who has open water to the crew in lane 2, Long Beach Rowing Association. Long Beach 2 seats up on the crew in lane 5, Riverside Boat Club, who has 4 seats on the San Diego Rowing Club. 3, 4, and 5, hotly contested field in this Men's Masters 8, 60 plus. This is a final. Approaching 1,000 meters. It's Cambridge as we pass that 1,000-meter mark by 7 seats over Kent Mitchell. Kent Mitchell has made a move on Cambridge in that near lane. Followed by Riverside Boat Club in that 3rd position out in lane 5. Then it's Long Beach Rowing Association in that 4th position. Balball to Balball actually for that 3rd position is Long Beach and Riverside. Then San Diego Rowing Club also in the hunt for that 3rd position. As we approach 1,250 meters, it's a boat race now between lane 1, Kent Mitchell, and lane 4, Cambridge. It appears that Kent Mitchell now has a slight lead, passing through 1,250 meters. Then Cambridge, then the crew in lane 2, Long Beach, then lane 5, Riverside Boat Club, and then San Diego Rowing Club in lane 3. But approaching 1,500 meters, Kent Mitchell up by about 6 to the crew from Cambridge in lane 4. Open water over the crew in lane 2, Long Beach Rowing Association up by about.
So there you had a really nice shot of that tight race between lane number 1, Kent Mitchell, and lane number 4, Cambridge. So it looks like lane number 4 right now just edging Kent Mitchell. But look at this battle here. We are 1,500 meters in. Those buoys that they just passed there. And it is 1 seat difference between these two crews. The other thing to note is Masters rowing typically is 1,000 meters in length. So the fact that we're going 2,000 meters here with Masters rowing, this is quite a battle for these crews. So we've seen the lead switch 2 or 3 different times back and forth between Kent Mitchell and Cambridge. So it's really very interesting to see who's going to come out on top here. About 350 meters to go. That lower right-hand corner, yellow boat, that's Kent Mitchell. The one out there to the left in the black boat, that would be Cambridge. So Cambridge, Kent Mitchell, really tight. Then it looks like we're going back to Long Beach in 3rd, Riverside in 4th, and San Diego in that 5th spot. Again, 1 final, 1 shot. Really tight battle here. So because the finish line is at a bit of an angle, it's going to appear that the lower boat, the yellow boat, is going to just sprint and catch up. In reality, they are very, very close. There's only 1 or 2 seats separating these two crews. So right now, each of them are digging deep, trying to get to the finish line the fastest. Very tight. Looks like a slight edge here to Kent Mitchell in that yellow boat, but again, still anybody's race as we come towards the line. But there's Kent Mitchell. You can see, the finish line's about at that angle. Kent Mitchell's has got about 2 seats, maybe 3 seats of open, or 3 seats on Cambridge. So, wow, what a tight battle. Many, many different lead changes there between Kent Mitchell, who are eventual victors, and Cambridge out there in lane number 4. There's Long Beach and Riverside, again, very close. Just a couple of seats. Looks like Long Beach by a couple of seats over Riverside. And San Diego, rounding out the field. So Men's Masters F8 is in the books. Very, very inspirational to see such great rowing. Next up, we have the Women's Masters F8 final. So again, this is women 60 years and or older, or a boat average, excuse me, of over 60 years old. Lane number 1, Long Beach. Lane number 2, Portland. Lane number 3, Chinook. Lane number 4, San Diego. And lane number 5, Avalon. There's a shot of Long Beach. Here's the blue jerseys from the crew from Portland. There's a shot of San Diego Rowing Club. The white with the red stripes. It's on the water. Multiple races on at this. Here we go, Zlak.
The Avalon Rowing Club. This is the Women's Masters 8, 60 plus. There is a lot of years of rowing experience in these 5 crews and a lot of wisdom and a lot of racing tact. Through 500 meters, it's the crew from Long Beach in the lead, lane 1, by about 1 boat length to the crew in lane 3, Chinook, who is almost bow ball to bow ball. Check that. Lane 2, up by 1 seat, is in that second position over Chinook in lane 3, who has open water to the crew in lane 4. That's San Diego Rowing Club. And then Avalon Rowing Club in that 5th position. Quite a battle for 2nd and 3rd place. Masters women. Lane 2 and 3 battling out for that 2nd position. Our leader is in lane 1. That's Long Beach Rowing Association. Followed by Portland in lane 2, who has 2 seats over Chinook in lane 3. Chinook has open water lead over the crew from San Diego Rowing Club, with Avalon Rowing Club bringing in that 5th position through 750. Check that, 750 meters gone. It is now Long Beach by open water, rowing comfortably ahead of our crew in lane 2, Portland Boat Club, with 6 seats over Chinook in lane 3, who has open water to the 4th place crew in lane 4. That's San Diego Rowing Club, with Avalon Boat Club Rowing Club coming in that 5th position. Coming up on that 1,000 meters down, halfway there, it continues to be Long Beach, who has extended their lead by about a half a boat length. They are a boat and a half open water lead to Portland Boat Club, who has 6 seats on Chinook, who has open water on San Diego Rowing Club, with Avalon coming in lane 5, filling in that field of 5. This is the Women's Masters 8. Pushing through that 1,000 meters, coming up on 1250 down. Now these crews navigate through the choppy quartering wind coming through the South Ingram Bridge channel. We continue to have our leader in lane 1, Long Beach Rowing Association, followed in lane 2 by Portland, who's being challenged in lane 3 for that 2nd position by Chinook. Coming up on 1250 down, Chinook sees them making their move at the 1250 mark for that 2nd position on Portland. And then it's San Diego State. So check that, San Diego Rowing Club in lane 4, bringing up that 4th position. And then Avalon Rowing Club lane 5, bringing in the field.
Okay, so the finish of the Women's Masters F8 60 plus final. We've got right there that near boat closest to us there, lane number 1 on the right hand side of the screen, approaching 500 meters to go in our lead position. And then it's that really close battle there, but the boat next to them, Portland and Chinook. So what's really nice is I want to say thank you to all the different crews that lend boats to other people who make the trip out here. A number of times you may see people from the East Coast rowing with blades or insignia of boats from local clubs. So I just want to say thanks to the local clubs for making it possible for people not to have to trailer their boats across the country early in the season here across the winter. Remember, it is still winter in some parts of this country. So anyway, thanks to those of you who are in different boats, but it makes identifying blades a little bit more difficult for us here. So what we have here in lane number 1 appears to be Long Beach, and you've got Portland there in lane number 2 in second place, followed closely by Chinook in lane 3 in third. That's San Diego Rowing Club at the top of your screen, the white jerseys with the red stripes. So you can tell now. You see that crew in the bottom of the screen. Long Beach really starting to crank up the rate here towards the finish of this race. They know the end is near, and they're just going to cruise home to a victory in this event. This is a final, so they are going to be the fastest women's 8 Masters F out there of this regatta. So really impressive that this sport can really be done at any age. You know, it's I challenge you all to go find the 60-plus football team. But there we go. Your champions in this event from Long Beach. So.
Yeah, then we gotta get that.
So in Portland, our second place. Look how close that was with Chinook, third place. Again, that's after 2,000 meters. Typically, Masters events and internationally Masters events are only 1,000 meters. So really becomes quite a long race and very impressive. So out on the race course here is the men's Varsity 8 American Specialty Health Cal Cup third final. This would be places 13 through 16 coming out of the heats from earlier in the day. There's the Masters F from San Diego. Fourth place from that prior race. And we'll kind of switch back and forth to show you both races. So there we go again with the men's Cal Cup. Again, because this is a final, I don't really have the lane numbers at the moment and who's in what lane. So I'm going to do my best calling it off the blades and looking at who finished off the first of the race from earlier. But, you know, we'll go out there to the call and the launch.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Meters down. Boston College continues to be our leader in lane 1. They have about 6 seats on Alabama out in lane 3. Alabama being challenged in lane 2 for that second position by Humboldt State. And on the outside in lane 5, it's Colorado for that 4th position. Then Long Beach State in lane 4, and then Chapman in lane 6. Approaching the 750 meter mark. Boston College, lane 1, by 8 seats over Alabama, who has 7 seats on Humboldt State in lane 2. And it's Colorado in lane 5, holding off Long Beach State in lane 4 for that 4th position. Lane 2, it appears that Humboldt State's challenging Alabama for that 2nd spot. They've made a move at the 750 meter mark. But our leader continues to increase their lead slightly. That's in lane 1. That's Boston College. They have about a 4-seat open water lead to the crew from Alabama, who's holding off a challenge from both the crew in lane 2, Humboldt State. In the outside, we've got Colorado making a move for that 2nd position. Check that. There, Colorado is now moving on Alabama, challenging them for that 2nd place position. Through 1,000 meters, we got a boat race for 2nd and 3rd place. Our leader continues to be Boston College in lane 1, open water. Alabama holding on to that 2nd spot in lane 3, but they're being challenged closely by both lane 2, Humboldt State, and lane 5, Colorado. Almost a bow ball to bow ball for that 3rd position. And then Long Beach State also challenging for that 3rd position, falling right behind the crew from Colorado. And in the 6th position, we have Chapman in lane 6. 1,250 meters down. Boston College. Alabama.
All right, so it looks like Boston College, Alabama, Humboldt State, Long Beach, Colorado, and Chapman. Sorry, now I need the lanes. My bad. You said Boston College. Okay, Humboldt. So there we go. We've got the, you kind of see lane number 3 in the middle of your screen. But over here in lane number 1, there's your leader, Boston College. Then you go over 2 lanes to lane number 3, Alabama. And then we go out 2 more lanes out there. It looks like Colorado out in that far area there. So that's kind of your 1, 2, 3. BC, Alabama, Colorado. But really that battle you can see lower right-hand side of the screen, Boston College. So these gentlemen raced earlier today, so they were out here nice and early this morning. And honestly, the conditions are still fantastic. A little bit of crosswind, but nothing that any crew can't handle. For early spring racing, this has got to be some of the best early spring racing in the country, no question. But that's it. You kind of see down there, lower side of your screen there, Boston College. And that's Alabama. We've got Crimson v. Crimson. One's the Crimson Tide, though. Oh, Boston College. And crossing the line. Alabama, lane number 3. It looks like we're going to go out there to Colorado in lane 5. Really tight battle here between Humboldt and Long Beach. Looks like Humboldt just gets Long Beach at the line. And Chapman rounds out the field. Okay, and now I've got this. Yeah.
On our website, the last
Okay.
shuttle, last Goldfield shuttle.
Those of you with drones are super cool. I got it, but not at this race course. So they're not allowed in the overall area here. So please, no drones over the racers, and certainly not at this venue. So thank you very much. All right, looks like we're going to go out here to the men's collegiate 2v8, the Sharp Cabrillo Cup. This is the third level final. Looks like we have lane number 1, San Diego State, lane number 2, Colorado. Lane number 5 out there is UC Davis. You have audio from him? Hello?
Okay, I think I got it. You got it. Yeah, if you could do me a favor.
So it looks like UC Davis here in lane number 5, your early leader. And then we're going to go out to lane number 1, San Diego Rowing Club. Or sorry, San Diego State University, my apologies. And then lane number 2, Colorado. So you can see right there here early UC Davis in lane 5 for your leader. And then look how tight it is out there in lane 1 to lane 2. You've got lane 1 just a nose in front of lane 2, so quite a battle here. Again, this is the third level final, so we're looking at places 13, 14, and 15 on the line. Now we got a nice close-up here from the chase launch. Getting a bit of static from our announcers out on that chase launch. I think the wind is starting to pick up, and we're getting a little bit of extra interference out there in the afternoon. So I'll just make the call here off the monitor. So I see what you see, and what you're seeing here is UC Davis about 3 or 4 seats in, but their early lead is starting to evaporate to a big push here by lane number 1, San Diego State University. So again, pretty close. You can see just there's the coxswain of UC Davis really kind of urging the crew on. As they go through the 750-meter mark, you can see that black flag right there. They are in the lead. Now, remember, there is these athletes did row twice today, so you know it really. If you go out too fast and this is your second race of the day, anything's possible, and you just don't know who's pacing what and you know who's got something left in the tanks. So really, right now, it is that early lead by UC Davis. That's that close boat to us here in the picture, and we go out to lane number 1. That's putting a big challenge on them by San Diego State University, and then there you see not out of it by any means is Colorado. Colorado's still only about 3 or 4 seats back of San Diego State. So we still have contact across this field. You can see the bow of that number 2 boat right there, kind of sitting even with the stroke seat of University of California, Davis. So now, it looks like Colorado's decided, hey, 1,000 meters is where we're going to go beat up on San Diego State. San Diego State's like, nah, no, I don't think so. So really what we've got is a nice battle going on. They make a move. You know, Colorado tries to come back. San Diego State pushes back out there. So really what they've both done, though, is that little move between San Diego State and Colorado has them pushing back into UC Davis. Right, so now you start to see UC Davis, who was a good half length up, now we're really getting tight between the 3 boats. So again, here's another look. Colorado's yet again swinging punches at San Diego State University, and now it looks like it is Colorado who's just nosed their bow out in front of San Diego State for the moment. Again, look how tight this field is, right? That kind of jostling between lane number 1, San Diego State, and lane number 2, Colorado, really has them trying to inch back into UC Davis, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So we've got a very tight race. You see UC Davis, that bow number 5, right there in the right closest to us on the screen, essentially 3, 4, 5 seats up over now lane number 2. Colorado, definitely as we went through the buoy line, is up over San Diego State by about a seat, maybe a seat and a half. So here you go. You got all 3 bows. You can see it on the monitor yourselves, or on the Jumbotron if you're watching. This is how tight this race is. It's really coming down into, it's going to come down to the last 1,000 meters. So we're 500 meters to go, roughly. You can see the 250 to go sitting right there at those flags. And it's still pretty spread out. Now, it looks like we do not have a lane 3 or a lane 4. They are vacant. So, really, that puts UC Davis into, that Coxon, it puts them into a bit of difficulty out there, kind of having to look across 2 other lanes. Now, it does say that they are an exhibition crew. I don't quite know what that means. Maybe they had a false start and they're just added to this 3rd final. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It really makes for some fantastic racing. So, again, now that we're coming into the final area here, UC Davis looks to still be very tight with Colorado. Colorado has now separated themselves from San Diego State University. So that push that we saw and that kind of jostling from the 1,000 to the 1,500 meter mark, it really was Colorado that came out on top of that. Not knockout punch to San Diego State, however. There's still contact between San Diego State and Colorado, so it's by no means over as these athletes start revving towards the finish line. But again, that really tight battle between the 2 crews that were side by side has really put them into UC Davis. So this is going to be a tight battle for the line. So to the far left of your screen is UC Davis out in lane number 5. Closest to us is San Diego State at the bottom of our screen, and right there in the middle is Colorado. It's still anybody's race here as we come into the final strokes. And you can tell right as we come into the line, this is going to be tight. So herenow.com for the results. That's too close to call from my vantage point. So between Colorado and UC Davis, and San Diego just not far behind. All right, we're back at it. The Women's Collegiate 2v8, the Jackie Ann Stitt Hungness 3rd final. So again, the 3rd final, these athletes rode in the heats this morning. Your place in the heats determines which final you make. So this would be the athletes who are going for places 13, 14, and 15 of the regatta. You can see for those of you who are still in winter and looking at this online, it's a beautiful day here in San Diego. We've got people here in the water cheering each other on. It's really a great event. So if you happen to be watching from the city itself, make your way on down here tomorrow. It's going to be a great event, another great day. And for those of you who are watching from afar, well, maybe next year put this in your plans to come out. It's a great event to visit, and it's a great place to race. So we have a start here in the Women's Collegiate 2v8, the Jackie Ann Stitt Hungness 3rd final. Lane number 1 is going to be Southern Methodist. Lane number 2, UC Santa Barbara. And lane number 3, Santa Clara. You see Santa Clara here just coming into the screen. Now, what's great about this is now that we've kind of moved into our section where it's just finals, the finals, the heats all had the different speeds, right? But now the finals are roughly the people who finish the closest to each other in the heats. So we should have some pretty close racing, and that's what we saw in the first final of the day with the Men's Collegiate 2V. So we're going to toss it on out to Matt in the launch and see if he can give us some commentary. We think we've got a little more solid audio connection.
3 crews. well through 250 meters. And now it's UC Santa Barbara has taken a slight edge of a lead, maybe a seat over the crew in lane 1, Southern Methodist University, who has about an 8-seat lead over Santa Clara out in lane 3. As we come up to 500 meters, UC Santa Barbara, the Gauchos are holding on to a 3-seat lead over Southern Methodist University, lane 1. They have about an 8-seat lead over the crew from Santa Clara in lane 3. 500 meters gone. All three crews rowing comfortably. Settle in their racing cadence. Closely matched, closely bunched group. 3 crews. UC Santa Barbara holding on to a 2-seat lead over Southern Methodist in the favored, preferred, protected lane, lane 1. Taking advantage of the calmer water from the protection of the lee of the Sea Beach shore. Both UC Santa Barbara, lane 2, and Southern Methodist battling out for that first position back and forth, followed by Santa Clara, who is down by about 3 seats open water to the first and second place crew. Through 750, it appears UC Santa Barbara took a 10, and they've now taken about a 6-seat lead over the crew in lane 1, Southern Methodist University. But Santa Clara hanging in there in that 3rd position, trying to get back at it, coming back, and almost has contact with that 2nd place crew, Southern Methodist University. 1,000 meters down, and it's University of California, Santa Barbara with an 8-seat lead over Southern Methodist, who has about an 8-seat lead over Santa Clara. That's 1,000 meters down. As we approach the 1250 mark in this women's collegiate 2nd varsity 8 3rd final, it's the University of California Santa Barbara with a little bit of open water lead over Southern Methodist University, who has about a boat length lead, open water lead over Santa Clara. 1250 gone. That's the field at 1250. UC Santa Barbara, Southern Methodist, and Santa Clara.
So here we go, coming in about 700 meters to the finish line, 1,300 meters in. These athletes are in what we call the 3rd 500, between the 1,000 and the 1,500. This is the point where your body's not really thrilled with the fact that you're asking it to go at such a serious pace. And especially for these athletes who were out here early this morning racing in the heat, having to follow up 2 races in a day, 2,000 meters, well, it's definitely quite a task. So it looks like out of this crowd, UC Santa Barbara in lane number 2, that boat in the middle of your screen, has separated themselves from this field. They're about 1 length up over that boat to their right, which is the Southern Methodist crew. And then we're going to go out there to lane number 3 at the top of your screen, Santa Clara. So that's it. You got Southern UC Santa Barbara right? Off their port side there, you've got Southern Methodist, and off their starboard side, you've got Santa Clara. So that's kind of the order that it's been and the order that it's has remained. So here you go, UC Santa Barbara. That black boat, the yellow uniforms. You can see they've just picked up the pace a little bit here. Their cadence, that's how many strokes they're taking within a minute, has actually gone up a little bit here with about 250 meters to go. They're really winding it up, and you can see them start to pull away from the field even more. So they've got a couple of lengths of open water here between themselves and Southern Methodist in lane number 1. Southern Methodist looks to be a length or so open water up over Santa Clara. So that's going to be our order of finish. We'll just watch them come in here through the line. UC Santa Barbara. That's royalty free. Southern Methodist. And rounding out the field, Santa Clara. All right, here we go. The Women's Alumni 8 Prudential Dunn Realtors Cup Final. In lane number 1, UC Berkeley, the Women's Alumni Group. Lane number 2, San Diego. Lane number 3, unaffiliated. Although it says USA, that's never really an easy task to beat somebody with a tagline of USA. Lane number 4, UC Davis. Lane number 5, UC San Diego. Lane number 6, Stanford Lightweight Women. Lane number 7, UC San Diego B. And lane number 8, the USC Alumni. So these are former collegiate athletes that some of them have probably been training, but some of them probably just said, hey, let's go out in the sun and have a great time. So I'm going to pass over to Matt in the launch, who's probably got the color commentary.
University of San Diego. Then lane 8, USC alumni in that 4th position, followed by lane 7, UC San Diego B. Then lane 6, Stanford. Then lane 4, UC Davis. Then lane 5, UC San Diego. Approaching 500 meters down, it's the crew in lane 1, UC Berkeley, Cal, women alumni. Then lane 3, University of California, Santa Barbara. Then lane 2, the University of San Diego. Followed by lane 6, Stanford. Lane 4, UC Davis. Then lane 8, USC alumni. And then UC San Diego in lane 7. And UC San Diego in lane 5. Get up here, I can't see it. This is a large field, 8 shells in this race. And a 750 down. And our leader continues to be the crew in lane 1. That's Cal, followed by lane 3, UC Santa Barbara. Then lane 2, University of San Diego in that third position, who's being challenged in the outside lane by USC in lane 8. Followed by lane 6, Stanford. Stanford up by 3 seats over lane 7, UC San Diego. With UC Davis in lane 4 and UC San Diego in lane 5 fighting it out for that 7th and 8th position. Through 1,000 meters, crews passing through 1,000 meters, Cal still our leader, followed by UC Santa Barbara, who has just a 2-seat lead over the University of San Diego. Quite a dogfight for that second position. UC Santa Barbara, University of San Diego. University of San Diego making a move for that second position. They've just moved through Santa Barbara. Now they're going after that first place spotted. Cal in lane 1. USC holding on to that 4th position in lane 8, followed closely by lane 6. That's Stanford. Stanford holding off lane 7. That's UC San Diego with UC Davis and UC San Diego in lanes 4 and 5, fighting for that 7th position. Through 1,250 down. It's Cal, followed by the University of San Diego. University of San Diego by 4 seats over the crew from Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara by 2 seats open water over the crew from the University of Southern California. Southern California by 2 seats over.
All right, so here we get a view from the finish tower area. Lower right-hand side of your screen, a little off that screen, is going to be Cal, who is your early leader here, and now actually leading through the 1,000-meter mark. Looks to be open water. And then we go back to lane number 2, which is San Diego as our second place. Lane number 3, that kind of unaffiliated boat, mentioned Santa Barbara. That's the dark boat there that would be in the 3rd spot. And then we go all the way out to the outside lane there. It looks to be Stanford out in lane number 6, really putting on a big push as well. So that's it. Lower right-hand side of the corner, or lower right corner there was Cal. They're your leaders. Remember, these are all alumni, so this is... you know, some people are probably in great shape. Some just said, hey, let's have some fun in the sun over spring break, get together one last time and remember the good old days. So these can always be fun races. You get a good mix of different alumni from different years. But again, you got a view up there at the top of the screen of USC alumni, it looks like. Out in lane number 8. Again, this is a race course that can handle 8 lanes, and they are all full in this event. But now, lower right-hand side here, your leaders, Cal in the... So the Cal alumni here look to have this wrapped up, open water lead. And then it looks like we're going to, you can see just what kind of Cal opened up that lead there at the end. Even further, we have lane number 2, San Diego alumni, in 2nd. Number 3 here, the unaffiliated group with the Santa Barbara Blades. It's like UC San Diego's USC, sorry, Stanford, USC. UC San Diego, was that 7? Yeah, UC San Diego, B. That's the other UC San Diego boat in lane 5. UC Davis, lane 4. So here we go with the Men's Alumni 8 Grand Final. You want me to toss it to him? Audio? So this here is a final. The lane number 1, University of Washington alumni. Lane number 2, Fat Cat B. Lane number 3, Fat Cat A. Lane number 4, unaffiliated. Lane number 5, Brown University. Lane number 6, Syracuse. Lane number 7, UCSB Men's alumni. And lane number 8, UC San Diego. So it looks like our early leaders here, UW ahead of Fat Cat. Fat Cat's usually Princeton University. It looks like Princeton's borrowed some Newport Aquatic Center gear, so that's why you see that NAC boat, but it's the orange of Princeton. So quite a battle here between UW and our Princeton alumni. Looks like not to be outgunned here is the other Princeton alumni boat in lane number 3, Fat Cat.
Very expansive field. This is the Men's Alumni Grand Final. Through 500 meters, well through 500 meters, it's the crew in lane 1. That's the University of Washington alumni. They're being challenged in lane 2 by Fat Cat B and lane 3, Fat Cat. 1, 2, 3. Lanes 1, 2, 3. Then in lane 4, Cal holding on to that 4th position. In lane 5, Brown. Then it's lane 6, Syracuse, followed by University California San Diego in lane 8, then University of California Santa Barbara in lane 7. 7:50 gone. It's the crew in lane 2 has taken the lead. That's Fat Cat B. They're up by about 3 seats to the University of Washington alumni in lane 1, who has about a 3-seat lead over Fat Cat in lane 3. Then it's Cal in lane 4, followed by Brown in lane 5. Syracuse lane 6, University of California San Diego in lane 8, then UC Santa Barbara in lane 7. 1,000 meters gone, and it's Fat Cat B as our leader by 6 seats over University of Washington alumni in lane 1 by about 3 seats over Fat Cat in lane 3. Open water to lane 4, Friends of Cal. They're holding on to about a 4-seat lead to Brown University in lane 5. Then it's in lane 6, Syracuse, followed by UC San Diego, holding on to that 7th position in the outside lane in lane 8, being challenged closely by UC Santa Barbara in lane 7. But where the dogfight is in those first 3 positions, approaching the 1,500 meter mark. It's still Fat Cat B, now with about 1 full left.
All right, we go through the Ingram Street Bridge, get a little bit of crosswind there. Launches have a tough time keeping up and a little bit of interference. So we're going to make this call here from the finish line. You see on the bottom of your screen the boat with the orange jerseys there. Fat Cat B is in the lead. So that's lane number 2, Fat Cat B. And we're out to the right for University of Washington, and then also Fat Cat regular, so that's the A boat, if you will. Don't know if it's really A and B given the position changes here, but it's probably Fat Cat B got the registration in a little later than Fat Cat A, and hence the B and A designation. Anyway, we've got Fat Cat B out in front. That's the orange jerseys, followed by Fat Cat in lane 3 and University of Washington in lane 1. So it's really lane 2, lane 3, then lane 1. Then we're going to kick it out to what appears to be Brown University in a tight race with the unaffiliated boat. However, the unaffiliated boat is rowing with Cal equipment. There's a good picture of your leaders in the lower frame. You can see they've just kicked up across the line. So it looks like Fat Cat B is probably not as fat as they would think they are. They're a little bit more like Slim Cat. And they've definitely picked up the pace here, and they're cruising in for victory today. Still very tight between University of Washington alumni and the Fat Cat boat in lane number 3. So, all right. So there's a good picture of Fat Cat A. Or sorry, Fat Cat B, lane number 2, your victors here. Yellow boat, then the Fat Cat boat, and here comes University of Washington alumni. Those are your first 3 positions. Wow, tight battle between Brown University and the unaffiliated boat with the Cal Blades. Followed by Syracuse. It looks like we're going up to UC San Diego, and then UC Santa Barbara rounds out the field. That's why I'll be like, it's unaffiliated with Cal. Test. Yeah. Rowing in the California equipment and uniforms. All right, looks like we're getting into the next race here, which is the men's collegiate novice 8. Novice 8 is usually freshmen in college, so you've got both some experienced rowers coming out of the junior programs in their first year at the university, coupled with people who have just learned to row in their freshman year at college. But it is a freshman designation, so it's roughly novice/freshman 8. So what we have here in lane number 1, San Diego, University of California, San Diego. Lane number 2, Arizona State. Lane number 3, UC Santa Barbara. Lane number 4, UC Davis. Lane number 5, UCLA. And lane number 6, Southern California. So we'll kick it out to the trailing boats. Get the call from the launch.
To the first 100 meters, our early leaders in lane 5, that's UCLA. Followed by lane 4, UC Davis. Then lane 3, UC Santa Barbara. Then Arizona State in lane 2, UC San Diego in lane 1, then University of Southern California in lane 6. .250 down, approaching that 500-meter mark. It appears that Davis in lane 4, University of California Davis, has taken a lead. They're followed by lane 5, UCLA. Then in lane 3, University of California at Santa Barbara, followed by lane 2, Arizona State. Then lane 1, UC San Diego. And then that 6th position in lane 6 is the University of Southern California. 500 down, approaching the 750-meter mark. All 6 crews tightly matched, tight field. And now our leader appears to be lane 3. University of California at Santa Barbara has taken that lead. They're up to lane 2, Arizona State, followed by lane 4, UC Davis, then lane 1, UC San Diego, lane 5, UCLA, lane 6, Southern Cal. Quite a race for first, second, and third. Our leader now is in lane 3. That's University of California at Santa Barbara. They're being challenged in lane 2 by Arizona State. Arizona State by 2 seats over lane 1, UC San Diego. By 1 seat in lane 4, UC Davis. Davis up by 6 seats to lane 5. That's UCLA. UCLA up by 4 seats to the University of Southern California. 1,000 meters down. Now it's Santa Barbara with 1 boat length on lane 1. That's University of California at San Diego, who has 2 seats on Arizona State in that 3rd position. Bringing up the 4th position, UC Davis, lane 4, followed by UCLA in lane 5, who has 6 seats on the University of Southern California. In that near lane, in lane 1, it looks like UC San Diego making a move on Santa Barbara. It is now Santa Barbara by 4 seats over University of California at San Diego in lane 1. Then Arizona State in lane 2 by 2 seats over UC Davis.
So a heck of a race here in the men's collegiate novice 8. As is sometimes the case with novice rowing, a little less experience makes for some pretty exciting outcomes. You know, case in point here, you've got University of California Santa Barbara in the lead, lane 1. You know, at the 500-meter mark, they were in 3rd place, so that's not bad going from 3rd to 1st. Likewise, you've got lane number... Yeah, so Santa Barbara in lane 3 is your leader. Then you come all the way here into the near side. UC San Diego in 2nd, Arizona State in 3rd. UC Davis here in 4th. You got a shot of them. That's UCLA in 5th and USC in 6th. So now as we start to zoom out here, you see UC Santa Barbara in the middle of the screen there. Lane number 3 is your early leader, or is your leader. And then you go all the way into the inside here, lane number 1 for University of San Diego. Now keep in mind, you know, those of you tracking this race, University of San Diego started out in 5th position off the line. Then they were in the 3rd position at the 1,000. Now they're in the 2nd position. You know, the big question is, can they make a move? You know, not only is it novice rowers, also looks like we've got coxswains who are learning to really work and make sure to keep their boat straight in this event as well. Not easy with these crosswinds. So we've got lane number 3 there, the blue boat, University of California, Santa Barbara, your leader. And all the way in here to right side, the San Diego, UC San Diego in lane number 2. And then we're going to go to Arizona State for in lane number 2 as your 3rd place. But a good shot here of UC Santa Barbara. Nice job. Men's Collegiate Novice 8 Petite Final. There you go. Back to lane 1, UC San Diego. Wow, really tight battle there between Arizona State and UC Davis. Going to have to go to herenow.com for those official results. Then we go out to UCLA in your 5th spot. And rounding out our field, University of Southern California. So here we go, the men's high school varsity 8 third final. Now you want a quick turnaround. These guys were out here just earlier this afternoon racing in a heat. So that's 2 races here within the afternoon. So lane number 1 we've got Upper Natoma. Lane number 2 Baja California State. Lane number 3 River City. Lane number 4 Marina Aquatic Center. Lane number 5 Los Gatos, and lane number 6 Cathedral Catholic. So this is the 3rd final of the men's high school varsity 8. All right, so a really tight battle here. It looks like lane number 2, top of your picture there, is lane number 2, Baja California, is ahead of River City, followed by Marina Aquatic Center in 4 and 5. So it just goes 2, 3, 4, 5, lane 2, 3, 4, 5. Haven't caught a picture of lane number 1, so we're just going to assume Upper Natoma is out in front until we see otherwise.
Onto that lead, small lead over lane 3. That's River City. River City, 6 seats to lane 1, Upper Natoma. Upper Natoma. Then it's lane 4, Marina. Then lane 5, Los Gatos. And lane 6, Cathedral Catholic. $7.50 gone. It's Baja. Then River City. Now the crew in lane 4. Marina has taken that 3rd position over with the crew in lane, battling for that 3rd position with the crew in lane 5. That's Los Gatos and Marina battling for the 3rd place position. They're also challenging for that 2nd position. And then in lane 1, Upper Natoma has fallen back to that 4th position. And then Cathedral Catholic in lane 6. 1,000 meters down. Quite a battle for 2nd through 4th place. Everybody's in this game. Lane 2 is our leader. That's Baja. They're being challenged closely by lane 3, River City. River City trying to hold on to that 2nd position, but they're being challenged in lane 5 by Los Gatos. Los Gatos barely 2 seats up on Marina in lane 4. Marina by 3 seats to lane 1. That's Upper Natoma. Then Cathedral Catholic in lane 6. $12.50 gone. It's Baja. River City. Los Gatos, Marina, Upper Natoma, Cathedral Catholic. Baja just took a tip, pushing towards that mark.
All right, so the men's high school varsity 8 third final. Again, that's Baja California State in lane number 2, your leader. You can just see here the Los Gatos crew really battling it out for third and fourth place with Marina Aquatic Center in lane number 4. And you go all the way back out there, you can see at the top of the screen, lane number 5, Upper Natoma, or sorry, lane 1, Upper Natoma, kind of for that 5th place. All right, so here's kind of a view from your finish line. So from the finish tower angle there, you see Baja in that lower right-hand corner of the screen, kind of closest to us, lane number 2. There's your leader there. And then it goes out to River City next to them in lane number 3. Then we're going to go all the way to the top of the screen there, or sorry, all the way to the left of the screen, the white boat. That's going to be Los Gatos in that 3rd spot. Now, big battle here for Marina there, the kind of crimson and blue with the white boat in the middle of the screen there, with a boat that's off the screen to the right, Upper Natoma. So that would be Baja, River City, Los Gatos, Marina, Upper Natoma, Cathedral Catholic. Again, good shot here of Baja as they crank it up to the line. And you see River City there. So Baja open water back to River City, that 2nd spot. The big question, though, here is you see at the top of your screen, you've got top of the Jumbotron there out in that far lane. You've got Los Gatos, and you've got Marina next to them. Really a question of whether Los Gatos has taken over that 3rd spot from Marina. Looks like they have. So as we cross the line, you've got Baja. Very excited to have won the 3rd final. Then you got River City. And then it looks like it is Los Gatos over Marina in the 4th spot. Then down to Upper Natoma in 5. And rounded out by Cathedral Catholic. And Cathedral Catholic crossing the line. High School 8. Next. Yes. Test. Looks like our next race, women's high school varsity 8, the Gilman McKillen Cup, 3rd final. Again, these athletes raced earlier in the day. Lane number 1, Cathedral Catholic. Lane number 2, Colorado Juniors. Lane number 3, City Island. Lane number 4, Texas Center. And lane number 5, Slack. So we're having a little bit of difficulties with our start camera, so we're going to go to the action live. And as soon as we have audio from that live launch, we'll pass it on over for the color commentary. But it looks like our early leader here is going to be lane number 4, Texas Center. Juniors in lane number 2. So again, it looks like our order is Texas Center, lane number 4. Our early leaders. Then we go to City Island, lane 3. Then all the way up to Cathedral Catholic. And then back to lane 2, Colorado Juniors. And then Zlak in 5th place. You see, it's very challenging here as these boats are making it through the race course. It's also challenging for our cameras, as you can tell. You know, with a different tide, we need to run our boats on the outside of the course. It's the safest place, and it makes for the most fair racing. But shooting into the sun in the afternoon, I guess it's a good problem to have. It's such a nice day out here, but it is certainly causing some difficulty for our camera crews that are trying to shoot right into the sun, but also bring you the racing. So we'll do the best we can to call it from here. It looks like here's the battle between first and second. You got Texas Center there and City Island next to them. Then we're kicking it back over to CCHS in lane number 1. Good shot of them out there in lane number 1. Here's Colorado Juniors in lane number 2 over to the left. So that's a shot of, here we go back to our leaders. That's going to be lane 4, Texas Center nearest. And lane number 3, City Island, really trying to push hard to come back on Texas Center. So really, there's your battle for first and second between Texas Center and City Island. With that lead going to Texas Center still at the moment as we come right around through the 1,000-meter mark. So here's the vantage point from the long shot from the finish. As you can tell, that's kind of out there. Go right to left, 1, 2, 3. That's lane. 1, 2, 3, 4 is actually Texas Center out there. They've got kind of a hook 'em Texas color boat. Yes. All right, so we've got our crews passing through that 1,000-meter mark. Looks like there's your leader again. This is the first and second place boat. So that's Texas Center on your right. That's the City Island boat right there in the center of your shot. And they're kind of going to pass through the Ingham Street Bridge opening. But the position's relatively stable. Again, that's Texas Center in the lead. It looks to be a good solid half a length up on City Island. You can see just how hard it is for those crews to shoot into the sunshine. But again, now, nice picture. On the left, lower left-hand corner of your screen, lane number 4, Texas Center out here. Up on City Island off their port side, so over to their right. Got it. And now as we go back alongside, you see that Texas Center has opened up a full-length lead over City Island. I'll probably stick with the finish line camera as we get here through the end. But now you can really see how it started to spread out here in the second half of this race. So, again, third level final, women's high school varsity 8s. Lower left-hand corner there, lane number 4, Texas Center, our leader, by a length over lane number 3, City Island. And then we're going to go all the way down to the lower right-hand side of your screen, lane number 1, closest to shore, Cathedral Catholic, in that third spot. Fourth spot handled by Colorado Juniors. And then you kind of see in the middle of your screen right now, right in front of that kind of SeaWorld vertical blue pole is going to be Zlak. So there you go. Looks like you know, a little bit of crosswind here makes it difficult for the athletes to steer. They are doing a nice job sticking within their lanes. You'll notice out there you have all these different buoys, and what does it all mean? Well, the San Diego Crew Classic has marked the inside lane here. The flags, the black flags are every 250. The orange flags are every 500. So you see that once the rowers get past that black flag, they have 250 meters to go. So that's Texas Center with less than 250 meters to go. City Island here, center your screen in second place. But really, it's Texas Center putting on a show here this afternoon. Nice, solid lead. Going to be the victors of this third level final. Great shot here of the Texas Center. Your victors, the Women's High School Varsity 8 third final. There's City Island. And Cathedral Catholic. Colorado Juniors. All right, you got a men's high school JV8 Gene Jessup Hervey Cup Petite Final. So Junipero Serra, lane number 1, Sammamish lane 2, Marina Aquatic Center lane 3, Los Gatos lane 4, Cathedral Catholic lane 5, and San Diego in lane number 6. So it looks like a tight race here as we come through the initial 500-meter mark. Looks like all the boats are pretty tight between lanes 1 through 6. But we're going to go to kind of either your Sammamish Marina, Junipero State, or Junipero Serra as our early leaders. But not to be counted out here. Lane number 6, San Diego, really. So it's lanes... Looks like lanes 2, lanes 3, lanes 5, and lanes 4 and lane 6. So San Diego actually putting on a pretty good show here out from lane number 6. So that's San Diego and Los Gatos here in the shot. San Diego, Los Gatos, Sammamish in lane 2, then back to Junipero Serra. So there you go. Looks like a move here being put on by our Sammamish crew in lane number 2 to push out by about a bow ball, but really the battle here, yeah. Sammamish, Los Gatos, and San Diego. Right? Sammamish at the top of your screen, lane number 2. Los Gatos in 4, San Diego in lane 6. Very even between those. Then we go to Junipero Serra in lane 1 in that 4th spot. But really, that battle's for first place. just 1, 2, 3. San Diego, Los Gatos, Sammamish, Sammamish, San Diego, Los Gatos. You name it, whoever's out there. Whoever's on the drive right now seems to be just a bit ahead. The crews are definitely going at it. Now, it looks like San Diego has fallen off about a seat, and it looks like Sammamish has taken about 1 seat, 2 seats lead over Los Gatos. So that's Sammamish, your lane number 2 crew, about 2 seats over Los Gatos here. So they're the lead of this petite final in the men's JV8, high school JV8. And that kind of shows you how tight it is between San Diego and Junipero Serra up there. So you've got that kind of that third place. So really what you've got now is Los Gatos and Sammamish fighting it out for first and second, and Junipero and San Diego fighting it out for third. So you see that it's lane 6 down here. That bow number is your San Diego Rowing Club crew. At the top of the screen there, just at the right at the top by the bow of that other ship, you can see is lane number 2, or lane number 1, sorry, from Junipero Serra. So there's our leaders, Sammamish. Los Gatos. And then it looks like, so right now it looks like Sammamish, Los Gatos, Junipero, San Diego, Marina, and Cathedral Catholic. All right, so the big question mark here, Sammamish down there. If you take a look at the far right of your screen, you're going to see Junipero Sierra in lane 1, and then you go out from right to left. That boat in the next lane there, Sammamish, is your lead boat. Sammamish is really tight there with Los Gatos, and now it looks like San Diego Rowing Club is also out there. That's the far left of your screen in the red boat. So really, there's your race, is Sammamish, San Diego, Los Gatos. I'd say at the moment it looks like San Diego may be falling back to Los Gatos, or Los Gatos is pushing through San Diego. But either or, it's a tight battle there for second. Still, I think down here, lower right-hand side of your screen, Sammamish are your leaders of this event. And then it's going to be Los Gatos in lane number 4. So it looks like Sammamish, Los Gatos, San Diego have the 1, 2, 3 of this petite final. Sammamish on the right there. Then Los Gatos in the middle. Looks like Los Gatos decides to take it up here just a bit, trying to eat into Sammamish. So you can see that stroke rate, the number of strokes they're taking every minute, has increased. I think it's a little too late to get Sammamish. But it could be that they're really trying to fend off that top crew there, your San Diego Rowing Club. San Diego Rowing Club here also making a move, but again, it's going to be Sammamish, Los Gatos, San Diego, Junipero Sierra. Yeah. 2 more, so okay. So we got a quick peek here at Women's High School JV8 Slack Rowing Club Petite Final. Just crossing the line there, though. Previous race, we've got Marina Aquatic Center. And Cathedral Catholic High School rounding out the field here in the men's high school JV8 Jessup Hervey Cup Petite Final. Okay, here we go. The final race of today. It looks like we've got the Women's High School JV8 Slack Rowing Club Petite Final. That was a little bit of buffering happening on the screen. I don't think they're going at hundreds of strokes per minute, so we're going to cut off there. It looks like we are starting to get a little bit of interference here from our cameras out in the water as we get into the late evening hour. So now we're back. Looks like you got a shot there of Sammamish. So anyway, our rowers, this Women's High School JV8 Zlack Rowing Club Petite Final, lane number 1, Long Beach, lane number 2, Sammamish, lane number 3, Pocock, lane number 4, San Diego, lane number 5, NorCal, lane number 6, Texas Center, and lane number 7, Colorado Juniors. All right, this one's going to be tough because shooting into the sun with our digitized equipment has created a pretty cool mosaic. So it's a nice artsy shot, but it's not really giving me a lot to go off of to tell you who's in the lead. But I will do my best as it comes in. You see lane number 5 there is making a push. So right now it looks like NorCal, then followed by Long Beach Juniors. And then off to the left here as they come into the screen, looks like lane number 2, Sammamish and Pocock really fighting it out. So they came down from Seattle, and now they're just inches apart. You see bow ball to bow ball. So a really nice shot from the camera as we pan back through the field. Then you're going to go out here to lane number 6, Colorado Juniors, and then back to lane number 4, San Diego. There you go. It looks like NorCal, San Diego, Long Beach Juniors. Here we go. NorCal. Sammamish. And then Long Beach. So NorCal, Sammamish, and Long Beach looks to be like 1, 2, 3. Looks like Pocock fell off. They were equal with Sammamish. Seems to be just a touch behind Sammamish there. But you've got NorCal as 1. Sammamish is 2. Long Beach is in 3rd, and that lane number 1 out there. And then we go back to Pocock in 4. Yeah, they're out of gas. They don't have fuel. Okay, so there we go. Lane number 5, NorCal, your leader. Then we go back to Sammamish. Real tight battle there. You see at the top of your screen between Sammamish and Long Beach. Really 1, 2, 3. Good contact across those boats. So again, that's NorCal, Sammamish, Long Beach. Pocock still sitting in the 4th spot. But here's the battle for first, right? So you can see lane 1, Long Beach, has started to move up on Sammamish. So it's Long Beach, Sammamish, and now they are overtaking NorCal. So there's your shot right there. You can see when they cross the buoy line. The buoy line is perpendicular, or is in line with the finish line here. So really it's anybody. So now you've got a situation where Sammamish and Long Beach have moved through NorCal. So it's really Sammamish is now 1, Long Beach is 2, NorCal is 3. Big move as we come here through the 1,000-meter mark. Again, still 1,000 meters to go, and what happened in the first 1,000 could still undo itself, but it seems like that Sammamish crew has just held a nice steady rhythm, didn't panic when they were behind, you know, 2nd place off the start, and they've just kind of smoothly maintained their speed, and they've seen that early leader NorCal fall back to 3rd place. That said, even as I mentioned it, NorCal must have heard me. They've now made a move back on Long Beach, so it now is Sammamish 1, NorCal 2, Long Beach 3. So there you go. You can kind of see everybody here from our finish tower. Again, last race of the day. Sammamish is in the lower right-hand side of your screen. So they're your leader. Then it goes out to the left side of the screen, NorCal. So there's your 1, 2. Number 3 is off the screen to our right. They're not quite in our field of view yet. That would be Long Beach. And then it looks like we come back out to Pocock in 4 and San Diego in 5. Now we're back on board. There's a nice shot of your second place crew NorCal in lane number 5. Top of the screen is your third place crew Long Beach in lane number 1. Out to the right there, you can just see about 3/4 of a length up, it's going to be Sammamish, your lead boat. So really, big battle here for second, though. You can see how close that that near boat is in lane 5. The the NorCal boat is with our lead boat in lane number 1. Just crossed the 500-meter to go mark. So these athletes have, less than 2 minutes left of this race. And really, the big question is for that second spot. So it looks now like you can easily see right-hand side, lower right-hand side, closest to shore here. Sammamish is in first. Second place, far left over there is NorCal. They're in the second spot. Then it goes out to the far right, which is off our screen, which is Long Beach in lane 1. From there you go into, looks like lane 6, Texas Center is out, and Colorado Juniors, San Diego, also in that mix in that red boat out there. So tough to get an angle from the finish line. But again, looks like NorCal really trying to battle here to come back on Sammamish. But I think Sammamish has this one in hand at the moment. There's a tight battle, though, between Sammamish and NorCal, but Sammamish is up. Once we come back around and get the angle at the finish line. So here's NorCal, nice close-up shot of your second place boat. But not to be outdone, there's a boat at the lower bottom of our screen when we zoom out and pan right. There you see Sammamish, but then you're also going to see Long Beach come screaming in here too. I don't think it's enough to get NorCal, but I do think that they're in third place. We'll see here in a second. So we've got Sammamish. And out to NorCal, and then you see down there at the bottom of your screen Long Beach. There's Pocock, fourth. And then out to Texas Center, San Diego, and Colorado rounds out our field. You want to play it? Oh, got. Here's a shot at Colorado Juniors. Test. There you go, Colorado Juniors. Everybody, thank you very much for your attendance today. Thank you to all the rowers who put in a great effort out there on the water. We'll be back at it again tomorrow, so have a great evening. Get your rest and recovery for those of you who are racing tomorrow. And for those of you who are spectating, enjoy. I think the beer garden is still open, and enjoy the beautiful afternoon here, and we'll see you back here tomorrow morning, bright and early.